Hi, everybody. How are you today? Happy New Year's Eve to all and all. Yeah, last night that one show was crazy in the Popper guys. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, partial Christianity and stuff. What happened? That was crazy. A lady got arrested or something. That was crazy. How are everyone on here? How's everyone? Hey, we'll watch some Silent Den until anyone comes on.
Fellowship in the Den tonight, starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We got a list of special guest appearances. You won't want to miss this. Happy first Sunday of Advent. God bless, and I hope to see you there. Fellowship in the Den tonight, starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We got a list of special guest appearances. When you see me walking down the street, you're not like, oh, he's going to church on Sunday. But isn't that beautiful? Because like God made so many different people, and we have so many different ways to express the goodness of God. Like, why have just cookie cutter? When you see me walking down the street, you're not like, oh, he's going to church on Sunday. But isn't that beautiful? Because like God made so many different people, and we have so many different ways to express the goodness of God. Like, why have just cookie cutter? When you see me walking down the street, you're not like, oh, he's going to church on Sunday. Beautiful. Because God made so many different people, and we have.
Hey, little guy, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's not all garbled and messed up?
Nope. It always comes in good on here. Not so
yeah,
good
it's just StreamYard for some reason that freaks out when I join on my phone. I don't know what's up with that.
Well, this is what... Jen, they blocked me for winning a discussion and called me a P and bottom...
A pedo and bottom feeder. Yeah, that sounds typical Proverbs guys. That sounds like typical Proverbs guys behavior. I mean, like, is it really surprising, Claude, that they would resort to something like that? I mean, their entire argumentation from the outset about the volume of the dam was laden with dishonesty. It was Dan trying to spiral it into something that it wasn't, and Steven doing nothing but not sharing his screen and outright lying about claims on Google. He lied about the fact that Google apparently said that the Beaver Dam was taller than the Hoover Dam. You can go back and watch the footage. He literally lies about it. And then later on in the very same stream, he goes on to say, oh, well, we don't know how tall it is. We're not sure. I mean, it's just a bunch of crap. These people are not dealing honestly. These people have a narrative. These people have a narrative to propagate. And as soon as somebody like Claude goes in and points out the very basic fact that the foundation that their narrative relied upon, in this instance, the fact that the Hoover Dam was apparently smaller than this dam, when that was pointed out not to be true, it was just, oh, well, that doesn't even matter. That's not even relevant. Well, apparently it was relevant when you guys were making the point, wasn't it? It's so stupid. It exposes the biggest thing that exposes their priorities is the fact that when Claude wanted to get onto mathematics, which isn't a matter of opinion, you know, it's not something that's subjective. It's something that you can objectively see and measure through mathematical proof. Then they wanted to go on to whether or not it was designed, whether or not it was created, because that's just a matter of opinion. That's a matter where they can squirm around and they can get in and out of different topics and, you know, ad hominem all they want about this particular topic. They don't want to talk about facts. They don't want to talk about things that can be measured and quantified. They want to talk about magic.
Oh,
Hoover
what was-
Dam is hundreds of feet tall, and even wider. Beaver Dam is max 6-7 feet. Actually, the height of the one that was discussed was on average only about 3 feet tall. Now, the Claude actually was charitable enough to double the height. He literally doubled the height of the dam, the average height of the dam. And even when you double the average height of the dam, it has nowhere near the same amount of volume. It doesn't take up anywhere near as much space. I think that unfortunately in that conversation, it was square feet that was being brought up over and over again. Square feet, and square feet is really good for surface area. It's really good for calculating how large a surface is. But when you want to calculate volume in a 3-dimensional space rather than a 2-dimensional space, you have to calculate length times width times height. You have to take all of the dimensions into account because we live in a 3-dimensional world, and that's what Claude was trying to do. He was trying to factor in the height, the length, and the width. And Steven made the most absurd claim that I've ever heard in my entire life. Steven was like, oh, well, the Beaver Dam is twice as wide. It's more than twice as long, and it's twice as wide. So even if it was a whole bunch taller, then there's no way it could possibly take up more space. Well, Steven, when the Beaver Dam is only 3 to 6 feet tall, and the Hoover Dam is over 700 feet tall, yeah, when it's over 100 times the height of something, with it being twice as long, or sorry, more than twice as long and twice as wide, becomes functionally irrelevant. Because we're dealing with multiplication here. And multiplication, when you get into significantly higher numbers being multiplied, it's going to render a much larger number, irregardless of whether or not the other dimensions reflected something a little larger. That becomes just, it goes out the window and you're dealing with something hundreds of times the scale in terms of height.
oh. Yeah, last night's show was crazy. That lady got arrested or something. It was crazy.
Yeah, maybe we'll play that on here. I want to know what the heck that was all about.
Yeah, do you want to?
And you can if you want to find the part.
I think that was at the beginning they were talking about.
Yeah, if you want to pull up the timestamp. From what I heard from sources, they were talking about the COVID vaccine, and they were talking about like how she doesn't support it and they don't support it and it's dangerous and this and that. And I mean, that's a good avenue to getting your YouTube channel shut down for spreading of misinformation. About medical misinformation especially is very, very not okay on YouTube. You can't just go around spreading a whole bunch of crap that isn't true about medicine. The tragedy.
These are the.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is the show.
And so forth. We'll take some questions, or if people want to put questions, we can do that as well. So, Casey, you want to just introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello everybody. Thanks for having us on. So, my name is Keisha Richardson, and I'm the host, one of the hosts of the Karis Project podcast, and I do that with my dad. Yeah. I can't hear you.
Oh, of course, it didn't work there. Said, give us a little bit about your background and kind of where you are with that and what got you sort of into where we are today. So tell us, kind of start back in Saskatchewan, if you want to do that.
Yeah, so
She's from Saskatchewan.
I'm not sure, but hi, Den. Are you there, Den?
I hear Jurassic Park in the background from somebody.
Oh. But hi, Den. How are you today? The Zealot?
Hey, I'm doing good, Gigi. How you guys doing today?
Good.
We're doing all right.
Hey, Brother Aiden, may I ask where you're from? I like your accent.
Yeah, no problem. I'm from Alberta, Canada.
Oh, okay, yeah. I wouldn't have guessed that. Yeah, you have a nice voice to listen to, brother.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, you're none too
I
bad
act-
yourself.
I
Don't worry
actually.
about that.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I actually my guess would have been. It sounded southern, like an American southern, a little hint of one. So
Oh, yeah.
Alberta.
I mean, yeah, I do a pretty good imitation of Christian Pike whenever he's around. You know, hey everybody, how's it going? It's me, Christian Pike. No, I think voices kind of come a little naturally to me, apparently, given what I've heard from other people. I'm pretty
Oh,
good
you
at.
missed your call, and then you should. You could have been. What do you call those? The comedians who imitate people.
Oh, yeah, an impressionist.
Yes, yeah.
I don't know what you mean by that. My impressions are the best. They're beautiful.
Not bad, not
We got
bad.
people out here like Little Marco. Little Marco. Oh my goodness. Don't even get me started about Little Marco. He's better than my Biden, that's for sure. My Biden is just my old man boy. Yeah, Jack.
That's good. That's good.
I'm from Scranton, Pennsylvania.
What do you call it? Corn pop? Corn pop.
That's right. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran with some bad guys. You know, I knew this guy. He was this white guy. His name was Jamie Richardson. He did all the pools. He took me back into the basement, cut me a length of chain. He said, you know, you go up there and you tell those guys, you may cut me, Jack, but I'm going to wrap this chain around your head. Not a joke. You know, they have those straight razors. You know what they do with those straight razors? They bang them on the curb, put them in the rain barrel, it gets all rusty. Like talking about straight razor to a bunch of people like they're a bunch of 50s greasers or something like that. It's the craziest thing. I think that's the most famous thing he'll ever be known for. I think that's what his legacy is going to be, is his corn pop speech.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious me. Well, from what I heard, these people are from Saskatchewan. She sounds like she's from Saskatchewan. She definitely has a Western
Who's
Canadian
that?
accent.
His wife?
This lady here on the Proverbs, guys.
Oh, what are they talking about?
Oh, we'll find out soon enough. We'll let them speak for themselves in that regard. Go ahead and play the clip, Mr. Gangster Ghost, please.
I worked for a maximum security prison and hospital for the criminally and mentally insane in Canada. It was a provincial facility. And in early 2020, my dad and I were exposing improper contagion mitigations for the COVID pandemic. We ended up getting highly persecuted for exposing all of this. We lost our home, our bank accounts were shut down, lost our car, corporate assets. My little sister, whose name is Karis, was actually taken.
So
at
this
16
is
months old
beginning to
and
come a little bit more into picture here. So she works for the medical industry.
Mhm.
I mean, if she works for the medical industry and she's propagating medical misinformation, then I have a feeling that when she says that, oh, my house was taken away and my bank account and all this and that, she probably lost her job, because part of your job as a medical professional is to follow medical guidelines and to make sure that your patients are administered the care that you are told to provide them. So, yeah, if you don't do your job, you're probably going to lose it.
Yeah. It gets crazy.
I hadn't seen her since. I actually named the podcast after her because of that, thinking that if we see people, if it's happening to us, for sure, we'll see more people that it's happening to, and we can give a voice to them, because the mainstream and legacy media has just been lying like crazy. That I'm a Native American or American Indian under the Jay Treaty, however you want to call it. I'm an
And she's
original
J
child,
Treaty, so yeah, that's
so I
Saskatchewan.
ended up fleeing to the U.S. To flee the persecution because of how bad it was in Canada. And when I came to the border, in the U.S. On the U.S. side, I brought the evidence of the things that we were exposing, and I was kidnapped by the DHS and taken to a maximum security military facility.
Wait.
With
Who did she say she was kidnapped by?
I don't know.
She said she was kidnapped by, and then what, the EHS? I don't know what she said there. Could you go back a little bit?
Yeah.
If you click the arrows on your keyboard, if you're on PC, you know those directional arrows on your keyboard?
Yeah.
If you click the back one a few times, it'll go back a few seconds.
There it is.
American Indian under the J Treaty, however you want to call it. I'm enrolled in a tribe, so I ended up fleeing to the U.S. To flee the persecution because of how bad it was in Canada. And when I came to the border in the U.S., on the U.S. side, I brought the evidence of the things that we were exposing, and I was kidnapped by the DHS and taken
DHS.
to a...
Yeah. You ever heard of that?
The Department of Homeland Security? I'm assuming that's what the DHS is the Department of Homeland Security, which is a United States organization. And chances are that that's just complete crap, because the Department of Homeland Security is not going to view some random person that has COVID misinformation going to their border as a threat to be kidnapped and bottled away in some military facility somewhere. Like, yeah, who are we gonna put in the cell in our top secret maximum security military facility? Are we gonna put terrorists and actual tangible threats to our nation, or are we gonna put this random person that, like, they said that they were exposing improper patient containment. They were exposing improper antigen containment when it came to the COVID vaccine. When it came to the COVID virus. So what were they exposing? I don't care about, like, any of the other crap surrounding it. If you're going to make a claim that you were exposing stuff, I want to hear what you were exposing.
I think it might be about the shot.
Yeah, what a shock. What a shock. Yeah, smallpox vaccine, that was fine. Polio vaccine, that was fine. MMR vaccine, that was fine. You know, all of those things, those have saved the lives of millions of people in a tangible way and made the world a better place for people. But oh no, not the COVID shot. No, for some reason, everybody just has to get all up in arms about this freaking COVID vaccine as though it was the worst thing in the freaking world. And it never was. It never harmed anybody any more than basically any other vaccine. Yeah, some people unfortunately did get adverse effects and died from it, and that is a tragedy. It's true. But every vaccine has a chance of giving someone adverse effects. It's not a perfect science. However, it is perfected enough that it saves far more people than the couple dozen that unfortunately get very adverse effects from it. And I feel for those people. I have empathy for every single person who would have died by taking a vaccine and getting an adverse effect from it. That's a tragedy and that's unfortunate. But there is a reason why the medical industry has allowed this vaccine to be distributed to people, because we have done the testing with it, and the science overwhelmingly shows that if people take it, that while they may still get COVID-19, their symptoms are going to be far less severe, and their symptoms might not kill them like it does for plenty of other people, where their lungs will, like, basically shut down or fill with fluid, or all sorts of other, like, dying of COVID is a miserable experience. You basically, like, it's like dying of SARS back in the early 2000s. I'm sure you remember SARS, Gangster Ghost, back when it was a big thing in China in the early 2000s. I wasn't really around for it, It was like 2003 when the SARS epidemic was really raging in China, but that was like a proto-COVID. It was a proto-COVID. It was basically the same thing. COVID is a form of SARS. So dying of SARS is a horrible, miserable affair where like your lungs will fill with fluid and you'll drown while you're basically on land. Or if not that, then your lungs will just stop working properly and you'll suffocate. Both of those are horrible, terrifying ways to die. They're agonizing. If you've watched any footage of anybody dying of COVID-19, which unfortunately I have, you see these people in their final days and they can't even talk. They're so short of breath, or they're gurgling on the freaking fluid that is filling their lungs. It's a horrible thing. It's absolutely awful. But at the same time, that should be what's focused on when it comes to this vaccine and the discussion around it. That can be prevented in people, in millions of people, if only they receive the vaccine. Because, yeah, they might still get COVID, but they're not, almost certainly not going to die from it. Aiden drunk the Kool-Aid. Here we go, Dan. So let me guess, you're anti-COVID vaccine as well? You're against the thing that saved millions of American lives? Okay. You're against the things that saved untold lives all around the world? I just never have understood the criticism about vaccines. What was it about this one, Dan? Because I'm sure you received the MMR vaccine. I'm sure you, given your age, Dan, you received the polio vaccine. You received all sorts of vaccines that would have prevented you from living a horrible life, where you would have potentially gotten polio, and your legs would no longer work, or your arms would no longer work, or hell, your entire lower body would no longer work, and you'd have to be put in a freaking iron lung in order to keep you alive. No. The vaccine that saved you from that, I'm sure that's a good vaccine, but this one's bad, right, Dan? Give me a break. Vaccines are one of the best inventions that humanity has ever come up with, because it has saved untold lives from incredible suffering and incredible hardship. It is a wonderful invention. It's a wonderful innovation that we've come up with. And it's simpletons that are scared of it that are getting in the way of making sure that society is better off because of it. It's all this fear-mongering nonsense. It's, oh, well, I want to take some semblance of control back in my life, so I'm going to throw a temper tantrum over freaking medicine. Give me a break. It's so childish. It's so infantile to just throw a giant fit over something that has been overwhelmingly shown to help people and prevent suffering. No, but we need something to get up in a big tizzy about, right? I'm sure he did. Claude. Because I'm sure that every single freaking conspiracy on the goddamn planet is just something that ought to be taken as fact, right? Everybody's out to get you. Everything is horrible. Everything's miserable. Everything is absolutely awful because I'm Achilles and I think the world's out to get me because I have an overinflated sense of ego and I think everybody cares about me and my interests far more than anybody ever has. It's just ridiculous. The world does not revolve around you. It does not rise and set out of your rear end. Okay? The world actually contains plenty more people than you whose lives you'll never know, but whose suffering was alleviated and prevented in many instances because of this vaccine. But those people don't matter, right? Those people don't matter. Those people whose lives would have been saved because of this vaccine, who cares about them, right? Who cares? It doesn't even matter. Let's just play the freaking clip.
Okay.
Facility where they contracted immigrants to stay. I was treated like an undocumented immigrant, even though I have full status Indian in the U.S. And
if you're full status Indian, that doesn't give you. Hold on. You said that you were in the Canadian treaty. You're a treaty status in Canada. Under the Indian Act in Canada, that means that you're treated as a Native American in Canada That doesn't automatically mean that you have the status in America. Maybe you applied separately for status. That is a possibility. So maybe you did apply separately for American status, but that does not convey citizenship. You still have to take the citizenship test. You still have to get a visa in order to go to the United States if you're not a citizen. Or sorry, no, actually for Canada it's visa free, so that's not true. It's a visa free entry into the United States as a Canadian citizen. But you having treaty status in the United States does not automatically mean that you are a citizen. That's not how citizenship works. I don't know why she's saying that as though to imply that she is a citizen.
I have no idea.
There for about 7 months, my dad hounded the Canadian consulate in California to confirm my Indigenous status, and I was released on March 31st of 2021. But after that, I wasn't released on my own recognizance. I was forced on full surveillance tracking system, wasn't allowed to leave the house, city, or state without permission, and forced to live with single American men who trafficked me around the states, drugged me, held me at gunpoint.
Hold on, pause, please.
I did.
I got Aiden muted. He's a follower. Well, that's good. I'm sure Gangster Ghost would really appreciate you muting his show. I'm sure Gangster Ghost doesn't have anything to say in this conversation that would benefit from you listening. Dan, do you realize that you portray yourself when you say, oh, they blindly follow the authorities? Do you think that you look better when you say that you just mute people that disagree with you and don't even listen to them in the first place? Like, do you think that that's a good look for you, Dan? Do you think that that somehow like puts you above the fray and makes you look better as a person when you put in the chat that you just mute people? Oh, I can't mute them on the show, so I'm just gonna mute the whole stream and lurk around in the chat. It's very mature of you, Dan. That's very mature. You know, I tend not to mute people even if they disagree with me because I at least have enough respect for what they say to like at least hear some of it out, you know? Like, at least hear it out to the point where I can respond and engage with the actual conversation at hand. But, hey, that's fine. Gotta call. Nobody cares. Why do you feel the need to announce that, Dan? Like, nobody cares that you got a call. Nobody is watching you or your affairs or what's going on in your life. I don't know why you feel necessary to let people know when you've got a call as though it's just of seminal importance that everybody knows what Dan is up to right now. Oh my goodness, everybody. I don't know if you realize, but Dan's got a call. We need to make sure that we all know that's very relevant information. Dan, you have an invisible friend you think is real. Look away, mod. This is the old me, not the Trib Saint me. I'm confused what's going on. Well, Tim, you kind of walked into the middle of something, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, you're just going to have to kind of figure out the context as we go along here. Yeah, can you go back like 5 seconds, GG, and play it again?
Okay.
PGs mute people when they're losing a discussion. Claude, it's so pathetic. Like, when Dan can't mute me on the panel, he'll just mute the entire stream like a petulant little child because he doesn't like what he's hearing, but he still wants to participate in the conversation. Like, imagine announcing to everybody that you have the stream muted. Like, that's something that everybody absolutely needs to know. As though that doesn't just make you look like an ass by saying that you're not willing to listen to what somebody says. So you just mute them on the stream itself because you don't have the authority to mute them in the chat. I'm sure if you did have the authority, Dan, you would be muting me in the stream right now, wouldn't you? You would be kicking me out and preventing me from coming in and silencing me like you do with so many other people on the Proverbs guys, where your panel's all locked down and everything's all astroturfed in your favor, and you still have people like Claude come in and kick your ass when the deck is so stacked in your favor that it looks like the Tower of Babel in comparison to a little ant's nest. I don't know how the ant's nest was able to topple the Tower of Babel, but it was, even though you had the deck so stacked in your favor. You still couldn't help but lose to Claude epically on the last occasion that you guys had an argument. So just open things up. You know, just open your ears, Dan, and be willing to listen to people who disagree with you, and maybe it'll be a little less embarrassing when you guys lose, because then the deck won't be so stacked in your favor. And Slickley's is a bullying narcissist. Yeah, I mean, like, why do you think Jackie Robinson was so successful at baseball? Like, Jackie Robinson was a huge hit and was as successful as he was in baseball, not just because he was a good player. He was a good player, but because the deck was stacked so in favor of the white opponents of his that when he overcame them, it was all the more impressive. You know, it was all the more of a feat when Jackie Robinson would just utterly destroy his competition because his competition thought so little of him. Because the expectation was so much in favor of his opponents, that's why he became as famous as he was. You know, if he was just accepted into baseball and there wasn't a big kerfuffle about him joining the league, then I'm sure that he wouldn't have been as much of a footnote in history. But you guys don't realize that, do you? You guys think that if you stack the deck in your favor, then you're just going to win. Well, guess what? No matter how much you stack the deck in your favor, the truth is still going to bear itself out. And I hate to say it, the truth ain't... Well, I don't hate to say it, I really don't. But the truth ain't on your side, Steven. The truth ain't on your side, Dan. The truth ain't on your side, Mr. Achilles. Unfortunately, the truth overwhelmingly bears out that you guys are a bunch of hucksters that want to sit around and inculcate each other into a belief that, well, the sky is green and the grass is blue and everything else in the world is whatever the hell I want it to be because I can make a little argument on my internet show that's all locked down that it is. Well, yes, but someone else points eyes at Aiden. Oh, I see with Azo's previous comment. That makes a bit more sense. All right. Okay, let's play the video.
And assaulted me physically and intimately for many years. And I was even picked up by people with machetes, duct tape, rope, and pit bulls. And I was attacked by pit bulls and put in the hospital because of the things that we were exposing. Just constant persecution. Been in and out of shelters, on and off the street. And so that's kind of why we have the podcast, because we know that there's other Christians who are suffering similar persecution or just patriots, and we wanted to give them a voice to share the truth of what's actually going on and how dangerous what's happening is right now.
Pause.
Okay, and so, I mean, we'll kind of talk.
So, if you were taken, like you claim, to this government facility, if you were taken by the Department of Homeland Security, you know, the DHS, then there should be documentation of that available. There should be some admission record of you being admitted into some facility, and there should be records of how long you were kept there, and all of that should be available. So I'm feeling a little incredulous when this person says that, and you know, if this did happen, then I feel awful for them, and I'm sorry for what happened to you, but unfortunately the claim that you're making is that all I was trying to do was go to the United States, and I was totally within my rights to go to the United States, but for some reason, like, what, were you talking COVID with the border guard? Like, is that the sum total of your personality? Can you just not talk about anything but COVID with people? I somehow doubt, unless you were talking about the vaccine with the border guard, that they would have known a single thing about you or your vaccine positions or your COVID positions or anything of that nature whatsoever. I highly doubt they have a little scanner at the border that's like, we have detected dissonant COVID behavior. Immediate detention in maximum security facility required. Like, I don't think that that's happening. So I'm incredulous of this claim. I'm incredulous that she was gaffled up and that she was put in a maximum security facility and she was violated and she was attacked with pit bulls and she was duct taped to some, like, she was forcibly restrained. Like, that is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. It's not true. Okay. As far as I'm concerned, it's not, and until I see evidence that it's not, I'm going to stand by that position. Because there should be evidence for this. You should have documentation that these things occurred, or is that part of the conspiracy too? Count chat too. I've been out here truth bombing Aiden the entire time. Yeah, okay, mod. Whatever you say. I mean, I just don't understand why some people feel the need to die on this hill. I really don't. If this is like the cornerstone of your personality, if you trying to do all of this stuff against COVID is what your modus operandi is in life, then why are we hearing about what was done to you and not about the COVID stuff? Like, this is just ringing to me as very much so, woe is me, I was mistreated, I was treated badly, make sure you feel bad about me. Well, if you were treated badly because of your message, then shut up about that and let's hear about the message. Like, if anybody that's really persecuted for these things, if you go back to the early church and you talk to the Christians that were persecuted, you're not going to hear, oh, I got all these things that happened to me, and I was tortured, and I was put in the Flavian amphitheater, and I was whipped, and I had all these horrible things. I was burned with hot irons. They're not going to tell you about that. They're going to tell you about Jesus. They're going to tell you about the church, and they're going to tell you about the good news because they care about their message more than anything that was done to them. It sounds like you care more about what was done to you than the message. And hey, if what was done to you is true, then that's not okay, and that's unacceptable, and that should be brought to some form of justice. But it doesn't sound to me like you're all that concerned about spreading the message to people. It sounds like you're concerned about spreading the message of what happened to you. Go ahead and play it.
Want me,
Talk a little bit. I'll go back and talk a bit about what was going on. So my background, I'm a mechanical engineering technologist, and I got a bachelor of technology, majored in engineering and applied sciences, did some research relative to the SARS-CoV-2 infection controls. And so that's kind of where I got this kind of thing in. I was called in I was in the spring of 2020 after the first lockdowns to do some work with some dental clinics for the reopening procedures there in North Battleford, Saskatchewan. I'm also a Christian.
Oh, North Battleford. I've been through there.
I was raised a Christian, had some issues growing up, came back and, got a firm foundation on being able to understand who God is for myself, which I think is important, and then tried, to teach my daughter the same type of thing. And so when I saw what was going on with the engineering control, right?
What was going on?
Christian,
oh my gosh.
In Romans 12, the Bible says that we need to abhor evil. That word for evil is literally negligence, right? So if you had an ox that was like, wasn't muzzled properly and it gored somebody.
Pause, please. What timestamp are we on in this video so far? Like, how far are we into the video? I can't quite hear it. Or can't quite see it, rather. Are you there, Gangster?
yes, 7
minutes. Okay.
6:57.
6:57. So we're about 7. Let's say that there's 2 minutes of introduction before they started speaking. So we've been listening to 5 minutes of them talking about them being persecuted for this and persecuted for that, but we have not heard about what the actual issue is yet. Can we please get to that?
Okay, let's see about skip to it.
Ask questions and so forth, and as a Christian, there's no way that I could allow these things to continue without, in good conscience, because my first allegiance is there to God. And so now here we're looking at the situation, so I'm like, okay, in my mind, it's decided, regardless of the
What
consequences, that I have to
situation?
do something. And so I went ahead and started asking questions, and the more questions that I asked, the more pushback I
About
got.
what?
Well, I ended up having problems with a lot of people that didn't like the fact that I was bucking the status quo. You know, I got pushback from the health authority, from the local police, and you know, even inside
Well, what
of
were you
my
doing?
church,
What
who
were
I
you
thought there
doing?
was people that were
Pause.
godly, but they were not, because their actions.
Pause. What were they? What were you doing? I somehow doubt that you were just asking questions. I really do. Because if you were just asking questions, then there is no cause for any police officer in Canada to take you into custody or give you trouble. There's no cause, unless you're employed in the medical industry, for them to reprimand you in any way, shape, or form. If we were literally just, this is my problem, is that people that say that they're just asking questions never tell you the full story. They never tell you what they were actually doing. I guarantee you that this person was agitating. They were getting other people stirred up. They were trying to spread this information or misinformation around different groups in his community. He wasn't just asking questions, because that's never, in any of these stories that I've ever heard about this, that's never all that happens. But I've not heard the full story. I've not heard much of any context from these people at all about what this actual problem is. We've heard that, oh, there's an issue. We've heard that they're asking questions about the issue. But what is the freaking issue? Go ahead and play.
Actually went very much against it. And so I continued to press forward, and eventually I went in when nobody did anything. I ended up going and reporting this information to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in North Battleford on July 3rd of 2020. And so what I found was, with the engineering controls, with the for the heating,
What
ventilating, and air conditioning systems,
controls?
well, they removed a
Wait,
critical piece of information
wait. Go
which
back.
relates to the efficiency that made it not work, right? So either you're mitigating disease, or, and so now here
Air
we're
conditioning?
looking at the situation. So I'm like, okay, in my mind, it's decided, regardless of the consequences, that I have to do something. And so I went ahead and started asking questions, and the more questions that I asked, the more pushback I got. Well, I ended up having problems with a lot of people that didn't like the fact that I was bucking the status quo. You know, I got pushback from the health
Pause.
authority.
So, were you asking questions or were you bucking the status quo? Because it can't be both. Just asking questions is not bucking the status quo. Okay? Just to ask a question about something does not do anything to buck the status quo whatsoever. So here we go. We have a first example of them just interchanging these things. On one hand, he's just asking questions. And on the other hand, he's submitting reports and he's trying to buck the status quo, which implies to me that he's agitating for some sort of action to being occurred. He's spreading information around to other people. He's trying to organize, is what that tells me. You know, like, that's not just asking questions, dude. Which one is it? Were you just innocently asking questions and just minding your own business? Or were you trying to buck the status quo? It can't be both. I hate how these people try to have their cake and eat it too. They want to act like they're these big revolutionaries. But on the other hand, they also want to act like, I was just asking questions. That's all I was doing. I was just innocently minding my own business, and then I got gaffled up by the horrible system. You can play it.
From the local police, and, you know, even inside of my church, who I thought there was people that were godly, but they were not, because their actions actually went very much against it. And so I continued to press forward, and eventually I went in when nobody did anything. I ended up going and reporting this information to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in North Battleford on July 3rd of 2020.
Right, so you weren't just
what I
asking
found
questions.
was with the
No, this is where he makes the claim. I found was with the play.
Play?
Yeah, play,
the
please.
engineering controls with the for the heating, ventilating,
Engineering
and air
controls.
conditioning systems. Well, they removed a critical piece of information which relates to the efficiency that made it not work, right? So either you're mitigating disease or you're not, right? And nothing runs at 100% efficiency, so I'm like, this is wrong. And so I had to do some digging and found out where the information came from. And when I did that, I went ahead and pursued that.
So this is about air conditioning, and ventilation controls in medical facilities, I'm presuming. So what, was the room a little bit too balmy for you? And that's why people are getting COVID more often? Like, what the hell is the claim here? Because temperature control is really only relevant when you're incubating a sample. You know, you want to keep a sample of SARS-2 COVID incubated at a certain temperature in order to make sure that you're able to test it and do experimentation on it for purposes of research. But as far as the main temperature ambient control for a specific facility is concerned, once you got COVID, it's really not going to affect much of anything. It's already incubating inside your body. Like, your body has an internal temperature. If it's warm, it's going to have to sweat in order to maintain that internal temperature. If it's cold, you're going to have to put on some insulating clothing in order to maintain that internal temperature. But your body does its absolute best to maintain the same internal temperature at all times. So how warm or how hot the room is has functionally nothing to do with the spread of disease. Like this guy was taught, nothing works at 100% efficiency. Of course, nothing works at 100% efficiency. Like, there's nothing in this world that works at 100% efficiency. If you have a motor, right, that you're trying to use to power a vehicle, some of that efficiency is going to be lost in terms of noise that's been generated. Some of it's going to be lost in terms of heat that's generated. Like, there's always going to be some loss of efficiency somewhere. So far we've got a claim of, oh, well, the temperature control was affecting the spread of the virus and it wasn't working at 100% efficiency. So I realized that something was wrong. Well, both of those are pretty stupid points, and I just elucidated why. Go ahead and play.
Okay. And when nothing was done, I went to the place criminal complaints, and that's when a lot of the pushback started to ramp up even more. I was shut out of the detachment from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. I talked to Constable Burton Roy. I actually mentioned somebody who was in agreement with me. She got threatened by her work to not work with me. And then I ended up getting, I guess, further pushback, but I decided to go and sue them. When I decided to sue them, and actually after I made the, after I made the criminal complaints, I got a...
Let me get this straight. Hold on. Pause. So you sued a medical organization because of how they were heating and cooling and ventilating rooms? You sued them over that? And you're wondering why you're getting pushback from people? Are you serious? Are you for real, dude? Are you a real person that exists tangibly in this world around it? Yeah, I went and kicked a hornet's nest and then all the hornets got mad for some reason. I'm persecuted. No, dude, you kicked a hornet's nest. You caused exactly what's happening to you. You went and sued a medical organization for frivolous reasons. No wonder people pushed back against you. I mean, are you really genuinely shocked by that? That'd be like if somebody claimed that they were persecuted as a Christian if they were walking around shoving crosses in people's face or hitting them over the head with a cross, and then all of a sudden someone turns around and punches them in the face. Oh my God, I'm being persecuted. No, dude, you caused this to happen.
By putting a cross in someone's face?
I'm saying if you're putting a cross in someone's face in an aggressive manner or hitting someone over the head with a cross and they turn around and punch you in the face as a direct result, you're not being persecuted for being a Christian. You're getting pushback against you for your actions.
Face, like standing on the street corner with a cross, or
I mean, if somebody's got a crucifix and they like shove it literally like right in your face to the point where it's like it's hitting your face, or it's like hitting your nose or something like that. Yeah, like if they're shoving it in your face or something like that.
And then you have,
I think that somebody has every right to smack that away or to hit them or something like that because you've been aggressive towards that person at that point. You've incited that person to do something.
Make contact with them, like you just show them a cross. They're intimidated, and then they just punch you in the face. Is that justified?
Well, that's entirely different from the example that I provided, and therefore is functionally irrelevant to the conversation. But thank you anyway,
so
Bruce.
You have to literally...
No, thank you, Bruce.
Yeah, I
appreciate it. So the reason why I elucidated that as an example was because this person is talking about how they were being persecuted, even though they were making reports to police organizations and launching lawsuits and agitating for this. Like, they are inciting the exact reason why they were quote unquote persecuted. It's not like they were just persecuted for what they believed or because they were asking questions like he claimed just a moment ago.
For the record,
it's like what I was saying earlier, Bruce, if you went back to Stephen the Martyr, right? If you went to Stephen the Martyr in the New Testament, and if you had a time machine, you could go back and you could ask him about his life. How much do you think he would talk about how much he was persecuted compared to how much he would talk about Christ and the message of Christ and the good news and the ministry and all those good things? He probably wouldn't mention being martyred much at all, if at all, because that's not going to be all that important to him.
Hypothetical question.
What's important to him is spreading the gospel. Well, obviously it's more important to him because he had the choice of no longer spreading the gospel or being killed, and he chose to keep spreading the gospel, didn't he? So I think that's a very educated presumption to make about Stephen the Martyr, that he would care more about the cause of Christ. No, it's not, Bruce. It shows through his actions. His actions prove. Oh, so what are you saying? Are you saying Stephen the Martyr would care more about his martyrdom than the spreading of the cause of Christ? Is that what you're claiming, Bruce?
Total fantasy.
No, but I'm asking you, Bruce. Do you think that he would? Which one do you think he would prioritize more, given the character that we know about Stephen in the New Testament? Which one do you think he would prioritize, Bruce?
I don't know. I don't think like a Disney movie, Aiden. I don't just sit back and imagine. Like,
oh, right. You don't think that people's actions and motivations within a story dictate their behavior as people?
I'm more
focused
on the actual context of the story and the scripture that defines Stephen.
Right, and the context of the story in the scripture was what about Stephen the Martyr?
Well, it's just I never thought like, man, if I was to ever go back in a time machine.
No. But what happened to Stephen though? Like in the New Testament, what happened to him, Bruce?
Well, he was severely persecuted in the early church.
And why was he persecuted?
Well, for contending the gospel.
And what did he do when he was met with the choice between no longer preaching the gospel and dying? Which choice did he make?
How did he die? I'm trying to remember.
No, it's not how he died. It's which choice did he make when he was confronted with either you stop with this gospel nonsense or we're going to kill you.
Well,
which choice did he make?
Were severely martyred and persecuted and killed.
No, that's not what I'm asking you, Bruce. Which choice did he make?
What do you mean? Which choice did he make?
Did he choose to stop spreading the gospel, or did he choose to be martyred?
Well, what passage of scripture are you referring to specifically?
You just cannot answer a question to save your life.
I don't understand the context of the question.
You really can't.
So that's why I asked what.
You don't understand the context of what choice did Stephen the martyr make between being martyred or continuing to spread the
obviously he was
gospel?
martyred, but
What context
I'd
is
feel more
missing?
comfortable looking at the context of the scripture before answering your exaggerated question.
What was exaggerated
Well,
about
it's staged. It's staged to you're trying to find something that I might not be unsure of, and that's why you're framing the question.
No, that's your presumption. No, that's your presumption. Is I'm trying to find something
No,
that you're
that's
not aware of.
I'm 99% sure that's what you're doing.
Well, it's a shame that 1% was correct, wasn't it?
Well, I wouldn't put
because
my
that's
money
not
on
what
the
I'm doing.
1%.
Well, it's funny that you're saying that my presumption of what Stephen was doing is wrong and ill-founded, while you yourself are operating on a presumption about me. Like, do you not see the irony of that, Bruce? Do you not see how that's a little silly?
Well, overall, I don't take discussing scripture with you seriously. You don't believe
No. But when you say that my conjecture about Stephen, when we know Stephen's behavior in the story to be the behavior that he exhibited, you say that that's just fantasy land and that's just like thinking like a Disney
what you
movie. But
believe.
when you presume my actions and what my motivations are, even though we don't have a book written after the fact where you can look at my motivations in their entirety like we do with Stephen, your presumption is perfectly well-founded and sincere and legitimate. That's not fantasy land when you do it, right, Bruce?
Did Stephen even exist, in your opinion, Aiden? Was he a real person?
Did Stephen even exist in my opinion? I mean, like, I don't know of any archaeological evidence that points to him existing, so I don't know.
Okay, so
he could have existed. I don't know.
So, frankly, from your point of view, you're asking me about a martyr for Christ that you believe maybe didn't even exist.
He could have. I don't know whether or not he did.
All right, then.
There's people in the Bible we do know exist. We know Pontius Pilate existed. We know Paul existed. We have evidence for those people existing.
But you don't believe Stephen existed.
No, that's not what I said, and you know that's not what I said, Bruce. I never said I don't believe that Stephen existed. So then say that instead of you don't believe Stephen existed, Bruce. Stop trying to laden down your arguments with intellectual dishonesty. That's not what I said.
Well, what did you say? You said you don't know, right?
I said I don't know, and you just made the claim that I don't believe he exists. You just said that earlier, and that's not what I said.
Well, you acknowledge Paul existed, right?
Correct, because we have evidence of him existing.
And we have Pontius Pilate existing.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, we have evidence of him existing as well.
So what are the chances Stephen might have actually existed also? You've never considered
They're pretty good. They're pretty good chances. Like I said, there's a good chance that Stephen existed. I don't deny that, but I don't have solid evidence that he did. So why would you try to act like it's somehow like a contradiction of my statement for me to say that because I don't have any definitive evidence?
I mean, if you validated Paul's existence,
archaeology hasn't gone that far as to verify, because we don't have any archaeological evidence that he existed outside of the scripture. The scripture is the only evidence we have of somebody named Stephen existing and him being martyred for this.
Interesting.
So is that illogical of me, Bruce? Is that wrong of me?
It's an interesting logic. It's interesting.
I mean, yeah, it's my logic is based on what we know to tangibly exist and what we do not know to tangibly exist. That is pretty interesting.
Who is what we know? Who is we? When you say we know, who is that?
I mean, the sum total of human knowledge about this particular topic. The sum total of human knowledge about this particular topic dictates that the only evidence we have that Stephen the Martyr existed is found within Scripture. That doesn't mean he didn't exist, but that doesn't definitively mean that he did either.
It's just interesting you'll carry on a discussion as if he did exist.
Well, I'm saying that from the context of the Bible, and in the context of the Bible, he did exist.
But you don't believe he did necessarily. You're unsure of that.
Do you know why I'm unsure, Bruce?
Because the majority of mankind doesn't have a particular...
No. All of mankind. No. All of mankind, Bruce. The sum total of human knowledge does not it does not explain Stephen the Martyr's existence outside of the scripture. Can you prove me wrong about that? Can you demonstrate something outside of the scripture that would refute what I'm saying?
Well, there's a rock found in Jerusalem, and they claim that's where Stephen was. Is that the kind of proof you're looking for?
They
Because
claim
there's
that's
tons
where
of
he
proof
was.
like that. I mean,
Is there
you could go to
evidence that he
Jerusalem,
was there,
frankly,
that he
and-
inhabited that place? Is
Well,
there
I
like
mean-
some census with his name on it? That's how we typically find evidence of people existing, because the
there
Romans
is-
did very thorough
well,
censuses.
There's obviously, I mean, Peter existed. Do you believe Peter existed? The Apostle Peter? Oh, hi, Aiden. Troll. Gonna argue biblical topics he doesn't even believe. Gangster Ghost, what are you doing? You were on this live stream. I believe you were. I remember tuning into this live stream on Proverbs Guys, and I watched a little bit of it, and then I realized they weren't really having a scriptural Bible study, and I said, "Oh, boring," and then I tuned out. But Gangster Ghost,
I wasn't sure what's happening.
well, regardless of what's happening, Gangster Ghost, I mean, pulling it up on the panel and then letting loudmouth Aiden just make a mock and tear it all apart.
Hey, Bruce, how about you stop
that's
trying to
not really
manipulate
Christ-like,
Gangster
man.
Ghost? How about you shut up and stop trying to manipulate Gangster Ghost, Bruce? How about you go kick rocks? How about that, buddy?
How about you go
How about
take
you
an
go
ice
take
bath or something?
a long walk off a short pier, Bruce?
Well, I don't live near a pier. I live in a farmland.
You live in Gary, Indiana. You live very close to several piers.
Did you know that if you just drive 20 minutes south of Gary, Indiana, it's actually a very nice community?
Well, then why are you living in Gary?
Maybe I don't.
No, canonically in my mind, you do live
I know
in
it looks
Gary,
very
so-
close on the map, but it is at least a 50-minute drive from where I grew up.
Bruce, how many police officers have you robbed?
How many police officers?
Yeah.
Actually, what they do in Gary is they rob tow truck drivers. I knew a friend of mine, he owned a small towing company, and he literally said he stopped taking calls in Gary because they literally rob the driver. They call for a tow, the driver gets there, and they rob him under the assumption that he just has a bunch of cash on him, which sometimes they do. But he's like, man, these guys are nuts. And then the police don't do anything about it. They never arrest anyone. And they're really just the local hoodlums of the neighborhood that do those types of crimes. But there's very nice people in Gary.
So, hey,
I've done quite a bit of business out there.
I have a question for you, Bruce. Is this your show or is this Gangster Ghost
Well,
show?
it's Gangster Ghost show, obviously. I'm not hosting.
So then maybe you should stop telling him how to run his show.
Well, I will point out the hypocrisy, that he wants to carry. I mean, he claims he's a Christian. He goes on
What hypocrisy?
Proverbs Guys shows to and is involved with the discussion of Christ and the Scripture. But then, he pretty much allows you to come on his show and make a mockery of it all. It's absolutely hypocritical.
And how is that hypocrisy? How is that hypocrisy? Demonstrate that to be hypocrisy, please.
You're mocking Christianity. When you put a Bible-themed show like Proverbs Guys up on the panel and then tear it apart, make fun of everybody, point out every little flaw that
this has nothing to do with the Bible, Bruce. This has nothing to do with the Bible. This has to do with COVID. This has to do with COVID. It has nothing to do with the Bible, Bruce. You haven't even been listening to the show.
It's a bunch of drama.
You haven't even been listening to the show, have you, Bruce? You don't even, literally do not even care about the topic that's being discussed. You don't even care about the topic that's being discussed right now. You just care about coming in and stirring up the pot. That's all that you're here for.
Anyway,
you're just here to contend and cause discord. No, that's what you're here for. That's what you're here for.
You to mock God. It says so.
That's what you're here for.
It is sport of them to do.
If your refutation of my point that you're here to stir up trouble is, well, that's you. That's what you're doing. You're not denying my claim, are you? You're not denying that you're here to stir up trouble. You're not denying that you're here to cause problems. This is entertaining for you, isn't it? No, this is entertaining for you, isn't it? Rather than opening a book, rather than reading a book or watching a TV show, or rather than going on a walk or maybe going to fishing or something like that. This is what Bruce does for entertainment.
Believe me.
This is what you do for entertainment.
Well, I'm doing other stuff.
Yeah, but this
But
is what you do for
Gangster Ghost does
entertainment,
this
right?
often.
Like, this is
He
at least a
often
component.
pulls up Dan Pazzi or something on Proverbs guy, and then gets the whole atheist together, and it's a Christian bash.
He gets them together? No, he allows us to be on his show, and he allows us to speak
And
our
that's
piece in a way that isn't
hypocritical for a
censored.
Christian to do.
In a way that isn't.
It
No, it's
is.
not. Allowing somebody to speak their piece, and having a platform where people can come and speak their
A
minds is in no
logical
way
Christian
hypocritical.
would not make
That's
a
just,
mockery
it's just
to mock
against
the
your
faith.
feelings. It just hurts your feelings when you hear the things that I say, and you get your panties all up in a wad about it, so you feel a need to attack Gangster Ghost. No, you feel a need to attack Gangster Ghost, and you want to try to say that he's a hypocrite, and yet you haven't even demonstrated it to be hypocritical at all. You failed to do that.
Hey, he wants to put on the badge as a Christian, but then host a bunch of atheists to mock Christianity. That's hypocritical.
You're right. You know what? Jesus never should have hung around those tax collectors, right? He never should have hung around those harlots, and those dregs of society. No. You're right. He shouldn't have ever done that. As a matter of fact, why would Jesus ever ask to eat?
He did. He did the teaching.
Oh, really? He didn't allow them to host dinners or anything like that. He didn't allow them to get everybody together. Really, it wasn't Matthew, the tax collector, literally right after his first encounter with Jesus, that Jesus said that he was going to host a dinner at his house where all the apostles and him would be invited to attend. That didn't happen.
It is sport to a fool to do mischief, but a man of understanding hath
Yeah,
wisdom.
you can't even refute what I'm saying.
Doesn't matter what you're saying.
Yeah, you can't even refute it.
It's all nonsense anyway. It's a Kamala Harris word salad almost.
Nuh-uh. That's basically your argument, Bruce. Nuh-uh.
As a fool, it is sport to a fool, to do mischief. But a man of understanding hath wisdom. Aiden, the Bible defines you as a foolish person. You deny the existence of God altogether. You deny Christ. You deny God's spiritual power and his creation of the universe and the world we live in. You are a foolish person. Yet
I'm still waiting to see how that makes Gigi a hypocrite. I'm still waiting to hear how that makes Gigi a hypocrite.
He claims to be a Christian, but he doesn't contend for the faith. Instead, he holds a platform that actually mocks other Christians.
You literally just got finished saying that he goes on Proverbs, guys, and does contend for the faith, so that's not true.
No, well, he's involved, but he does not contend for the faith. Instead, he'll go there, witness what happened, be involved, and that's always good.
So let me get this straight. Bruce. On this stream that we're currently doing, which is about the coronavirus, which is about SARS-CoV-2 2019, where was he supposed to contend for the gospel here, Bruce? Where was he supposed to contend for Christ and contend for the gospel? Where was that in this stream? Where he could have done that.
Is that he
No. I'm asking because your claim that you literally came on here to deliver was that that's what he's doing right now. So I want you to demonstrate where he should have done that on the stream, Bruce. No, I want you to demonstrate where he should have done that on the stream. Go through the stream, find a timestamp where he should have done it, and then maybe point it out to him in the comments section afterwards. Otherwise, shut up. And get out of here.
Here's what it is. You post a video from a Christian channel, and then you get a stupid atheist like Aiden to just mock it the whole time.
See, you don't even have any actual Christian material to contend with, so now you have to go to, it's a Christian channel.
For the gospel. Instead, you're just giving heed to some drama that makes Christians look terrible, frankly. I mean, whatever situation that these two people went through and that are sharing, it doesn't edify anyone or anything or give any glory to God to just make fun of it. And that's directly to you, Gangster Ghost. You're literally making fun of these people's experience and the testimony that they're claiming to have. You shouldn't go on Proverbs, guys, if you're just going to take their show and allow people to just make fun of it, man.
No, I don't. I was came on here and Aiden came on here and wanted to watch it.
Brother, you don't want to give
I've had an epiphany. I've had an epiphany.
He's not going to bring glory to God. He's not going to make Christians look good, brother.
So I realized that the only reason why Bruce is here, is in order to try to get me to stop covering this content. So Gangster Ghost, could you please play the video so that we can continue covering the content? Thank you, buddy.
So what overall happened to
I
these
got
people?
served an emergency hearing for
They got arrested.
Sum
Well,
it
if you
up for
actually
me,
listen
Aiden.
to what they're saying,
What's
no.
going
I
on
want
with these
you to
people?
listen to their words. I could summarize it all day long, but I want you to hear from the horse's mouth. You listen to their words,
Fill
and
me
then
in.
you can
Fill
make
me
that.
in, and then we'll
No, you
carry
can
on
make
from
that
where we
choice for
go.
yourself. Your manipulative attempt to stop the playing of this video is seen for what it is. Gangster goes, please play the video.
Well, you stop it every 30 seconds anyway to make a comment, but tell me what's going on
Yeah,
with these
well,
people.
we're
What do they
gonna
do?
play the video. Sorry, Bruce, we're gonna play the video.
All right.
Hi, Miss
Hi,
Alba.
Deviant. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Can you hear me okay?
You got to tell us the
Yeah, we
future.
can hear you.
What's gonna if the world ends on New Year's? You got to tell us so we know.
We'll definitely tell all of you, but it's a
I'm
couple
glad
of
the
hours.
ending of the world obeys time zones.
It makes it so much easier, you know.
Yeah, it's like he like roasts sections of the earth. You know, it's
Wait,
like
hang
you're
on. We can't go past Indiana yet. We're still in Eastern time. We got to wait an
It's
hour
like
to
Korean.
Central time, and then we can wipe it
It's
out.
like Korean barbecue. You've got to like cook it in sections in order to make sure that the whole thing is cooked properly. Oh my
means I
God,
won't
the
be here for
firewall
it.
in Indiana is about to spread over. We've only got 30 seconds, guys. Oh no!
Yeah, me and Tim won't be here. So good luck with that.
Yeah, I'll at least know that for a couple of sweet, beautiful hours, Bruce, you'll be gone and everything will be okay. I'm just joking. I'm joking.
I think it's a few days, actually. I don't think it's a few hours. Well, I think it's a few years actually. Yeah, the 7-year tribulation.
Oh yeah, when's that happening? Do you know when the tribulation's gonna start, Bruce?
Bruce is
Well,
like,
it's getting there.
7 years tribulation. Looks at the clock. Yeah, about 7 years.
Well, the Jehovah's Witnesses, they made a few assumptions and they were wrong.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
just
counting them.
imagine a bunch of Christians in the 7th century AD be like, that Muhammad guy, you know, he's the Antichrist. Any day now, he's gonna conquer the whole world and make it his. You know, I don't know. That Genghis Khan guy in the 1200s, you know, that guy's gonna conquer the whole world. He's the Antichrist. It's gonna happen any day now. That Mehmet.
I mean, imagine the
Bye.
bubonic plague.
I watched a really good documentary on Saudi Arabia the other
I'm
day.
sure.
What a fascinating history of that nation. And it's all within the last, 250 years. It's just incredible. I want to study more of the Ottoman Empire. It's like, they're still, it's like, they're still around.
Bruce, I did ask PGs if they wanted to have a show on here. Only one I got was Dan.
Well,
Aiden,
I'll only
you
do
need a
that if you
co-host,
shut
brother.
the show down, GG, and cordon it off so that only I am able to be on here because
Gangster
I don't
Ghost,
want to be called out.
We should just co-host and then just contend for the gospel, man. Me and you. Me and you.
I mean, you're
we'll
on the
just-
show right
you wanna
now. What you're asking for is to be granted host privileges so you can kick whoever you want. But I'm the one that's trying to manipulate GG's show, right? I'm the one that's trying to manipulate him and get him to do what I want. But you're the one literally asking for the authority to be able to mute and kick people out of the show. Okay, Bruce, your
GG,
motives aren't transparent at all.
We can put a muzzle on atheists if you give me the
Yeah, your
ability to
motives
host.
aren't transparent whatsoever, Bruce.
That's not.
Well, I won't be like Dan, just mute you when you're.
We all
say
know you
something a
want to
little
mute
contradicting
Aiden
yourself.
all the time. We know that. Come on.
Yeah, and you know what you have in common with Aiden?
What?
Deny Christ.
I'm not. Am I denying?
Oh, is Aiden having
I
trouble?
guess I am in a way.
You're choosing not to believe.
Bruce, I've got a serious question for you. And this isn't an attack whatsoever.
What's up, teddy bear?
But if you're so worried about what's going on somebody else's channel, why aren't you streaming and reaching people and bringing them to Jesus? Or
Good
even preach to the
question.
choir? I mean, this ain't an attack. I'm just asking.
I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm worried, but when it's right in front of me, I'm going to call it out. If it's on my news feed, and you know, you send me a link to come on, I'm gonna call it out, but it doesn't keep me up at night.
Okay, but that
Well,
still doesn't answer my
sometimes.
question. Why don't
Yeah,
you?
that doesn't answer his question at all.
I mean, I'm being honest. I mean, I streamed just, you know, the other day for my, you know, it's been a while, you know, because I wanted to have fun. So I streamed. I didn't have to worry about fighting because that's my rule. You know, like when I have a semi-trivia night, no talking about religion, politics, or, you know, fighting, or I'll kick your ass out, period. You know, but you're complaining about how somebody else is running their show.
Rather
Why
than
don't
just
you-
making
You
his
know,
own show and doing
quite a
his
few
own
old
thing.
guys take up streaming. You know, it's like it to me. It's just a time thing. You know, it's like I don't
Okay,
have
so you'd
time.
rather
But
come
you
in
have
and
time
complain
to
and bitch
be
and
on
moan and
here.
distract
Yeah,
I
you
know,
have time
that's
to
the
be on here.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean, guys.
I guess that was Aiden telling me tag. I'm in. Until he comes back.
Alberta doesn't have 5G.
It's not that we don't want to hear it. It's just a question like,
I've thought about it. Just I ain't got
let
time.
Gigi
And
run his channel the way he wants to, and
You know, I mean, and the point is,
and
You know,
about
you will always
Christianity
be
that he
welcome
claims
here.
to be a part of. You guys
But
got to
he
realize,
chooses-
you know, when you allow a bunch of atheists, such as yourselves, to pretty much ridicule another Christian channel that we all kind of tune into.
but
I mean,
you
come
guys,
on. Like,
you guys
how are you-
fight all the time. Christians fight amongst themselves all
Right.
the time. What's the
I don't know
difference?
how many times I've heard you
I mean,
complain about the
yesterday
PGs.
yesterday on Daniel's show, you were fighting with those guys. You're all in the same faith. You all believe in the same Christ. You have different
But see,
ideas
Deviant,
about
we
it
don't.
or how
That's
to
not
practice it.
necessarily true. I know that's not true. We don't believe in the same faith. We
Well,
believe
you
in the
do.
same
You all
God,
believe-
but the way we receive that salvation, we believe differently, and that's why there's a little bit going back and forth there. They
Yeah, but
believe
what I
in
mean
salvation in a
is-
whole nother way.
What I mean is that it's not true that it creates some sort of contention because there are atheists here. Aren't Christians supposed to interact with others? You know,
Yeah,
how-
and
that's
when-
what
how-
that's what I was alluding to with the whole like Jesus breaking bread with tax collectors
Right.
and you know like one of the Pharisees' accusations toward Jesus was that he spends time with publicans and sinners, is it not?
Right. And the thing about it is, Bruce, what if there is an atheist that's sitting here that, you know, doesn't speak out because, you know, possibly, you know, being ostracized or shunned or the fear of it at least, you know, so they come here because there's a little bit of everything. They can have fun and still listen to, you know, things about Jesus, because I keep saying this, you know, and Gigi, I hope you can back me up if you remember me saying it, or anybody, but I've always said that I am more likely to come back, or not, I can't even say I was there, but go to, you know, Jesus, be saved because of people like Gigi, like Christian Pike, because of even Josh to a point. I mean, he gets to a point that, you know, then it's a little bit too much. But, you know, what do you want, Bruce? Just to, you know, everybody that agrees with each other to hang out? I hate to tell you this. You can't hang out on PGs because you don't agree with them. You think every Calvinist, you know, is wrong. So how do you talk?
Well, they are.
Okay.
So
okay.
you go on
That's
you
fair
go on the
enough. No,
public's
that's
guys
fair
to
enough. But my
contend with
point
them.
being is, you know, instead of telling everybody how they're wrong, have a discourse or a discussion. I mean, me and Aiden don't see eye to eye on a lot of
How
stuff.
do you have a
At
logical
least have a
discussion
with
when you're
him.
opposed by 6 other people?
Bruce,
hard.
you put yourself in that circumstance. You put yourself
I'm
on
fully
this
aware
show.
of that.
And
So
But I'm
then
not the
don't
one
complain,
saying that I'm
then don't
offended.
complain about the circumstances you're in when you put yourself in those circumstances,
Right.
Bruce.
Did you not
don't
know that there
say
were going to be
you're
atheists on the
offended,
panel? Because you keep
but
saying, you know,
your
there's always
actions
atheists in
say
here.
that.
But if the host claims to be a Christian, but yet he allows,
no.
But yet he
Yeah,
does
so
something
because
I don't want him to
another
do,
Christian,
so I'm just
then
going to
I
bitch
will
and
call that
complain
out.
about it.
Christians are allowed to have hobbies, aren't they? Every Christian
Good point,
isn't a
Deviant.
full-time minister or priest or deacon or a monk.
Lupin,
People have-
Stump,
people
Steven, even Dan have all had this discussion
the
with
right
Gangster Ghost.
to do what
Okay, but
they
doesn't make
Yeah,
want
any
they've all
in
tried
their
to
life,
manipulate
as long
Gangster
as it
Ghost, just like
doesn't
you've tried to
infringe
manipulate
on
Gangster
other
Ghost, Bruce.
people's rights. I was talking, very much trying to talk. Why is everyone trying to talk over me?
Talk louder.
Well,
Go ahead, Deviant.
I shouldn't
Shut up,
have to
Bruce.
scream to make a point.
Right. No, I apologize, Deviant.
It's okay.
All caps. Go ahead, though,
Every-
Deviant. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That was kind of
I
funny,
get
though.
that we're all a bit worked up. We're all
All
a
right,
bit worked
let's
up.
let Deviant speak.
Everyone, whether you are Christian or not, has the right to have free time, hobbies. Being a Christian doesn't mean that the one single thing you're allowed to do is practicing your faith and talking about your faith. You're allowed to talk about the weather. You're allowed to talk about, I don't know, the price of socks. And you're allowed to do that with whomever, whenever. And this is Gangster Ghost's free space to be who he is and be with the people that he enjoys having around. And
Also-
it's not right for anyone. That includes me, that includes Aiden, Teddy, and it includes you,
Right.
Bruce. It's not right for us to come in and tell him how to run his channel.
It's manipulative, and
Oh.
I also want to add
It's
that he's trying
hypocritical,
to
and
act
it's
like the
been stated.
Proverbs guys are like some difference to Gangster Ghost, but the Proverbs guys try to get atheists on their channel all the freaking time.
Right.
They try to do open evolution's a myth, prove us wrong. This is a myth, prove us wrong. They try to get atheists on to argue with them all the time, Bruce. So what are you talking about?
And they could defend their faith.
Yeah, and guess what? The exact same thing can occur here, but you're just spending the entire time complaining about it. You know what? I'm not going to let you get us
Who
off of
defends
the
the
original
faith?
topic. No, Bruce, I'm not going to let you get us off of our original topic. Gigi, can you please pull up the video?
Yes.
We're going to pull up the video and we're
Okay,
going to keep talking about it because I'm not going to let Bruce divert the stream away to what he wants the show to be about.
Yeah, let's keep making fun of Proverbs,
Okay.
guys.
Mr. Rain, you want to have a show? You can, if you want one. I can set
Can
one
I
up for
kick
you.
people off and mute them when they
You
oppose me?
see? You see
It's
what
your
I mean?
channel. It's your
All right.
channel.
If you want to have a show, Bruce, then you make your own channel and you do whatever the hell you want
Oh,
on your
actually,
channel.
sorry about
Bruce.
that, Gigi. That's a nice offer too, by the way. Can I say something before we start this? You know, what I don't understand is that why are the Christians always going at Gigi? You know, the problem with that is, and I don't know how many times, and if anybody wants to call me a liar, I'll go back, you know, and go through every stream there ever been to prove you wrong, because I know at least me, Deviant, and Aiden, you know, most of the time, you know, when Gigi says, can I do, or can I, first thing we say, it's your channel, you do what you want. Why is it the Exians are the ones that are going at Gigi and then also questioning his Christianity? You know, is it so awful that the atheists love, you know, a Christian so bad that will protect him, you know, and want to hang out with him and, you know, what have you?
It's because they hate what we have to say, Azzo.
No,
That's
no,
what
I
it is.
realize
That's what
that.
it comes
I
down
realize
to.
that.
No,
Well,
you
we like
hate,
them.
Bruce, you hate what we have to say. That's why we never ask for you to get muted. That's why we never ask for you to get censored. We never ask for you to be curtailed in what you say and do. That never happens on our end. We're never the ones always advocating that you get censored all over the place. But according to you, we just hate the word of God so much. We hate the contention. We hate
Well,
the
you're just
Bible.
calling
We
the
hate
F
people
word
contending
and
for God.
rape bait
No,
them.
no, no. We don't ask you to be muted and censored. You ask for us to be muted and censored because you are the one that hates what we have to say. You're the one that
Yeah,
hates
'cause it
that there
mocks
might just
God.
be a bit of truth in what we're saying. And you hate the fact that you have to contend with that in your mind and you have to think about it critically. You hate that.
It's hard to really host a Bible study when you have to argue with an atheist.
That has
You know,
nothing
bringing
to
up
do with what I
scripture
just said. That
when
has
he overall
nothing
believes
to
it's
do
just
with
a
what I
fairy
just
tale
said,
anyway.
Bruce. That had nothing to do with what I just said.
I'm just
What
saying.
I was saying is that the fact that we don't contend for your censorship ever, but you contend for our censorship every chance you get, goes to show that you hate what we have to say. You hate our message. You hate our criticism, and you hate it because you realize that maybe, just maybe, there might be a bit of truth in what we're saying.
Because it's a stain to Christianity.
Oh, you hate it
mocks
because
God,
nothing that
it
we
mocks the
say,
faith.
nothing that we say can diminish the glory of God, according to your book, Bruce. Nothing
Bruce,
that
most
we
of the people-
say
Go ahead.
can diminish it. Nothing we say can lessen it. Nothing that we say should be able to shake your faith or anything about it. And yet, you always get upset and you always get your panties in a twist about it, which just goes to show you don't have enough faith in God, Bruce, because if you did, you would realize he'd take care of it on his own and that he functionally doesn't really care about the niggling little comments of a couple of people on YouTube. But you do care.
Oh, you're going to... Oh, okay.
You
What
care.
assumption?
You're the one that cares. No, it's not an assumption. It's shown in your actions, you nitwit.
But I'm going to use an Exian argument here. You know, Bruce, what if this is God's will or his plan, and you're going against that plan? Maybe he wants atheists in here and GG to do the work that he's doing. Maybe he's called to do what he is doing.
Dan, nobody called you
maybe.
to be Dan.
And then also, you know, you argue with other Christians too. I mean, it's not just atheists you have a problem with, Bruce.
Well, every
No, he tries
Christian
to have
doesn't
an
believe in
argument
the
with
common
everyone.
salvation, and the
He
majority of
tries
them
to have
that
an
I
argument with
don't.
every group of people that he's in.
Right.
He tries to argue with the Proverbs guys every time he's at the Proverbs guys. He tries to argue with Daniel every time he's on Daniel's show. He argues here every single opportunity that he has to argue here. It's not a matter of Christianity versus atheism. That's a front that Bruce is using to disguise the fact that he's addicted to argument. He's addicted
You know who
to
I don't argue with?
contention. He's
You want to know
addicted
someone
to
I don't argue with?
discord, and
You
he's
wanna know
addicted
someone
to
I haven't argued
causing
with?
discord.
How come I haven't argued with Tim about any doctrinal subjects?
You're addicted to arguing, Bruce.
So are you. That's why you're here.
You're addicted.
What?
At least I have faith for what I'm arguing
No,
for.
I was actually arguing about something that had nothing to do with you whatsoever until you insinuated yourself into the conversation, Bruce.
Right.
No, it's a total hypocrisy. You're
Poor
mocking
Aiden
God.
crying about his persecution. No, I
What
wasn't
would you
crying about being
expect an atheist
persecuted
to
at all
do, Bruce?
whatsoever. I was pointing out that you as well, Dan, you are also one of the people that also constantly tries to censor people.
Right.
Tries to censor people's words, tries to censor what people can or can't say.
Well, he probably
Dustin
voted for Kamala
has called
Harris.
you out
He's
for
probably
that
a
as well.
socialist.
He's also called that out as well. So the
Yeah,
fact
but-
of the matter is that you people are obsessed with controlling the narrative. You are desperate to try and control every fact and facet of the narrative that exists because you're control freaks.
Actually,
and
you
you're
are. That's why
insecure.
you're still talking.
No, as a matter of fact, I'm talking because you decided you were going to come into
Why
this
can't-
room
why
that
can't
I
you-
was
why
already
can't you
in,
get your
Bruce,
message
and
across
insert
in
yourself
3
into the
sentences?
conversation.
How come
That's
every
why I'm
statement you
having
make
this.
is like 6 sentences in a paragraph? Like you just keep going and going. Like get your point across. Like what are you saying?
How come your sentence, even if it is one sentence, is somehow even more incomprehensible and laden with
'Cause it's-
gibberish
you're
than
just
6
giving
of
a
mine?
big word
One sentence
salad.
of yours is laden with far more gibberish than 6 of mine, Bruce.
You know, you give this big word salad, and next thing you know, we're listening for 60 seconds trying to figure out.
Oh no,
what
you
you're
actually
trying
have to
say.
think. Oh no, you actually have to think and use your head and contend with the words that I'm saying and do a little bit of effort in order to understand. I'm sorry, Bruce. You want me to dumb it down for you?
Yeah, get to the
Want me
point.
to make it a
Don't-
little more simple for you? I'm sorry. I'll make sure to diagram everything I say on a whiteboard.
Oh, don't dumb it down that I can't.
That you can
I
follow
won't Google
along
stuff
with
as
what I'm
much.
saying.
Well, I mean, why write 3 paragraphs when you could write
I'm
3
speaking.
sentences and
I'm
still get the
speaking.
point across?
It's not writing, but okay.
Yeah,
Still, same thing. It's just use your
Same
choice of
thing. No,
words.
it's literally not though.
but either way, does it change the message, Bruce?
Well, I know Aiden wanted to be a writer, I think, right? Is that right, Aiden?
I literally write in my spare time. I just don't release it to people.
There
like
you go.
writing.
So that's the
Somebody that
rambling.
knows
That's
what
the
Aiden
writer in you.
knows, he writes. You know, that's a given. You know, people like Aiden have to write, get their thoughts out there. A lot like Earl.
I
That's
do
what I
lots of
respect
creative
about
writing,
you.
but like I keep it to myself because
Right.
I'm not all about trying to like puff myself up and make myself into be like something more than I am. So swing and a miss, Bruce.
Oh, Mr. Rain, I had a Dan show the other night.
Aiden brags about talking until those he disagrees with leaves. What a liar! What am I lying about, Dan?
Wait a second. We need a spell check.
Don't indulge.
LIAR. That helps a little bit, Dan. Liar.
Well, he doesn't know how to spell plenty of things. That's like been made abundantly obvious at this
No,
point.
then it's going to
Yeah,
be
you
his
see, I'm a
personal
writer. I'm
picking
very
up his
sophisticated
learning
in my
disability.
words, and I can always exaggerate the definition of the topic.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bruce. It's not.
describing.
I'm sorry. I'll be mush mouth like you from now on. Sorry about that.
Please.
Yeah, I'm going to use a
let's-
bunch of long words with long
let-
definitions
Hey, Deviant,
to
talk
really
to
just
Bruce,
kind of
please.
exaggerate the point and to just take up the time.
Let's watch
The video.
the video.
Yeah.
Good idea, Deviant.
What's even
Oh,
going
one more
on in
thing.
this video? No one even knows.
Shut your stupid mouth for 2 seconds and listen, you invalid.
Well, then you're gonna stop it 30
Shut up.
seconds in, and then
Bruce, shut
make
up.
fun of something
Hey,
he
Bruce,
says.
shut
Like,
up. Hey,
what's
Bruce.
the scenario
Bruce,
that's
shut up.
happening?
Video, Bruce.
Shut up, Bruce.
Well, they just
Hey, Bruce, shut up.
Oh,
well, what's going
Play the
on?
video. Hey, Bruce, shut up. Let's play the video.
Well, what's going on in the
Shut up,
video?
Bruce, let's play the video.
Well, why don't can someone fill me in on what's going on?
Well,
in
you'll
this
see what's
episode?
going on when we. You're like the guy in a movie that asks every 3 seconds what's going on. Just watch the freaking movie and you'll know what's going
if I
on.
knew
Idiot.
the plot of the movie, but
Well, then if you watch the movie, you'd know the plot, wouldn't you?
Why-
Rather than
why are
leaning
they
in and asking your dad every
They were
5
just
seconds.
getting into
What's
it,
that
Bruce.
guy doing now?
I would like to know what's going on before I dedicate listening to it for 15 minutes and hearing.
No, you don't. You're just trying to filibuster. So shut
Why are
up
they
and
suing?
let the video play.
Why are they suing?
Because they're not happy.
Gangster Ghost,
That's all
please
I
just
got
play
out
the
of it so
video.
far, to be honest, Bruce. That's why, about the time it got stopped,
If we
they were
want,
just getting into
Okay,
it.
so we're kind of
Just play the video, please.
a divorce hearing that was served to me after I made
God,
the
he's so
criminal
quiet.
complaints, and they asked for a settling of the entire divorce.
I
after,
could hear his
they,
ambient noise louder than
reported
him.
criminal charges.
That's why I did have to turn it
I'm
up.
trying to
now.
figure out
Then
what's going
after,
on. You won't
when
tell
I
me.
sued,
No.
right? I mean, the
Just-
if you
whole
listen
hearing
Why
was
did
on
you
the
sue?
same
Let it
talk,
play,
day,
we'll
just let it
find
play.
out.
Who got
2017.
divorced?
Just
So
let it
rather
play.
than letting
Bruce,
my
the
daughter
butler
and
did it.
myself
There you
into
go,
the
you're
court,
filled
we got arrested going into the court by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who were actually
Why did they get arrested?
some of the
All right.
they were
No,
the
no, no, no,
defendants
no.
on that.
No.
See, you got to fill me in.
Pause.
I
And
don't
at that
understand the
point in
plot.
time-
What's going
pause.
on?
Something that Dan said in the side chat. Really? Really, Dan? Oh, I'm sorry. Am I supposed to be grieving the way that
Ooh,
you
that's
want me
salty.
to grieve?
That's
You
a
want me to
salty
grieve-
one, Dan.
You want me to grieve the way that I want? Oh, a friend in quotes, right? Because you knew him personally, right, Dan?
I wouldn't have said
You
that,
knew-
Aiden. That was
you knew
mean.
him personally, right, Dan? You talked with him in person on a
That was
regular
mean,
basis,
Dan.
right,
It wasn't
Dan?
very nice.
No, it wasn't nice at all. It was extremely rude and it was extremely insensitive. And quite frankly, Dan, like,
tell
what
him
am I
not
supposed to be grieving
to
the way that
speak.
you want me to, Dan? Is that what it is?
It's
Am I
okay to
supposed
cry, Aiden.
Am I supposed to be? No, you know what? How I handle this is none of Dan's fucking business.
It's okay, dude. I mean, you could cry.
It's none of his goddamn business whatsoever. So, hey, Dan, how about you shut the fuck up and kick rocks, bitch? Let's play the video.
Now that was uncalled for, Aiden.
No,
that
it
wasn't very
wasn't.
nice either.
No, it
That
wasn't.
wasn't nice what Dan said, but there's no need to use profanity on Gangster Ghost channel.
Play the video.
Bruce, have you ever used a swear word on Gangster's channel before? Yes or no?
I'm trying to limit
I'll
my
read it.
driving because I find whenever I do slip up and swear, it's when I'm driving.
Okay, but you still do the same thing you're accusing Aiden of doing, just as
No,
I do.
I'm pretty good at that. I don't think I've ever dropped any F-bombs.
Wow. Okay.
Got to be blameless, brother. I have control of that tongue.
Yeah.
Can we
you do a
play the
good job
video,
of that,
please?
too.
I'm not perfect, but
Can
I've
we-
definitely grown up with that.
We got
Please
arrested going
let
into
us
the court,
watch
in
the
case,
video, and if
you
people
want to
can,
talk a little bit
But I
about
don't know
what
what's
happened.
going
never
on. Why did you get arrested? Who got
understand
divorced?
what's
Why
going
Okay,
on.
Bruce,
doing-
you're
Stop
literally doing
talking.
nothing but intentionally just trying to fucking
Yes.
filibuster
I
over the
just
show.
asked you if you
Shut
could
up!
fill me
Shut
in.
up, Bruce.
Shut
Shut up. Bruce,
Hold
shut up and let
käften.
the video play.
But I don't know what's going on. Why were they
Bruce.
arrested?
Men ingen
Bruce.
vet det, ditt jävla
He's trying to
ägghuvud.
rage bait, Deviant. That's what he's trying to do.
No,
He's
Yeah,
I'm
trying to
not.
rage
I
bait.
don't
I know.
No,
understand
he's
what's
trying to
going
rage bait.
on.
Play the video, please, Gangster Ghost.
Bruce.
But-
Hold on,
yes,
Bruce,
Gangster Ghost.
You want to have a show? I'll set one up for you. We could have a co show one day.
I've been thinking about
What will
that,
be-
Gangster Ghost, and that might be fruitful. I've been
Aiden
really
using bad language on
considering
the
doing a
YouTube
message
channel.
about
Hey, Dan.
being born again. And I think it'd be
Yeah.
good to just have a clear gospel presentation on how the gospel is truly received. And that's when a man,
I I asked you before about having a show, and you didn't
Dan
want to, I
Posey says
guess.
Aiden using bad language on GG's channel. Yeah, hey Dan, how
Dan,
about
that was a trap, man. That wasn't nice at all. You need to go to confession, man.
How about you stop fucking worrying about it and get off my fucking jock, bitch? How about that, Dan?
Yeah. At our age,
Yeah.
Aiden, that ain't cool, man. It's
no,
real.
I think Dan needs to get off my jock is what he needs to do.
Dan, go help
doing.
all those other kids that are dying in your state in California that live on the street and die of fentanyl poison. Let them use their bathroom, Dan.
You're a disgusting human being, Dan, and I would ask you to be ashamed of yourself and say that you should be ashamed of yourself, but knowing you, you're incapable of having any shame towards yourself because you're an empty vessel of a human being with a sad, pathetic existence.
Did that prick your heart, Aiden?
You know, Bruce, when somebody talks about somebody that just died in my life that I knew personally, yeah, it did prick me in my heart, so to speak. Yeah, it did get me upset. So yeah, congratulations, Dan. If your modus operandi was to get me upset by talking about somebody that was very close to me, that I knew on a personal level, and that died a tragic, unfortunate death that was well before the time that he was supposed to die, yeah, that's going to get me upset. That's going to get me frustrated, and that's going to make me yell at you because you are a soulless motherfucker if you say something like that.
Was it an accident or something like that?
You perished in a climbing accident.
A climbing?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm very, very sorry, Aiden, and I'm even more sorry that there are people like fucking Dan Posey.
He was one of the people yesterday where when everybody else was like everyone else was trying to get on my case and be like, oh, you're a hypocrite for thinking that, Aiden, or Lupin tried making a joke about that guy's death. You know, Dan was one of the few people in that conversation who was like, you know, Aiden, I'm really sorry for your loss. I'm sorry that happened to you. And that was something I genuinely appreciate. It was something I really needed in that moment, was for somebody to just drop all the internet bullshit and actually express a little bit of goddamn empathy. And that's what he did. But guess what? Dan just expressed that was a bunch of bullshit. That wasn't real, that he didn't believe any of that, because he just did the exact same thing that Lupin did and that Bubblegum did. He took the death of somebody that I personally knew and used it to throw it in my face for internet clout. Well, go fuck yourself, Dan. You are a piece of absolute garbage, and you should know that what you did was fundamentally wrong. Yeah, I am triggered, Bruce. What the fuck about it, bitch?
Why are you gonna let some guy on the internet make
what the fuck about it, bitch?
Because you can't turn off your actual emotions, your empathy, and your love for someone just because you're on the internet.
I had someone do something kind of similar. I'm not comparing it in any way, but I actually, as a family member of mine, they really said some very cruel things about a friend of mine that died. He died suddenly. He was a drug addict, but you know, I didn't let it bother me as insulting as it was.
I am, right, Bruce? You're just so much better than I am, right? Fuck you.
But I'm just saying, you can't. If you let what other people say actually have an impact on you.
Hey, Bruce, fuck you.
Thanks, but if you really let what other people say have an effect on you, you'll drive yourself crazy. That's no way to live your life.
So you don't have you don't take anything that people say to you to heart.
Well,
nothing.
Hey Bruce,
like,
how about you go watch? How about you go watch?
I mean,
how about you go watch this video that
day.
you're all confused about? How about you go watch this video that you're all confused about on the Proverbs Guys channel and get the fuck out of here? How about that?
Well, hey, I'm sorry.
How about you fuck off, Bruce?
Aiden,
no,
but...
Bruce. How about you fuck off, bitch?
Well, do you do that kind of stuff? Do you like go climbing and
get
go outdoor?
the fuck out of here,
Bruce?
No, I don't have to.
Why are you dragging
things
up? If he wants to talk about it, he will talk about it.
Get out.
I think you should get out.
Bruce,
you're mad.
get out.
No,
you're upset.
Get out.
Get out, Bruce. This is not okay. This
Gangster Ghost. I don't have to get out. I'll be quiet. I'm
Bruce,
sorry.
Either get out or shut the fuck up.
I'll mute myself.
Good. Make sure you keep it that way, bitch.
Okay, I'll only unmute myself when I have something to say, but I'll mute myself. Is that okay, Aiden?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Will you play the video, Gigi? Aiden?
It wasn't me that had the video up.
No, I know. I just want to say I'm really sorry. I love you. And if I could, I would give you a big, big hug. And you don't even want to know what I would do to people like
All
that
of these
if we were
people,
close.
all of these freaking people that act like they're so empathetic, they act like they're so caring, they're so kind, their heart has been so elevated by this spirit of goodness that they try to claim in the good book and all this bullshit, and yet here is who they really are. Here is who these people really are. They're no better. If not, they're worse.
Well,
because now, shut the fuck up, Bruce.
Well,
shut the fuck up. No, you shut up. Shut up.
Are.
I don't want to fucking hear it from you right now. Shut up.
Yeah, well, you know what?
I'm not done fucking speaking, Bruce. So how about you shut your stupid fucking mouth? And
well, that's why we are the way we are.
No, you
that's
let
how
me
you are to
speak.
us.
Because I'm
shut up. That's not how he is towards you. He's never done anything like it to any of you, ever.
I disagree.
Disagreeing about
Give me an example.
Is
Give me
not
an example.
the same thing, so shut up.
So someone brought up an emotional topic, and now Aiden's just unstable.
Fucking respect. Be a fucking human being and show some empathy.
Hey, I'm not the one that's using the F word and calling people female dogs.
Oh my god, yeah, that's just as bad as what you've been doing, right, Bruce?
Okej, ska jag säga det till dig på svenska istället? Håll käften, ditt förbannade jävla rövhål!
Fart up!
Du har ingen aning om vad jag säger, så håll
You're talking so fart, deviant.
Vet du vad jag säger nu? Bruce, du är så
trevlig. I can't understand because you're speaking so fartingly.
Jag håller på att dö av spya i min mun på grund av vad jag säger till dig just nu, men det är okej.
What's the fart limit up there, deviant?
So you have no idea what I said.
Bruce, do you feel better about yourself when you say things like that?
Do you feel better when you call someone F and B words?
No. I asked you first, Bruce.
No. Not necessarily.
Bruce, it sure was one sad day when you slithered out of the abortion bucket, huh?
I don't think my parents ever considered that. They were happily married.
Well, that's a tragedy.
No, it's very fortunate of that. They still are.
Yeah, well, fortunate for you, maybe. Not fortunate for the rest of humanity.
Yeah. I had a good friend of mine die last Christmas, right in between this time, actually, right in between Christmas and
Do you think he appreciates you using his death as a means to try and put yourself above somebody else on a YouTube chat? Do you think he appreciates
No, it's just, dude, it's sad, bro.
No. But do you think he appreciates that, though, Bruce?
I'm just trying to relate in a way, Aiden, that's all.
No, you're not. That's the thing, is that you're not, Bruce. If you were trying to relate to me, then I wouldn't be as upset as I am right now. But I know that that's not what you're trying to do.
I mean, all it takes is a comment to make you this upset. So, I mean.
Yeah,
Hello?
you're right.
Can you hear me?
Takes one comment in the chat.
I'm upset over the death of somebody that was personally close to me. You're right, Bruce. As I said, I've shared with you. That speaks so lowly of my character that I would be willing to get upset over the fact that somebody is wiping their ass with the death of somebody that was close to me.
So your anger is valid.
No, that speaks so lowly of my character, right, Bruce? I'm just such a horrible person for doing that, right, Bruce?
You're unable to maintain a conversation because you're so upset.
Bruce, can you give me a second to say hi and
hi, Josh. Welcome.
Just 1 second, Bruce. Hi everyone. Thank you for having me. Happy New Year's. I just wanted to tell you guys that I'm scared because there's a lot of yelling, and I understandably so. And I'm sorry, Aiden, about your friend. Bruce, as a Christian, you need to. And please just hear me out for a second, Bruce. If you don't mind just muting yourself.
Tell me how terrible I am, Josh.
No, if you don't mind just muting yourself so that you don't get the urge to like jump in the middle of my sentence.
All right, but I just want to point out you're going to degrade my character.
Maybe not. Maybe if you stop assuming what I'm going to do and just listen, maybe it might help. But the point is that as Christians, I'm not referring about you. I'm just referring as Christians in general, that we need to know when we've made someone upset, and rather than trying to deflect and soften the situation, sometimes the best thing to do is just apologize, either step away or just do what someone's asking you. As a Christian, you know, when you make someone upset, you shouldn't keep trying to aggravate them and push the point. I mean, Aiden's clearly upset, and you need to use your spiritual discernment to say, hey, you know what? Believer or not, I made this person upset. Whether I understand how I made them upset or not, they're telling me that they're upset, and I need to do something to either ask for forgiveness or to calm the situation down. I'm not here to diminish your character, Bruce. I'm here to try to get things back under control so that Gangster can run his show, and so that you don't continue to trigger Aiden even more. I'm not going to sit here and say who's right and wrong.
It's not even him that really did much of any kind of triggering or anything. Like, he did help. He did exacerbate the issue by handling it the way that he did. But that was like 90% Dan that caused me to react the way that I did. And the reason
you can take
why
it
I
out on me,
reacted,
Aiden.
you know
take
what,
it out
Bruce?
on me.
No. Listen, please, Bruce. The reason why I reacted so intensely to that was because I genuinely thought yesterday that Dan was actually reaching across the aisle and being empathetic. And being an empathetic human being and showing solidarity with somebody in the time of a death of another person. I thought that he was willing to do that. And he demonstrated that not only was he not willing to do that, he was willing to do the exact thing that those people were doing yesterday. That's what got me upset. Lil Deviant and Aiden showing their true colors. Yeah, you're right. My true colors are getting upset when somebody wipes their ass with the death of a close person to me, Lupin. That's my true colors.
So
right.
maybe Bruce, if you want, just for the sake of the show, so that we can watch this video, just maybe we can just do a reset. Maybe you can just ask for forgiveness, and then maybe we can just try to move forward. Aiden may not forgive you, but our responsibility as a Christian is to ask, and I think that might be a good starting point. That way we can move forward.
No, I didn't call him a female dog.
Doesn't matter. I'm sorry, Dan, or any other Christian.
So you want me? Be right back.
Is he glitching?
You can't show any more video, GG?
GG.
Why? I mean, it's okay if that's the case, but I'm just wondering. Is everything okay on your end, GG?
Yeah, don't feel bad for it, but if it's not your fault, especially. But even if you don't want to play it, that's on you, and you can do that. You kind of made our point earlier where we don't tell you what to do. We allow you to do what you want at your channel.
Oh, he got a call, so he can't.
Oh, okay.
So he's on the phone right now. So I'm sure after he's off the phone, I'm sure we can keep going. Bruce, I was literally not even talking about the Bible on this show. I was talking about something completely different. And you still felt the need to come in here, and you still felt the need to do the exact same song and dance that you do every single other time that you come in here. And it's not helping anything whatsoever. If you're coming in here in order to get people upset, in order to rage bait people, then congratulations, you helped get me even more upset than I already was. It's
because Aiden. It's because he's always working. It's because he's always working an angle. He's always trying to see some way in which he can try to assert his intelligence and point out how much him and Christianity is right above all else, rather than just being a friend and just, hey, what video are you guys watching? Oh, what's it about? Oh, okay, let me just listen and see if I can catch on. There's time for everything. There's time for happiness. There's time for sadness. There's time for anger, right? And you need to, like I said, Bruce, you need to pray on this, because you always enter all these live stream rooms. You don't gauge the room. You come in guns blazing, and then you upset everyone. So, I mean, that's really, if you ask me, something that needs to be worked on, because I do the same thing. I mean, yesterday, let me tell you a story, Aiden. I was playing video games yesterday with my friends. It was 4 of us. And one of them decided to get drunk while he was playing video games. And he decided
to rail on me for 30 minutes on the game chat about how much of a terrible person I am, about how much I use him, and how much I only call him when I want to play video games or when I want to hang out. And he just went on and on and on. And I just sat there and took it. I'm like, I'm not gonna try to provoke you even more. You're clearly upset, you know. And I ended up telling him, like, look, man, I'm sorry you feel this way. I'll make some time to go over to your house and we'll talk and we'll work it out. I don't agree with anything he's telling me because, if anything, like, I helped him get the job he has. I helped him get the house that he has. I helped him move all his stuff into his house. You know, I've always been a very good friend to him. And anytime he calls me, I go running. But the one time or a couple times that you call somebody, they think that you're trying to use them. And it's like, I'm not here to say whether he's right or wrong. Sometimes you just need to shut up, Bruce, and just let people say what's on their mind. You just need to take it and absorb it and go back and reflect and then understand. And he's right. My friend was right. You know, sometimes I only call people when I need them. But you know what? Maybe it's just, maybe that's my fault for thinking like these are good friends. Because if you have a good friend, it shouldn't be a problem. They call anytime any of my friends call me, I go running to help them. It's not a matter of whether or not, like, they might be using me. They might, but good. That's why I'm your friend. That's what I'm here for. If you're gonna call me and tell me to come over and bring you some drinks, or you're gonna call me and tell you to bring you food and I don't get to thank you, it's like, well, I chose to be your friend. And when you choose to be someone's friend, then you don't hang these things over their head. And I know you and Aiden aren't friends, but you need to be friendlier. That's my point, Bruce. Just be nicer. And I'm not the nicest guy. I cuss out everyone too. But, you know, I go back and I reflect and I try to do better. And I mean, if anyone has heard me over the past couple of months, they know that sometimes I'm just really ready to pop a fuse, and sometimes I just sit there and listen. Sometimes I engage. You know, not everyone's gonna be happy-go-lucky all the time, but when someone's upset, you need to, you know, think wiser, Bruce. That's all. Sorry. Go ahead.
That was well said, though, Josh. Sorry, Deviant. I just had to say that really quick.
Yeah. No, I was just saying that and yes, I fully agree. And as I've said many times, Josh usually has very, very insightful and level-headed commentary. So we all appreciate him for that. When I say all, I mean me and everyone who's living in my head.
Is there any room for Josh in your head, Deviant?
No, but I carry my friends in my heart.
All
so
right,
it doesn't have to. I am trying to share the video so we can play it, even though Gangster Ghost is.
No, according to Dan, who is just on the phone with Gangster Ghost, we're not allowed to play the video anymore.
Oh yes, we are. He cannot decide that. He cannot decide that.
That's a GG call. I mean,
No. He just told Gangster Ghost that we're not allowed to play the video.
Yeah,
no, I'm saying the only problem I would have with that is if GG wants to play it and it's told, which I mean, I know that's what it is.
No,
Don't get me wrong.
He said he can't play the video because Dan isn't allowing him to play it anymore. It's literally gotten so overt. This manipulation has gotten so overt to the point where Dan is literally giving Gangster Ghost directives.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there is nothing that Dan can do other than pressuring Gangster Ghost.
I mean, I'd say don't play it.
There is no just because it's in the public domain. We have the right to watch it. We have the right to comment on it. We have the right to show it on stream. The only thing that Dan can do is pressuring him and using different manipulative tactics to get his will through.
Right. Oh no, I understand that, but my point is, I don't want to put the pressure on Gigi.
No, I don't want that. I
No,
don't
I
want
know
that
you don't.
either.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I
saying
said
it. I'm saying it to put a light on what's actually
right.
going on.
Oh yeah, we see it, Deviant. I mean,
Yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah.
my
But
concern is
to
Gigi.
everyone in
Right.
that,
And I know yours is too, and Aiden's and everybody else's, and Josh. But I just don't want Gigi to feel that he has to make a choice just because Dan's pushing the pressure from that end, which really proves our point. You know, we're not, you know, trying to get Gigi or anybody else to do anything that they don't want to do on their channel. Yet here you have an outside force using, you know, the threat of, oh, you won't be allowed on our, you know, stage anymore, or you won't be an honorary PG or whatever. You know, with Dan, there's conditions with strings. You know, with us, or at least me, you know, but I'll say us, you know, it's whatever Gigi wants. And if he wants to go along with what Dan's saying, then I'll back him. You know, I don't want him to have any more stress. And, you know, plus, you know, I see some, you know,
absolutely, absolutely, yeah. Teddy. I fully agree.
Okay, yeah, I'm just make sure that this ain't an attack or pushback on you at all, girl. We're in the same camp. It just pisses me off Dan's doing this. But I'm more pissed off that, you know, Gigi's probably feeling they're all confused and, you know, possibly not everybody hates him. And we don't hate you, Gigi, whatsoever.
No, not at all.
No matter what you do or say, we will pure
keep
heart
supporting you.
Right.
This, as we have said all the time, this is your channel, and
I hope Aiden goes along.
Truly, we don't want to
about the video, but
all right.
None
I
of
just
us
got off the phone. I just got off the phone. So Dan, your manipulation attempt has failed. Deviant is going to play the video. Gangster Ghost is given permission for Deviant to continue playing the video. So Deviant is going to play the video. Dan, your attempt at manipulation has failed. We're going to keep watching it anyway.
Awesome.
Oh, sorry. I didn't time you out, Dan. Oh, wait. I guess I'm lying about that, too. Sorry. Might as well keep it consistent.
The volume is super low.
Yeah, that's why I'm...
Yes, it was even...
The logic that he used was that, oh, well, she went through all these horrible things, and I don't want Aiden talking about it. It's like, well, she was willing to talk about it on a public platform. She was willing to come forward and talk about it publicly, and if you put something out publicly, Dan, that means that you put it out for the purposes of criticism and critique and Creative Commons.
That's what I was getting ready to ask Claude. Why would he call you a pedo?
I'm sure that he's going to be right back on the phone with Gangster Ghost, crying and complaining. But Dan, this is just gotten to, it's beyond the pale, Dan. You're literally telling Gangster Ghost what he can and can't play on your show. It's beyond the pale.
Is Josh Twister too?
About how far had it been? Was it like 5 minutes?
9 minutes.
Okay.
9 minutes. That's what I had from the beginning.
I've got a question, the same one that Josh has got. Are these two people new members of the Petty Girls, or are they just visiting? Okay. Because Josh asked, and I was at, you know, that's what I was trying to do earlier, but then Bruce started his stuff just to get caught up. And they're married, I would take it, right? With the last names being the same?
No, they are, I don't know if it's like a trial period but that's what Gigi
Richardson. Yeah,
told me
they must be married.
This show yesterday that they were new. So it's father and daughter.
Father and daughter. Okay. See, that makes it a little bit clearer. I hope that helped Josh. Because I was with you. I was trying to figure out who's doing what. I don't know what exactly they were suing about, except for some climate controls, or I don't even know.
Yeah. Okay. Tell me
if I'm gonna text Gigi.
if the sound is bad. Also, give some love to Gigi. Hit the like, subscribe, and give him lots of hearts in the chat. Because Gigi is an awesome human being.
All right, are we going to play the video?
Yes. There.
Achilles says,
with the,
great to see how y'all are spending your New Year's Eve. Yes, as opposed to you, Achilles, who was spending your Christmas Eve talking about how evolution is a scam made to abuse children. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. We should have been spending our New Year's like we spent your Christmas, feeding into a delusion.
Yeah, but it's already been proven that Achilles, it has AI motorcycle videos. We proved it yesterday with the Donald Trump video.
AI motorcycle video.
Did you see it, Aiden?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, if Donald Trump could do it, Achilles can do it.
Billy, Truck Driving Billy, I saw your condolences earlier in the chat, and I didn't have an opportunity to express my appreciation. Thank you for the condolences. I appreciate it, Billy. And I appreciate everybody in the community that's offered condolences for what happened. It's, at this age, I've been very fortunate in that I haven't had to... I haven't really had to deal with death outside of elderly family members that I kind of had a good amount of notice that they were going to go beforehand. So dealing with this with somebody who was not at that point in life and who there was no warning whatsoever, it's been difficult in some aspects for sure. It's been very jarring, and I appreciate all the support from you guys, so thank you.
Whoops.
Josh keeps saying my racing videos are AI made. It proves your IQ and how well you fit in this group here. Achilles, I thought you were leaving just a few minutes ago, buddy.
I can
What
help
happened?
you.
You said you were going back to what you were doing.
I'm going to play the video now. Okay?
Yeah. We're gonna play
for the heating, ventilating, and air conditioning systems. Well, they removed a critical piece of information which relates to the efficiency that made it not work, right? So either you're mitigating disease or you're not, right? And nothing runs at 100% efficiency, so I'm like, this is wrong. And so I had to do some digging and found out where the information came from. And when I did that, I went ahead and pursued that. And when nothing was done, I went to them to place criminal complaints. And that's when a lot of the pushback started to ramp up even more. I was shut out of the detachment from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. I talked to Constable Burton Roy. I actually mentioned somebody who was in agreement with me. She got threatened by her work to not work with me. And then I ended up getting, I guess, further pushback, but I decided to go and sue them. When I decided to sue them, and actually after I made after I made the criminal complaints, I got an emergency, I got served an emergency hearing for a divorce hearing that was served to me after I made the criminal complaints, and they asked for a settling of the entire divorce after I made, reported criminal charges. Then after when I sued, right, I mean that both hearings were on the same day, on July 23rd of 2020. So rather than letting my daughter and myself into the court, we got arrested going into the court by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who were actually some of the they were the defendants on that. And in that point in time, we got arrested going into the court. And, Keisha, you want to talk a little bit about what happened when you got arrested?
Yeah, so when I got arrested, I was ragdolled on the floor by some officers, and I was thrown in the back of the police car with my backpack still on and, hands behind my back, cuffed. And they then arrested my dad, put him in the car, and then they drove me and him to a facility where they put me in a room and interrogated me with 6 or 7 male officers for like 9 or 10 in the morning until like 6 or 7 p.m. in the evening. And they searched me under my clothes in front of the male officers. They interrogated me about my dad's engineering report. They told me that I was a criminal, so I didn't deserve to speak to a lawyer, and that if I didn't, answer their questions about my dad's engineering report, then they'd put me in prison with criminals in a completely different state, and that if something happened to me on the way there, that they wouldn't be able to help me. And so then after several hours of interrogation, they drove me to my place of employment, the prison, and emptied an entire wing of the facility, actually, and held me there alone and locked me in a small room for 23 hours a day, where I wasn't clothed properly, wasn't fed properly, none of my wounds were dressed. They just kept asking if they could check my vitals, and I was like, no. And so that's what happened. And then my grandmother had to keep making missing persons reports because the RCMP would not tell my family where I was or what was going on with me for the entirety of the time. And then, of course, they took my dad to a separate facility, strapped him to a table, and drugged him against his will for 3.5 weeks.
Let's pull up the video of the arrest when we went into the court, and so people can see it.
May I ask what happened directly prior to this? He was working somewhere and did a report.
See, what I'm getting is,
hey, if anyone could fill me in on what they're talking about,
just for 1 second,
that'd be cool.
That, please. See, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Why? What caused this? I mean, hypothetically, everything they're saying is true, but why? I don't see. Is it because are they claiming because it's religious persecution, or it's the color barrier, or what? And what happened prior to this for anyone to even lay a hand on them, sort of thing? I'm not making sense. I know it, but it's like I'm lost. But I don't understand. Because to me, it makes no sense what they're saying. It's like we were standing there and all of a sudden they arrested us for no reason, basically. Or am I just not getting?
Aiden, are you?
Well, that's what most guilty criminals say, from my experience.
Well, right. I mean, but there's got to be something there that caused this, and they're not saying why. It's just like, okay, this is, and it's so there's no emotion to it. To me, if I went through this, I would. Go ahead.
So even in Shawshank
Hold on. Let's let Deviant speak.
Let Deviant, please. Yeah, thank you.
We started watching this 9 minutes in because they had already watched it, and I think a bit of that information was probably in the beginning, which is why I'm trying to ask Aiden, because he was here watching it.
What is the question?
The question is, what happened before this? All we know now is that the dad had made some sort of report, and then they were arrested, and she was manhandled and denied a lawyer, and it doesn't make sense, which is why I where was he working? What was this report about? Why are they getting arrested?
Exactly. Well, this is the thing is that with these people's claims, and yeah, you're right. They originally, what they said earlier was that the daughter worked in a facility, a maximum security prison for the criminally insane, was what I believe she had termed it earlier. And she started raising concerns about containment of the COVID-19 virus in medical settings.
Okay.
And then the dad also began doing similar things in relation to, I believe he cited the ventilation for these facilities, and he filed a suit, was what he said. And the contention I made at the beginning of this was that if this woman and this guy got gaffled up And if this guy launched a suit, then this should all be publicly available information.
Right.
There should be a case file attached to this guy. There should be records of them being arrested and being held somewhere. And especially, like, this idea that she was held without the possibility of a lawyer is absolute insanity. It's absolute insanity. Right. It's a requirement by Canadian law that anybody that is held be given the right to at least have a Crown representative see your case and give you advice before you go forward to court. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter if you've killed multiple people. Like, there are serial killers out there in Canada who got access to an attorney in their trial, who got their day in court, and who had the ability to plead either innocent or guilty or plead insanity. That's something that everybody in this country has access to. So if serial killers got that treatment, I'm a little skeptical that she didn't.
Right. Well, the follow-up question, they got arrested on the Canadian side or the U.S. side?
Either way, I mean, either in the United States, they have even stronger rights as far as rights to
right. Well, the reason I said if it's the Americans is there's going to be a record on both sides of the border, because the way I understand it is, the U.S. or the Canadians would, contact each other and say, hey, we just, detained somebody and this is the reason why. Keep an eye out, or just transparency. Is what I'm getting, but I don't, unless they've been through this so long ago and they've told the story that it just kind of loses that passion for it. But there's no, me, I'd be pissed off just like Aiden was earlier. These assholes did this and they did this, and and not just a monotone. And I'm not doubting what she's saying per se, but I'm not buying it either because I don't know her.
I mean, it's like what I said at the very beginning, and I want to preface this because the contention that Dan made for trying to get this whole thing shut down was that, oh, this woman was made the victim of all these horrible things, and I don't want Aiden trying to act like that never happened. And I said earlier in the show, and I'll reiterate it again to be absolutely clear, I am not contending that this did not happen. I don't know for sure.
Right.
I don't have access to the information. And if anything, I would encourage them, if this did happen, to release documentation showing that this is indeed what occurred, because that documentation should be available. I want them to come forward and strengthen their case. If you can strengthen your case and show beyond reasonable doubt that these things happened, then I'll be the first person to get behind you and say what happened to you was wrong.
Right. Yeah, I don't see why he's trying to shut it down just for the fact that if it's public record, it's not like you can't find out, if you knew where to look. I just don't care to look, to be honest, but.
Yeah, I mean, let's just play the video and let's get some more context.
Yes.
Thanks for that, Aiden, because now it makes a lot more sense than when I'm sitting here just trying to. So I think Deviant was where I was. And she's the queen. So if the queen is, I know I is as a little drone.
Yeah.
Check on my little buddy.
I called Gigi to make sure he's okay. He told me he's okay.
Good.
Hello, everybody.
For what? This is an illegal war.
Oh, sorry.
No, it is not. This is a lot. This is a lot.
Sidewalk?
This is a lot. You were stopping me from doing a lot.
Back up here.
What is the reason for the arrest? What is the reason for the arrest?
You will not.
What is the reason? What is the reason for the arrest? What is the reason for the arrest?
This is an
What is
unlawful
the
arrest.
reason for the
Pursuant to
arrest?
269.1.
What is the reason for the What is the reason?
I've already applied to
What is the reason? What is the reason?
Do not touch it.
What is
Do
the
not
reason
touch
for the arrest?
You see this wickedness?
What is the reason?
God
What
is
is
going
the
to judge you
reason for
today.
the arrest?
You will not live. Father in heaven, I ask of you this day to pour out your spirit upon your children. And now I ask of you this day to slay the servants of Baal.
What is the
allow them
reason?
to touch her.
What is the reason? What is the reason?
I ask of you this day.
What is the reason?
Pause.
You did not state the.
So honestly, both from seeing this, I agree that they're being very unreasonable here. They're yelling, they're screaming, they're resisting arrest, and that's just not what you should do in these kind of scenarios. It's not going to benefit anyone whatsoever. It's not going to make your case look better if you're yelling and screaming and making a giant scene. I guarantee you that if this person was asking in a very calm, measured demeanor, "Excuse me, officer, what is the reason for my arrest here today?" I'm sure that they would have gotten an answer rather than, "What is the reason for my arrest? What is the reason for this arrest? What is the just screaming it over and over and over and over again. That's not going to get you anywhere.
There, honestly, I've seen this type of behavior in other contexts.
That's what I was gonna
and
say,
it's
BB.
always been by sovsits.
Yes, yes.
This
Being
just
detained.
screaming, what's the reason? What's the reason? Not giving them even the opportunity to give an answer, but just screaming, and trying to get away.
So they were getting arrested at this point right now?
They are being arrested. He said at the very beginning this is an illegal warrant, which shows that they had a warrant.
Oh.
They
See,
were
and that's
carrying
just,
out a
yeah,
warrant.
they're going to arrest you regardless. They have a warrant, whether they're right, wrong, or indifferent. But see, what I was thinking was possibly, they were trying to find out what was going on. What was it? What other police were thinking? We're saying calm down, and if they started getting irate, it's standard procedure to cuff them and just to get a handle on the situation.
Well, what do these people expect? These police officers on the scene right now are doing nothing but their job in this scenario. They're not using excessive force.
Right.
I never saw anybody get slammed around. Like if they threw that girl to the ground or something like that, or if they threw the dad to the ground, at that point I'd be like, okay, that's wrong. They shouldn't be doing that. They shouldn't be using that kind of force. And I have no problem calling the police out because they have been known to do that.
Right. Oh yeah.
But
according to the letter of the law, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, basically what you're gonna say. The letter of the law says that, okay, I'm a police officer. I have been given a warrant for these people's arrest. It is now my job to go to those people and serve that warrant and arrest them. That's their job. What do these people think that they're going to do? Do they think they're going to convince these cops to to destroy their careers by showing that they are not reliable officers that won't carry out the duties that the officer of the court told them to do? They're going to do that because somebody is yelling at them that they're going to be judged for this by God or whatever. This, I don't know who's got a bunch of background noise, but there's some background noise.
Yeah, I don't know who it is.
Could everybody?
Here we go.
I don't know.
Yeah, because as soon as they said I've got a warrant, they're legally or illegally resisting arrest by what they're doing.
Well, he said it was a false or an illegal warrant, and you know what? That has been known to happen before. Sometimes judges have issued warrants under false or insufficient pretense. That has happened,
or for the wrong people, even.
That's functionally irrelevant to the arresting officers. Whether or not it's a legitimate warrant, the truth of the fact is that they were given a warrant to arrest these people. And trust me, these people that are getting arrested by the due process of our legal system will have the opportunity to have their day in court and appeal the decision that court makes if they find it not to be just. So there's avenues available to these people to show this warrant was given under false or insufficient pretense. There's opportunities made available to these people, but apparently, according to their claim, that wasn't made available to them. They were denied a lawyer.
Yeah, but the police aren't judge, jury, and executioner anyway. They just pick them up and bring them to jail.
Yeah, these guys think that the cop here that's arresting her is like the sheriff of Nottingham or something. He has the ability to make the sum total decision of what this person can or can't be done legal. No, that's not how the legal system has worked for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. Police are under the authority of a judge, and when that judge tells them to go do something, they don't ask why. They go, okay, when you want me to do it.
Right. Or what's the proof? What's the evidence? They don't care. Their job is to cuff and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, if these people acted reasonably, if they just in a very calm, demure manner were just like, excuse me, officer, what is the reason for me being arrested today? I was just wondering. It is true that you legally have to provide me a reason for my arrest. Can you please provide me a reason for why I am being arrested? Yeah. If that was how this went, I have a slight suspicion that the police wouldn't have acted like they're acting right now. They would have given them the reason, and they would have put them in the squad car, and that would have been that.
So
sometimes you say the stupidest shit, a blanket statement that all cops are racist. Oh my gosh, seriously.
When I was raided by the National Task Force, I was very confused about what was happening when my front door literally evaporated and my tiny hallway was filled with like
Spec Ops guys with MP5s.
Yeah.
Concussion grenades in a shoebox.
And I just said, what the fuck is going on? And they said, we're going to tell you in a moment. And I was like, okay, sure. And then they told me to lie down, and I lied down.
Wait, you didn't try to wrestle with the guy holding the MP5? You didn't try to be like, God will judge you for this! You'll be in hell for that! Ah!
Because whatever it was, it's like, they're here. They're the authority. I didn't appreciate the interruption of my miniature making, which I was doing when they burst in.
I don't imagine.
You weren't on the toilet.
No, the toilet became my holding cell.
Oh, at least you could do your face, I guess, if you wanted to, or take a shower, brush your teeth.
Well, it was me and a giant of these special police officers. But we had a very nice conversation because I treated them with due respect and they treated me with due respect. If I had been like, oh, fuck, no, you're going out here. You're not coming into my apartment. There would have been issues.
Yeah, something tells me you would be treated a little bit like these people are being treated in this clip. And once again, this is just, it's artificial persecution is what I call it. It's you causing a problem for yourself and then blaming everybody else for why things are being handled the way that they are. Yeah. You guys decided that you were going to be all raucous and instigating with these cops. So these cops are now having to forcibly put handcuffs on you. Like, if you think that this is a good look for you, it's not. It's really not.
No, and it's not going to serve you well when you get to court.
No.
Because as many people has pointed out in the chat, resisting arrest is a crime of itself.
Correct. Well, it's a danger to the officers. If people start getting all erratic like this, do they have a knife? Do they have a gun? Do they have something tucked in their, their waistband or their ankle pocket, or something like that? They could have something on them. And, police have to take that in mind. And like Claude said earlier, given what's going on here, these cops are being pretty freaking restrained compared to
they are, really. So am I, AJ.
Okay,
right, let's play.
Let's play.
Reason for the arrest.
Whoa.
What is the reason?
Give me your arm. Give me your arm now. Give me your arm.
What is the reason? Stop! Stop!
You're resisting arrest.
No, what is the reason for the arrest?
The public health order.
No, it's not. That's not what it says. That's not what it says. That is not what the public. That is not what the public order says. I'm not required to go with you.
Sit down.
I'm not required to go with you.
Yes,
looks like you are.
You have my backpack on. How am I supposed to sit down?
Put your feet up.
What about the court hearing?
You guys are not supposed to be here for the court hearing. It's a telephone hearing.
No, it's
No,
not.
it isn't.
Yes, it is.
That's not what's listed.
It's not.
That's not what's listed.
It's not a telephone hearing, sir.
Lift your feet up. She's not supposed to be in public.
It's notarized.
That's not what it says. It says that I can wear a mask.
It says that you can wear a mask.
She's pulling me.
Yes, because you're arrested.
Well,
It says
yeah.
that you can go.
He's
To
pulling
things
you
that are
because you're
necessary. Isn't
refusing to
court
get in the
necessary,
squad
though?
car, genius.
Right.
Those are my glasses.
And legally, they're not even required to tell you what the charges
sorry.
are, just that there's a warrant.
Once again, these
What
cops
about the
are being
court hearing?
abundantly patient. abundantly patient. Like this guy on no less than like 2 or 3 occasions has manhandled his way out of the police's arms, and rather than throwing him to the ground or shoving him against the car, they just walk up to him and are like, okay, we're gonna go back to square one, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and what amazes me, they're so calm with her having a backpack and not even patted them down yet, sort of thing. So that kind of surprises me, but they could have been brutal because, how do they know what's in that backpack?
I mean, like I said before, like, if they got excessive in any way, shape, or form here, then I'd be the first to be like, okay, that wasn't cool.
Oh,
That's
yeah, we
not
both
right.
would.
Mm-hmm.
That's that would show. But so far, this is the only actual evidence we have of anything that's occurred, and the police have been nothing but reasonable while they've been screaming at them the entire time. And I get being arrested. I've never been arrested myself, but I'm sure being arrested is a very stressful situation to be in. But that, I would think, if anything, that time more than ever is the time where you keep your cool.
Right.
So you keep your cool, you keep your mouth shut, and you just ask for a lawyer.
Well, from the sounds of it, they must have missed their court date, whether it was phone or live or whatever they're arguing about, is what the warrant seems to be based on, without any more information, at least, that I've heard.
I'm not sure. Maybe
it was a phone court appearance. So, that's probably what it was. So, yeah, they're absolutely justified in arresting them, no matter if they're guilty or not, because they missed the court date.
That could well be the case. I mean, I would have to hear their
right. That's I'm just presuming.
No. Yeah. It's an educated guess. I hear what you're saying.
Take my corporate property. No, give my corporate property to my agent. Sure, I'll give it. Not your agent. Let it go. Give it straight to the agent.
Agent, please.
The agent. Not you, the agent.
Thank you, sir.
Now, let you know now. This is the declaration. And the keys go to my agent.
Oh.
The keys go to my agent.
Keys?
Let him go to his hands. You see? This is... No, you will not touch them. They go straight to my agent. They're going straight to my agent.
Okay,
give him the key.
He's right there. Give him the key.
Oh, there's another key?
Okay. No. You see, take my business phone, not you.
Oh.
My business phone.
No, I'll grab it. I'll make sure that he's comfortable.
Once again, hold on, pause.
Take the business phone, sir. Thank you.
Once again, people that are being arrested usually don't get the chance afforded to them to hand off a bunch of their property to someone else. They don't have the opportunity to be like, hey, could you just empty your pockets to your agent real quick so that he could take everything off of you real quick? No, that's not. Usually what will happen is the cops will take everything out of your pockets and keep it in like a bag and either in evidence or just in lockup somewhere.
Right.
That's usually what will happen. So these cops are literally like affording these people better treatment than they had to give them. And we're supposed to watch this and be like, oh my God, the persecution.
Right. And I'm waiting to see if they put him in the same truck as her. I'd be surprised.
I doubt it.
Yeah,
they
that's what I'm saying.
Try not to keep suspects together.
Right. So they can't get their stories linked up and, what have you. But I can't remember if that's the same truck or not. I guess we'll find out. But they did lay her down in the other one, so maybe not.
This is... Okay. Okay.
Are there any other belongings, Dale?
Those are the corporate property.
Yeah.
You can go to them.
Is there anything else?
Oh, careful. Wait, I need that other one.
You gotta wait.
Could I?
You have to wait a second.
I need that other one, sir.
We're not trying to listen.
No.
That's the
You
corporate.
have to show me this warrant. Show me this warrant. Show me. That's not corporate property. That's corporate property.
Hold on.
Show me the warrant.
I need that
Show me
USB.
the warrant.
Then that's not okay.
Before I go anywhere, show me the warrant. No,
They
show
do
me the
have to
warrant.
show them the warrant.
Show me the warrant.
I thought they already had
No.
those.
No. Show me the warrant first.
Because how else would the girl know about the court date and all that?
Yeah.
They held up a piece of paper so that they saw the warrant.
I mean, maybe they did. I don't know. I'm just saying, if this guy is true, if they didn't show him the warrant, then that's not okay. They are required.
No, but they did, because in the beginning of this clip,
I think so.
He was saying it wasn't a lawful warrant.
Oh, you're right.
And he was also referring to what the warrant said.
And then they're arguing about it, whether it's a personal or a telephone court date too. So how would he know that or her know that if they didn't see that?
I was just trying to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Right. Oh yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. I just don't understand what their beef is. I still don't.
Well, I have a hypothesis. It's not a theory, it's a hypothesis.
Right.
Show me the warrant. Show me the warrant.
Right, there's more resisting arrest.
Yeah, go.
Those cops are calm. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, these are not American cops.
Yeah, obviously. That's what I was almost asked, and it's like, no, these are Canadians.
Show me the warrant.
I would like to see them in their Dudley Do-Right outfits, but they're not Mounties. I realize.
Show me the warrant. Where's the warrant?
No, Mounties would be a bit more like American police in this scenario.
With horses
to help. Send your Holy Spirit. Send your angels and stop this illegal activity.
I think Gigi wants to watch something else or do something else, guys.
Can we finish this clip, Gigi? Can we at least finish the clip?
This is illegal. This is illegal.
I just don't know, Pogs. Why are they so afraid of this being covered? Like, why are the Proverbs guys so? Because Steven shows up in the side chat, and then all of a sudden, Gangster Ghost is asking for this to be stopped again. I mean,
Well, he's been asking for a minute, to be honest.
If I were to guess, it's not because they're afraid. It's because they want to control.
Right.
Because
Well,
I say that based on the pattern that we have seen with these guys for the last year.
2 years, I would say.
Yeah, but I was away.
Well,
I came back about a year and 2 months ago. So
yeah, if you guys really want to get into this and other people want to watch it, I can do a stream later, and just watch this because I'm not afraid
either
of
you or Claude could do it probably on his show.
But I'm just worried about Gigi and the fallback. You know how he is.
So if Gigi wants us to watch something else,
please.
I will. The thing I want to highlight here, the thing that I want to highlight for everybody is that the only reason why Gangster he wanted to play this. It was his idea in the very beginning of the stream to play this on his show. I didn't ask for him to play it.
Right.
It was his idea. And all of a sudden, now he doesn't want to watch it. He doesn't want anything to do with it. I asked him over the phone why that was the case. And he told me it was because Dan called him and made it seem like he was going to be all upset with Gangster Ghost unless he doesn't play the video. It's manipulation.
Right.
Yep.
Getting somebody to go, oh, well, I'd better not do this or act this way unless this person's going to get mad at you. It's manipulation. These
100%.
people are manipulating Gangster Ghost. And I'm so abundantly fucking sick and tired of it.
Right.
I'm beyond sick and tired of it. I'm beyond all of these people just constantly trying to find a little chink in Gigi's armor so that they can get in there and make it all about whatever the hell they want it to be. This isn't your show. Fuck off.
Yeah, you guys ostracized him.
No, they did. Steven literally kicked him off of his show for a time. And now all of a sudden they want to make this their show
him of the most fucked up things. And as soon as he started his own channel, it was, oh my goodness, we have to control this guy.
We need to make this a little Proverbs guys colony where it's whatever the hell we want it to be. And sure, I guess Gigi can have nominal authority over it. But they want Gigi to be head of this channel the same way Dan is head of their channel. They want Gangster Ghost to be a figurehead so that they can actually work everything how they want to in the background. Gigi wanted to play this video. He was the one that wanted to do this. It wasn't our idea, Dan. It wasn't our idea, Steven. He wanted to play this on his channel, and you guys made sure to stop it. Because you guys just can't help but have a monopoly on the narrative of what's going on. I think that that's partially true, Deviant. I do think that that's true. They want to control the net, but I do think that there's an element of fear there. I really do.
Yeah.
I do think that these people are so freaking afraid of any actual serious criticism being levied at these people and being levied at this story that already at the very beginnings of it is like Swiss cheese with the amount of holes that's in it. And now we're never going to know. We're never going to know whether or not this woman was innocent or not. We'll never know whether or not this woman was made the victim of these things. We won't know because the Proverbs guys don't want us to know. Because in this context, they can't control what everybody says and what everybody thinks and what everybody does. It's disgusting. And Claude, I would like to make a request that we put it on your show. If you would like to do a show at some point today, I think that would be good. Because I think that this should be covered. And what the fuck is wrong with you people? Like, genuinely. What the actual fuck is wrong with you people? Can't you just leave Gangster Ghost alone? Can't you just leave him alone? Can't you let him have his own platform where he does what he wants to do? Can't you do that? How often does Gangster Ghost go over to your guys' show and tell you how to run things? How often does Gangster Ghost go to your guys' videos and tell you what you can and can't play? Never! Not once has he ever done that. Because he, unlike you, is trying to actually be your fucking friend. Meanwhile, you take advantage of his good nature and his good behavior and his good heart and use that to stoke fear. It's fear that you're stoking in his heart. That's why he stopped playing this, because you made him afraid that if he played this, that you guys would be upset, that you guys would give him the cold shoulder. Great job! Great job. I hope you're proud of yourself for the fear that you stoked inside of his heart. I really hope you're proud of yourself for that.
It's fucking despicable behavior. I would spit at each and every one of you if you were even half as close to me as you are now. I will fucking swallow a cannon to be able to spit in your faces.
Dio, to be honest, I think you'd punch him.
It's just
fucking drain you of all of your bodily fluids and put it in a jar.
You want to talk about
send it to your friends and families.
You want to talk about long suffering? You want to talk about the biblical idea of long suffering? Let's talk about the fact that we allow you bottom feeders to propagate in this community and say the things you do and do the things you do and try to manipulate people as often as you do without you being banned, without you being censored, without you being taken off of here and not being allowed to come on this platform. That's long suffering.
Yeah.
It is. And I know what you're trying to do. You're just going to keep going at it until I get worn down, until Deviant gets worn down, until all of us get worn down enough that we're just going to give up on Gigi and give up on the community. Well, that's not going to fucking happen.
Nope.
It's not going to happen. You're not going to wear us down. We're going to keep standing in defense of our friend and keep standing shoulder to shoulder with him, no matter what bullshit you try to propagate with him. Because our love for him trounces your hate for us. If Gigi is their friend, he wouldn't want to throw his friends up on the chopping block and have you pick them apart, Aiden. No, he is their friend. He allows people to come on here because he loves everyone. Because he tries to be everyone's friend. And people like Bruce, just earlier on this exact fucking live stream, tried making that seem like it was a negative trait of Gangster Ghost. Tried making Gangster Ghost feel bad for the fact that he loves and cares for people enough, that he tries to allow everybody on here so that everybody can speak their mind and everybody has an opportunity to speak. That's why Gangster Ghost channel is relevant and people are here watching and listening and caring about it. That's why you guys care about it as much as you do. If Gangster Ghost channel was like yours, where it struggled to break 100 views and was in irrelevancy land for over a year straight, where it's functionally dead as far as the algorithm was concerned, if no one was watching this, you guys wouldn't give a shit. But people do watch. More people watch over here than anywhere else in this community because Gangster Ghost channel has become the hub and you guys are just spokes on the wheel. He's the hub, and you guys all radiate out from him, so you guys want to become the hub yourself. You want to try and think that if you take over the hub and make it all about yourselves, then all of a sudden you'll gravitate to be the barocenter of this community upon where everything else turns. Well, that's not how it works. He's the barocenter of this community because he has shown that he has better character than anyone else in this community. That's why he's the center of it. And you guys think that if you guys try to manipulate him into a certain way of behavior, then you're going to be able to become the barocenter? You're going to be able to take over and make his channel a little colony of your channel? No. We're not going to let it happen. This is Gangster Ghost Show. He wants to cover the video, and you made him not cover it anymore because you stoked fear in his heart. Great job, guys. Great job. How many times have I I don't know. Gangster Ghost, are you here? Gigi?
He may be on the phone.
He's probably on the phone. He's
Yeah.
probably getting worked
Poor
by
guy.
Dan right now, or Steven or some shit. I'm going to give him a call.
I don't know. I think the petty guys are winning right now because we're letting them be the topic again.
Yeah, that's
Or
true.
the
Asa.
focus. I mean, and honestly, I think that's why
the
they come in and do it. It's not the topic
Yeah.
or any of that.
But here's the thing, so I agree with you, and we have tried that tactic before, and it did
Oh, yeah,
make
well, yeah.
things better a while,
Right.
but it's also allowed them to get their grips deeper in behind the backs of everyone. And we have allowed that because we know that Gigi we haven't
Gigi's
said
friends with
anything
everybody,
about
yeah.
it because we know that Gigi wants to be their friend and he wants them to be a part of this community too. So it's been okay. But when they constantly, it does not have to do with the attacks they go at us for. It's the manipulation of Gigi, the trying to control his channel. And we have made it a point in this community to always back up Gigi so that he doesn't have to. We want this to be a place where he can do what he wants and he can have fun with his friends as he deserves to. And they are hindering that, and that's not okay.
Right.
If
Oh,
they
no, I
want
agree
to
with that
sit
totally.
and
Yeah.
jerk off somewhere, being happy that we are upset, so be it.
Hello.
Hello.
So, are they gonna report Gangster because we're showing
No.
the video?
Well, if they do, they can't because it doesn't break any laws to show it because we made commentaries and reviewed it and it's in the public domain. So if they try, they only show their true faces more. And Gigi know that if something or when
If they
something
don't want,
like
if they
that
don't want,
happens,
if they don't want people watching the video, what Dan needs to do, he needs to go to that video and put it private right now. That's what you need to do, Dan.
yeah, but that's not it. He wants to control what's happening.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
there.
It's
Yeah.
because I mean, if that's the case, and if you're really looking out for Gangster, then don't even leave the opportunity there. Say, hey, you know what? We don't like what was being said on this video. We're just gonna make it private. Problem solved. There you go. But instead, what they do is they leave the video up and then they try to control him and try to make it seem like, no, it's up to you, Gangster. But then they're going to come around on the back end and then report his account and try to get his account taken down because they're embarrassed because Achilles tried to prove that Gangster's show was insignificant. But when the numbers were presented by Aiden, clearly Gangster's show, people like to come here and to listen and to engage because Gangster is more fair than they are over there. So they're just jealous. I'm pretty sure Achilles is is over there, like with Steven and Bolin, their little trench coats in a round table. Like, they're evil people, man. Evil people.
Yes. And as we said, they were the ones who kicked him out, accused him, first tried to stir up a fight with Dustin and someone else. I don't remember who the other one was, by spreading lies and telling them that Gangster Ghost had been trying to manipulate them into fighting, which was just a blatant freaking lie. And then Steven went on to say that Gangster Ghost wasn't really autistic, that he wasn't sure, and yada, yada, yada. And afterwards, and when I say afterwards, I mean like almost a year later, maybe 8 or 9 months later. So less than a year. Steven was going to apologize, and it was the fakest freaking apology ever. But Gangster Ghost eventually accepted it, because that's who he is. That's how big and warm his heart is. It's just ugh. These people make me sick to my stomach. To use someone in that way, call them friend, and act all buddy-buddy. And then go together and try and control and manipulate and ostracize his other friends. Because God forbid a Christian made friends with atheists. God forbid a Christian had actual fruitful discussions about religion with an atheist. God forbid a Christian made a good impression on an atheist. It's so freaking backwards.
Did I lose sound, or is nobody talking? No. Okay, no. Making sure. Well, I mean, and to reading what Maud said, even though she's the princess, I never even thought about, the getting Gigi a strike or even getting him shut down over the topic. If that's a possibility.
That's not going to happen. It doesn't happen. It's fully okay to talk about vaccinations. It's fully okay to talk about COVID. It's fully okay to talk about people talking, spreading misinformation, for instance. I'm not saying this was what happened here. I'm just saying
Well,
the
I don't know anything
narrative
about the
that it's not
policies and
okay
yeah.
is part of the conspiracy theory. What the only thing that might happen if you are, for instance, monetized, which Gangster Ghost isn't,
No, yeah.
is that the video might be demonetized, and there might be a like there's a link that says don't not don't it if the video is about Corona, there will be a banner under the videos linking to, I think it's usually to Wikipedia, where it talks about the information that you're not going to get struck. There are channels that do almost nothing else.
Yeah, I don't know anything about all that. That's why even like, trademark stuff or copyright stuff, I freak out because I have no clue, about it. But I would just say either Claude or me or somebody, because I don't care if I get shut down, to be honest. Not that like I stream that much, but do it on another channel and continue, and just once again, let's forget we even know or have ever heard of these other idiots. Well, the idiots besides Bruce. I'm kidding, Bruce. You're not a total idiot, but I'm trying to change the topic here. Gigi, sing us a song, buddy. Unless you're on the phone. I'm sorry. I can block Bruce. That's not a problem. Oh, you meant you're on stage. I can't do nothing about Bruce. You're on your own. Well, exactly, Mod. That's what my concern is more than, the petty girls. I mean, at least I don't want to have him being pressured from this side. Yeah, because if he ain't singing for me, he's upset or on the phone. Not that he would sing for me if I asked. It was a thought. Oh, there's Gigi. Okay, he's still with us. Well, I did too, Mod. I'm just saying. Oh, you mean Sally Sandman and Busted? Yeah, I think that's a good idea, BMM, but who am I? I'm just the old senile guy.
Yeah, me too. I just don't have any. I mean,
oh no, you're not senile.
I know a lot of videos that are interesting, but I guess there will be a bunch of people who starts crying if I play those.
I want to see some more about the Swedish Air Force because they've got the baddest Air Force in the world. Well, besides the ice wall.
Yeah, but the ice wall isn't flying. Oh yeah, no, it's just
it's a non-moving target.
It's just floating.
Yeah. Wow, the air just kind of got knocked out of all this, huh?
Oh.
Somebody better check and see.
Oh, what's this? Right. I haven't seen this. I wonder what this is.
I like to cry sometimes. I act like I'm Mod or, like BMM.
Oh yeah, I cried here today because I had anxiety and a bitching toothache and shit.
Yeah, so that's what sucks about the chemo part of what I'm going through because I've never been a crier and Not one of those, oh, look at the cute. I mean, I can see a dog and say that's a good looking dog or cute kitty, you know, that thing, but not like, oh. But with this chemo brain / heart, it's just like, just thinking about stuff, or even like the one that really gets me is the St. Jude's Children's Hospital commercials, because a lot of those kids, you know, I mean, just kids, you know, going through something like that, no matter what the disease is bad enough. But, you know, they start talking about cancer. It's like, man, here I am 60 battling that, so I can handle it. But, you know, what's a 6-year-old? You know, how do they handle it?
Mm-hmm.
So I get a little bit teary-eyed, you know, on stuff like that. And I never was that way before. I mean, Missing Maud told me she was getting ready to ask Dan to marry him, and I started crying because it's like, man, I don't want him for a stepdaddy. She's gonna kick my ass.
Yeah, I found the video. I have no idea. I just typed into Google Swedish Air Force, and there's a video from the military show. See why Sweden's Air Force scares Putin.
I'm saying it's not the planes, it's the devil talk coming out of the airplanes.
Yeah, but don't tell them.
In fart, out fart.
We also have how Sweden made the best fighter jet, Saab 35 Draken. Then we have Gripen, what we must learn from Sweden. Gripen in NATO, Sweden's anti-Russia fighter. I just took the first because I haven't. BBM, we don't make pyramids out of balls.
It's the wrong shape. You need flat balls if you're going to make a pyramid.
Yeah, I mean, it can be arranged, but people start to cry when I do that too. I mean, when.
Who is Russian vids? Or is that
no idea?
That's what I'm saying. Because I want to see some of the final experiment videos from the other side, just to see what their take. I know one of them that just a quick clip was, they said they're going to have to come up with a new model. It's like, okay, you've already been. If I would just leave it at that, double down on it. Yeah, you just got proven wrong, and now you got to make a new model to get proven wrong.
If Gigi can hear me, can you okay me sharing the other video?
Is this the Air Force?
Yeah,
Yes.
it says why Sweden's Air Force scares Putin. I have no idea what it's about. I just
this ain't the one that you showed me before then about the Air Force there then.
No, I thought showing something.
Okay, that works too.
Something new.
I just thought it was kind of neat.
New to me too.
Yeah, I just like the way that they're set up. It's like, gosh, that is kind of stealthy-ish.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. But I need the permit to share it.
I hope Aiden didn't have an aneurysm.
No, I think he's talking to Gigi.
Oh, okay. Yeah, duh. He called. Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to message Gigi, but I figured he's on the phone with somebody, so I didn't.
Oh, it's just Aiden.
Yeah, it's only Aiden. Screw him. He's on hold right now from Gigi. No, I've got 14 calls in front of this one, Aiden. He's listening to elevator music. And Josh is quiet. What's up with that?
What?
There he is. Okay, making sure you're alive.
Yeah, I'm at work, so I'm just like typing in. You guys are just like my white noise in the background right now.
Oh yeah, we got to be white, don't we?
Yeah.
Racist.
Hey, that's racist.
Just my white noise,
Okay, I'm gonna turn my black noise off.
Can I just quickly say
yes,
hello to everyone in the chat, Miss Maud, Big Bad Mama, Jens. Who's AJ? Is that Dan?
No.
He's I can't remember which one. I think he's Catholic, AJ, or maybe Orthodox. I can't remember who's what. Okay. Yeah.
But
I
Catholic.
need a program on who's
Oh,
the Orthodox.
Oh, good. Hold on. I can ask him a question then.
yeah, I have a
Mr.
question too.
Mr. Catholicism, are you there? Hello. So,
Yes.
can you explain the Theotokos for me, please?
The Theotokos, just a general explanation.
Yeah, like I know you guys refer to Mary as that, but what does it mean? What does the word Theotokos mean? Does it mean God bearer?
Yeah, it's Greek for God bearer.
So I think
it's just the
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I want to focus in on that
No,
translation,
you can go ahead.
God bearer, because I think that I've been doing some thinking.
Did it hurt?
And I believe, I've always believed this, but I think they may be blowing Mary's role out of proportion. I'm not saying she's not important. I'm not saying that at all. But this idea of God bearer, I don't necessarily see it or understand it, just historically speaking throughout the Bible, as someone who has actually the ability to bear God. It almost, conceptually speaking, if you interpret it literal, then what you're saying is that Mary had the ability to contain God within her, which is what I think is the approach that a lot of Catholics and Orthodox have been taking. But I've been thinking about it, and if we stick to that definition of God bearer, then it can also, I'm just saying it can, I'm not saying it does, or I'm right or you're wrong. I'm just saying that it could simply mean that they are bearing the essence of God, the abilities of God, right, within them. Because someone like Moses, right, in a sense, he was also a God bearer, right? Because when he was performing these miracles and plagues in the Exodus, he was in a sense harnessing the power of God to put on display. I mean, all of these people, Jesus, the apostles, anytime anyone does something miraculous, it almost seems as if they're invoking the power of the Almighty Creator God. You have Elijah when he cried out to God, and then he sent down fire from the heavens and then burned up the bullocks. I think all of these are examples of people who are God bearing, right? Not that God is inside of them, but that God has granted them this ability. So I don't know. I've been working through this idea. I've been wanting to talk to a Catholic about it, because I mean, how would you describe Moses being able to harness the power of God and to put on display? Isn't that a form of God bearing?
That's an
Go ahead.
interesting question.
I think the way I would explain it, try to see if I can do the best to explain it.
Do you need me to clarify anything, or you
with,
kind of do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Well, let me repeat some, just make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. So are you saying, like, for example, since you believe Moses was a God bearer,
we could refer to him as a Theotokos also.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I just believe the Blessed Mother, she has a unique role in salvation history. Not that Catholics or Orthodox are elevating her to be godlike. It's just Moses' case was different because he didn't have physically the incarnate God in his womb. That's the difference with the Blessed Mother. So I guess that's how I would respond to that.
Mm-hmm. But is it so? Can it be used both ways, or am I using it incorrectly? Like when the apostles were reviving people, bringing people back to life, and healing the blind, were they not performing that through God's power, not through their own?
Yeah, it was through God's power.
So is Theotokos a term that can only be applied to Mary, or can it be applied in instances like that? That's kind of my question. Or would I be using it wrong? I don't know Greek, so maybe we need Achilles for once to come break this down.
Yeah, I'm not familiar too much with the Greek either, but at least to respond to your question, I would say compared to the apostles, that was a different case with when they were raising people from the dead, like Peter. In that one instance, it was through God's power. With the Theotokos, it's just to show.
So are they like God? Are they like
So when the
God
council,
invokers rather than God bearers or something?
All right, so I just got off the phone.
Yeah, invokers.
I just got off the phone with Gangster Ghost, who was talking with Dan while I was talking with him. So I had an opportunity to talk directly with Dan. And he tried
sort it all out.
He tried backpedaling and saying, "Oh, the only reason I tried to get Gigi not to play the video was because I thought it was Aiden's idea to play the video on Gigi's channel." And that's not true. It was Gangster Ghost's idea to play it. He started playing it at the beginning of the show. I never asked him to. You can literally go back to the beginning of the stream and watch it from the beginning. I never put in a request. I never asked him to watch. I'll show my recent chat logs if that's what's required with Gangster Ghost. I've never asked him to cover it on his show, to do it as content. He decided he wanted to watch it, and I was all for it. That was the long and the short of it. And now, what Dan's position is, oh, well, you know, if it was your idea, then you can go ahead and play the video if you want to, Gangster Ghost. But now Gangster Ghost is so afraid of the controversy that this has caused and the big argument that this created that he doesn't even want to play it anymore. So like I said from the beginning, congratulations, Dan, because you stoked so much fear and so much doubt in Gangster Ghost's heart on what to do. You got your way. We're not playing it on the show anymore. Good job, Dan.
Good job, Dan. You're such an inspiration
to
all horrible people.
No, you're
Very
just great. You're a special kind of pond scum, aren't you, Dan?
yeah. We
Are you there, Gigi?
Josh had a question for AJ that we're talking about, and I also have a question for AJ after that, and I also have a video waiting.
I just want to ask if Gigi's here really quick first.
Yeah,
Gigi,
of course.
Oh, you know what? That pesky Dan probably got him right back on the phone as soon as I stopped talking. I'll be back, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, well, AJ, I still gotta work out that idea. Again, as I said, I'm not saying I'm right or that you're wrong, or I'm not trying to downplay Mary's role. I understand she was very important. God picks people because they are very important, right? So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this idea of God bearer, because if we're gonna really break down these words, that's a Greek word and it translates over to God bearer. Does this word bearer mean that they have the ability to contain God? And if that's the case, then Theotokos might be heresy. But I think Deviant had a question. I'll keep working that out, and I'll come back more prepared. Like I said, I'm still working through the idea. I'm not trying to prove that she isn't important. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand this concept of containing God, which, if God is God, then nothing or anyone should be able to contain him, right? If you're able to be contained, then are you really God? So I think so when you refer to the essence, then I think it's applicable. And Mary could still be a Theotokos because she is bearing the essence of God within her. But if you take it as like containing, then you have a problem, because now you're putting God in a box, and if you're putting God in a box, then it's not God. So those are just my thoughts.
My if I may add to that, and I might be wrong on this, so tell me if I am, Josh, but I don't think Josh is saying he's saying he wants to know for him, for his understanding and how to view it from his point of faith, not to use it against you, AJ, and run around the internet and call you a heretic.
Josh said box.
He did. Now you did too.
That is all.
No, but is that fair to say, Josh?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm looking at the definition for bearer on
Yeah.
Google, just on Google, and it says a person or thing that carries or holds something. A flag bearer. So, I mean, if we're going by that definition, a person who carries the coffin at the funeral, a person who presents a check in order to pay promissory note. So if it means a person that carries or holds something, then what you're saying is that Mary had the ability to contain God. I think that's the conclusion that you can come to.
But didn't she though? I mean, not as an inherent quality of her, but since she was impregnated with Jesus, who is God.
Well, it creates two problems, Deviant. The two problems that it creates is that one approach, I'm saying Jesus isn't God. That's heresy.
Okay.
The other, because if I'm saying, well, God can't be contained, therefore she wasn't necessarily bearing God, then it would create an issue in the Trinity and Christology. So,
yeah.
But then on the other way around, you know, if I interpret it as merely bearing the essence of God, then there's no issue. And I think through that approach, Jesus can still be God, because Jesus, from the Catholic Orthodox perspective, is fully God and fully man. But like I said, I'm working through these ideas. I'm trying to make sure I understand it. If God can be held or contained or carried, then is he really God? That's my question.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to, because there has been so much, like the last couple of weeks, there has been a lot of this, you have the false doctrine, no, you have the false doctrine, no, you haven't, and making people feel bad about things like that. And my impression was that you were mostly interested. No, I exorcised Josh by accident. Okay, but maybe I can ask JJ.
Happy
AJ.
New Year, Missing Mod.
If AJ is still there. Yes.
Yes,
because we were talking a bit, I believe it was yesterday, about purgatory. And I started to realize that I have kind of an idea of what it is, but I also realized that it was more like a mishmash of ideas, and I didn't feel comfortable with any of them. When I say comfortable, I mean comfortable to say, yes, this is how it's viewed. And since you are a Catholic and it's part of your doctrine, I would love to know what it actually is, how it actually is thought to work in within Catholic doctrine or Catholic theology. Or
Yeah, so purgatory, I think the common misconception is that it's a place, but really it's just state of purification where those who are in purgatory are already on their way to heaven. It's not a second chance.
Okay. So I'm so sorry. I think I missed because my lovely fiance came in and asked me about pancakes. You said it's not a waiting room.
He said it's not a place, it's a purification process.
Yeah. So that's one of the things I've heard about it as well. But so it's a purification, because I've also heard that it is where what people go through after death until the point of the rapture. And at that point, they are brought into heaven or hell, if that's where they're headed.
Well, I've always heard that purgatory is kind of a place where, like, you don't go to hell if you're in purgatory. You just get sent straight to hell if you're damned.
Okay.
But purgatory is, from my understanding, a thing that in Catholic theology everyone needs to go through, but people who kind of met the lowest common denominator, so to speak, of being saved, you know, like where they just met the line, apparently those people will go through a longer process of purgatory, a longer process of purification than... Yeah, I know. It doesn't...
But everyone goes
I get it.
through...
I get it. It doesn't make any sense to me either, Deviant.
No.
It doesn't make any sense to me either. Because if you're saved, from my understanding, it's just you're saved or you're damned. It's not you're kind of saved, but you're mostly damned, or you're mostly damned, but you're also kind of saved. No, it's one or the other.
But at the same time, I do get the concept, because it's not the same, but it's kind of comparable with the ancient Egyptian afterlife, where you go through the underworld and you have to battle these demons and know what to say to them at each door. There are 12 doors, which are representative of the 12 hours of night. And at the end of that, you come to the hall of judgment, which is like the final test, where your heart is weighed, and you have the recitation of the 42 negative confessions and all of that. So it kind of, in my mind, I'm not saying that it necessarily has a connection to that thought, but since that's where my mind tend to go, when I try to create a picture in my head to understand these concepts, That's what my brain
Hey, Gigi, are you here?
picks up.
Gangster Ghost? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. I thought I was going to have to go on another telephone safari. You know, if there's any evidence that we love Gangster Ghost, I think this should definitely be it, because I don't really gain anything playing the guardian of Gangster Ghost's channel, trying to make sure that he doesn't get manipulated by people, but I know Gangster Ghost benefits, and I care way more about that than I do about the time it takes for me to do that. So yeah, if there's any evidence that we really care for Gangster Ghost, I would hope that it would be that. As far as the Egyptian afterlife is concerned, though, I've always seen it portrayed in media as like it just like skips right to the weighing of the heart. They never do any of the trials or anything like that. It's just, oh, you die, you get your heart weighed, and okay, well, that's that.
Yeah, it's very, very simplistic, and that's what kind of bothers me with the popular media and like pop archaeology and so forth. And it's also why I'm afraid that sooner or later, so far it's good, but sooner or later Soot is going to go absolutely bananas and refuse to watch a single program or even hear me mention the word ancient Egypt. Because whenever I like to watch these different documentaries, it's like I watch them when I go to sleep or trying to wake up.
You do what I do when you watch a documentary, don't you? You're like, oh, that's not right. They didn't portray that right. That's not the color it's supposed to be.
Yes. And I also like, oh, look at this wall painting. Did you notice this and this? Well, it has to do with these things that this documentary has absolutely nothing to do about. And then I have like a 10 to 20 minutes long talk about it, and then I get quiet and just hope he still loves me. And so far he does. So far he says he appreciates it.
See, I got really lucky with Brianna because she loves history almost as much as I. When we watch something like HBO's Rome, we'll be watching it. We'll be like, hey, that's not the proper testudo formation that was used in first century BC Republican Rome. And she'd be like, yeah, that's right. They should have been using their javelins way earlier than they did. And I was like, yes, thank you.
Yeah, and I randomly quiz Soot on minor things like the name of certain pharaohs and so on.
My favorite,
it's really good.
My favorite pharaoh is Imhotep III, personally. We never got to find out who he was, Deviant. We need to finish that.
I know.
Who is Imhotep III, Deviant?
I don't know. No one knows.
No, not even Imhotep III himself.
Exactly.
Because
which
he doesn't
only
exist.
makes it so much more enticing and learn-stoining.
I think it's Wayne Gretzky, personally.
Probably.
I think it's Wayne Gretzky. Which shows that Canada has always had its finger in every pie, historically. You guys don't know it, but we've been supervising human affairs for a long time now.
Oh, for sure. For sure. For a very, very long time.
We're the Bene Gesserit of the, well, none of you will get that because you don't read Dune. Because why would you read something that's good? The human condition, state of mind, and how our world affects our thought process and vice versa. Who cares, right?
Damn, for a second, I thought I heard Adam Sandler.
Well, I care.
Would you like a piece of pie?
There you go. Yeah, you know where I was at. Billy Madison.
Yeah.
Well, actually, all his characters. No matter.
Gatorade.
Yeah.
The
H2O.
Yeah.
I care about a dare.
For once, a cultural reference a pop cultural reference
Yeah.
I actually understand. See, I'm worldly, guys.
Yes, you are. Not all your
It just took me to get
videos
it out
are
of him.
about
Stuff that happened
dying
before I was
crow.
even alive. a dying crow in a tragic tale about 1920s Polish independence in black and white, shot from the perspective of a dying crow. Yeah, what the hell?
Well, Aiden may not care, Josh, but I'd like to know who your celebrity crush is. Oh, Abby
Oh,
from
me?
NCIS.
Abby from
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Oh, you go. Oh.
Josh got good taste.
Who is the girl that played Velma in the live-action Scooby-Doo movies? That was my original celebrity crush.
Okay. Oh no, that wasn't Sarah Michelle Gellar. She was the other one. Oh my goodness.
It's
okay for Scooby-Doo. Now you got me curious.
yeah, me
It's like,
too.
I can't even
I
remember.
know what she looks like. I know what she looks like.
Well, I kind of know what she looks like, but I'm not sure for sure. Okay, what animated?
But
where's the movie?
names are like names of
Yeah,
actors.
Sarah Miguel, Sarah Michelle Gellar was
No,
Daphne.
Linda Cardellini plays Velma.
Velma. And Shaggy was Matthew Lillard.
Dude, she just has such a quintessential girl next door kind of beauty about her.
Mm-hmm.
She really. I've never been attracted to the plastic surgery, all artificially. Oh, they got all these lip fillers and they got these breast implants and they got this, and I've never really been into any of that crap. It's never really been anything.
I don't like
for
fake
me.
boobs, personally.
Yeah,
that's why I had them removed. Oops, sorry.
Your breast implants.
Yes, that was well. I was being serious about my first comment, but yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I was insinuating they were mine. That's the joke. Thank you, Deviant.
Welcome.
Just 2 tennis ball size things of flab instead of silicone.
You know what happened? Yesterday we were watching something. He turned his camera on.
Oh yes.
With Basil.
Leave it to Deviant.
I was looking. I was actually drawing while all of that was happening, and then I heard Gigi say, so your camera is on." And
you rushed over to see what was going on.
I looked up, and all I saw was something like
a blob.
a piglet-colored blob, and then I realized
a piglet-colored blob.
Yes, I had my IU robe on, and the doctor wanted to go out, so I'm trying to find my shirt. Well, somehow my camera got unclicked. And plus, I've been sick all day, so it's like, spooky bed hair ain't got crap on me. But yeah, I didn't even know. Once I realized what was going on, I was like, okay, I wonder how much they saw, because I hope they didn't think I was naked, because I had shorts on.
Oh, I don't think. I'm glad Christian isn't here right now.
I know, because I'm heretic.
Yep.
Heretic.
I liked Pamela Anderson. That's a pretty good one. Carrie Fisher as well. I know that's a super common one, but man, Carrie Fisher. Yeah, that's a big one.
She kind of didn't go so well for her.
Well, she destroyed her life with a horrible cocaine habit and all of that.
Yeah.
But I mean,
But
before she looked like a wreck of a human being, I mean, would do,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Apparently she had a giant and I've only heard this from secondhand sources, but apparently she has a big tennis ball sized wart on her it's not I think it's her right hip or something like that. She's got a big old wart or something, and you can see it really briefly in the original cut of Return of the Jedi. When she's swinging over from one of the barges to another. They edited it out in the later ones. And by the way, that's another thing. the freaking crime that is how freaking hard it is to find the original Star Wars cuts without any of the CG bullshit thrown in there, without any of the stupid robots crawling the screen that have nothing to do with anything, and Greedo shooting first and all that crap. I was so lucky. I was so incredibly lucky because I watched Star Wars growing up on the original trilogy on VHS. Before all of those edits came into play, before all that stuff. So the Star Wars I remember in my mind is not the one that's filled with all this crap that has nothing to do with the original vision. Like a perfect example of that is like if you look at episode 4 and you look at the shots of Mos Eisley, there are these awesome, very well done practical shots of like this space Wild West town almost. You see these creatures going about their business, but then Lucas decides after the fact, oh, well, you know what we need in this scene? We need a giant CGI dewback crowding half the screen for half the time and a bunch of robots that aren't even involved. It just ruins the shot. It ruins because the CG was just not good enough at that point in time where you could like integrate it in a believable way. So it's just obviously there in a way that everything else isn't. And it's just very distracting.
This is all true.
It's very hard. It's functionally impossible nowadays to find the original Star. Lucas won't even give the Library of Congress the original cut of Star Wars. They've asked him for it, and he has refused.
What?
Because he wants people to remember his rendition of it, where he went back and changed all this stuff. Never mind the fact that George Lucas never would have been a Hollywood director worth a crap if it weren't for Martha Lucas and her meticulous re-editing of Star Wars to make it an actual coherent film that made sense. If you try to watch the pre-Martha Lucas edits of episode 4, it's dreadfully boring. It's dreadfully boring. There's a whole bunch of scenes in it that aren't in the final cut that just don't need to be there, that just exposit stuff that doesn't matter. The original cut before Martha Lucas edited it, the Death Star wasn't even about to destroy Yavin 4. It was literally just like sitting out there in the middle of space when the rebels go and attack it. So like the stakes of destroying the Death Star were functionally nothing in the original cut. Like there's just so many examples of how she took that movie and made it something actually worthwhile. And for her hard work and effort, Lucas divorced her and pushed her to the side and made sure that everybody forgot about her contribution.
Such
but
a
I
kind
don't.
man.
Well, you know, it's like men usually. Men, you know, when women come up with an idea, men throughout history have given her the credit that she deserves rather than pushing her to the side and making it seem like it was just his accomplishment, right, Deviant?
Yes. Oh, Olivia.
I'm sure Azo's going to accuse me of being a third wave feminist or something. Are you blue hair Aiden? What you talking about, boy?
Feminism isn't real either.
Oh boy, here we go. You're going to get Deviant on you, dude. I'd be careful.
Read a book, dude. Read a book.
You are happy. You're happy that I was at that very moment busy with looking at the different videos about the Swedish Air Force.
What's with you and this Swedish Air Force?
So if Gigi is there, can you give me permission to show?
Oh, well, we need to ask Dan first. Hold on.
Oh, of course.
Let me go message Dan and make sure that we have Dan's permission to play it.
Yeah, better. Because he's the ruler of the universe. I mean, obviously.
Oh, yeah. Olivia Newton-John. Definitely.
Didn't we watch this one already?
No.
Oh, maybe it was a different one that we watched.
Mm-hmm. That's why I just searched like Swedish Air Force, and this was the top one, and I haven't seen it, so I was kind of curious. Are you interested, or should I look for something else?
Oh yeah.
I will take. I will take that as a yes, because I decide so. Okay, but first a bit of geography. So, what is this?
Looks like a guy standing there peeing.
You are not far away. And what is this?
That's Finland.
Also known as Asso?
We can't say that. We don't like them.
It's the ball sack.
Yes, the ball sack.
And
They've got the
what
sheep.
is
It's the meat.
Whoops. What is this?
That's the shaft, also known as Sweden.
Yes. And what is
we see
also
that
known as
we see Scandinavia is not Jewish because they are not circumcised.
Yes.
Well, halfway. You need to understand that you have the Oslo fjord going up here.
Look,
right
they
here.
tried. It didn't work.
They tried. It didn't take.
Yeah.
At the right angle, it almost looks like a seahorse or even like a zebra horse.
And if you look at Denmark, Denmark is the kidney stone that was just passed.
Yeah.
That's
Nordic
much more kind. But of course, yeah, we have Jens in the audience, so let's go
audience,
with kidney
yeah,
stone.
Aiden is a lady, so yeah.
Oh,
you know what, Azo?
Guess where we are?
You're the meat.
No, I mean not Sweden. Where me and Soot is right now.
Aren't you over? I wish you're able to see my pointer. Aren't you like up in the north of Sweden? Aren't you like way up?
Oh yeah, I've never known this.
Like
I see your
way up
house.
north in Sweden. Yeah, right there. Well, there's only like 3 of them on the entire freaking subcontinent.
Right.
So they're pretty easy to spot.
And where approximately do I live? My apartment. I live here now, but my apartment doesn't live here.
Are you still renting that?
Yeah.
Oh man, and you're not even gonna let me crash there? What the heck, Deviant?
Get on
But
a plane.
You can. It's still my apartment, and no one's having it. So it is.
Ding 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 ding.
It's 1,000 freaking kilometers. I actually brought up the map when I was still at home, and I wanted to very badly to get to Soot. I decided, okay, I can't afford a plane ticket. I don't have a car, and I can't afford a train. I will fucking walk there.
Oh my god, Deviant.
They said 2 weeks, but I started to look at the map they had pulled up, how I was going to go there. And it looked okay at first. I come up here somewhere after a couple of days walking. And then they told me to turn left onto the highway. You're not allowed to walk on the highway.
I mean, Deviant, you're talking about trekking through one of the most harsh environments on the entire planet.
It's true.
By yourself.
Yes.
With nobody besides Soot knowing about this entire... Probably not even Soot knowing you. You'd be like, oh, I want to surprise him.
Oh, no, I would have... This was in the middle of the night. I was gonna go then and there. What really stopped me actually from not even attempting was realizing that I couldn't even get a good way to walk unless I walked the freaking highway. And if I had done that, I would have either been killed by car or stopped by the police and taken to some mental institution for us randomly confused women walking on the highway.
You would have been arrested like those people earlier. God will judge you! I'm trying to pull up something that would show an equivalent distance. Yeah, I think this is pretty close. So here, I'll pull it up right now. So in context, could you share my screen, please, Gangster Ghost?
Shall I stop
Ground
sharing?
control to Gangster Ghost.
Somebody else is
Ground
screaming
control
right now.
to Gangster Ghost. Something tells me that he's on the phone with Dan. And there's going to be manipulation today. Go ahead, G. Or Deviant, if you want to play this, because I've been rudely
as a
curtailed.
short intermediary, intermission.
Freaky froggy dorgy. You're saying.
So, okay, 1995. Okay, but this was from 13 days ago. So which should I choose? No, I'm gonna choose what Försvarsmakten has chosen to share.
You should choose pancakes, Deviant.
I know. I have them here. They fly the Christmas tree over Sweden every year.
Sweden is a scam.
It's not. You're a scam.
Sweden was created by the Rothschilds in 1984. It's an artificial construct. It's not real. It's a small little oil rig off the coast of Norway that they're like, oh, easy country, guys.
Same thing they say about Australia.
When Sweden's civil...
About Australia?
Yeah, they say they don't exist either.
Oh, yeah, the flat earthers say Australia.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. I am gonna head out, guys. So
No, why don't you want to know why we scare Putin? I want to know.
It's something I don't want to know. Okay, you know what? Just for the sake of politeness, I'll stick around for this video, but I do have to go after that.
Okay, but after that, it's okay that you go.
I don't want to hurt your feelings, Deviant.
Thank you. I enjoy having you here, okay?
Yeah, whatever.
When Sweden's
Yeah, whatever.
When Sweden's Civil Defense Minister Carl Oskar Bolin said there could be war in Sweden, urging the citizens of Sweden to start preparing for war mentally, many were left wondering the same thing. Why would a country that didn't fight at all in the world wars and who hasn't fought in more than 200 years suddenly announce that they need to be ready for war? This statement has sparked a lot of controversies, with people asking questions like, is it because Sweden realized its intention to join NATO? Is it because Russia invaded Ukraine? Will Russia invade Sweden? All these might be true, or it might be that even though Vladimir Putin might be considering invading Sweden as part of his grand plans, the real reason is that he's scared of Sweden, more specifically of the JAS-39 Gripen. Today, we'll take a look at why the supersonic JAS-39 Gripen makes Sweden's air force so powerful, and the reason why it might make Putin think twice before finally deciding to invade. But before we get to that, just why are the politics of the Baltic region and NATO so important? Many will have heard of the Baltic region, but if you haven't, well, it's the region of countries that surrounds the Baltic Sea, which includes Russia, Finland, Denmark, Estonia, Germany, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Sweden. All these countries had been coexisting relatively peacefully until Russia realized that all the other countries in the Baltic region had joined NATO, a fact that doesn't sit well with Russia and was one of the reasons for its invasion of Ukraine. NATO and Russia have a long history dating back to the period after World War II, when Russia was still part of the USSR. NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, was formed in 1949 by the USA, Canada, and many Western European nations, with a primary aim to provide security against the USSR. Ever since its creation, there has been a Cold War between NATO and the USSR for dominance. With the USSR's dissolution in 1991, the tension in Eastern and Western Europe was supposed to stop, but Russia just continued where the USSR left off. However, there have been a couple of treaties between NATO and Russia, including the Founding Act in 1997, which improved the partnership between Russia and NATO. Even though it never became a part of NATO, Russia had permanent residence and access to NATO's headquarters in Brussels. However, this relationship completely broke down when Russia annexed Crimea from Ukraine in 2014. Ever since, there has been no conciliation between NATO and Russia, but there was the implied agreement that NATO would keep its Cold War policies in as much as Russia keeps its army and troops in Eastern Europe. However, although NATO has not moved in physical might, they have been expanding their influence towards Eastern Europe, which is what Putin doesn't like. And that was one of the things he mentioned before going into Ukraine. If Ukraine joins NATO and decides to take Crimea back through military means, European countries will automatically get drawn into a military conflict with Russia. And now, a similar thing is happening again. But this time, not with the land borders of Russia, but the maritime border in the Baltic region. All of the countries there are now part of NATO, with Sweden being the most recent to join. So what's the current relationship between Sweden and Russia? While we can say that joining NATO has unequivocally created more tension between the countries, the two have not exactly been friends for some time. Back in 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine, the EU placed sanctions on Russia, and Sweden voted for them. In retaliation, Russia added all countries in the EU to their list of unfriendly nations. In response, Sweden and many of the countries in turn labeled Russia persona non grata. But the animosity between the two countries began long before 2022. The two countries have a long history of conflicts, dating back centuries, including the Finnish War, where in 1809, Russia took control of Finland from Sweden. During World War II, Sweden had proclaimed neutrality, but it still borrowed some planes from Finland when Russia, then the Soviet Union, invaded it. Even though Sweden was neutral in the war, it had a pact with the US that in a situation where the Soviet Union tried to invade Sweden, the US would come to Sweden's defense, but that never happened. Also, there is the incident of the Soviet Union shooting down two jets that belonged to Sweden in the 1950s, one belonging to the Swedish government and one to a civilian. But it didn't stop there. In 1981, Sweden discovered a Soviet Union Whiskey-class submarine in its waters, and it took up to 10 days.
Who the fuck had a fighter jet that was just a civilian? Oh, I'm just gonna go out on a nice little jaunt in my E-15 really quick. Oh no, I'm getting shot now. Like, what the hell? Who owned a fighter jet personally? And they just gloss over that little bit of. I need to know now. Hold on, I'm looking this up.
I actually don't know who. But did it say 2 fighter jets? I think.
Well, it said 2 jets. In June 1952, 2 Swedish aircraft were shot down by Soviet Air Force fighter jets over the Baltic Sea in an event known as the Catalina Affair.
Yeah.
And so TP-79, an unnamed Douglas DC-3 derivative that was gathering radio and radar signal intelligence. The 8-person crew did not survive. And a Catalina flying boat that was searching for survivors of the TP-79. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight. So they shot down one of the fighters. And then some civilian was like, oh, I should probably go help them out. And the Russians were like, think again, bitch.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, at least that 7-person crew was saved by a freighter. So judging by that, they were just stranded in the Baltic and just kind of like left to die. And some random freighter was like, oh crap, people. Wow, that was a heartfelt little affair I just read about there. That's awesome, Russia. Good job, Russia.
Right.
Mother Russia? What about Father Russia?
Well, as I always say, as a representative of Sweden, I apologize for Russia.
The Soviet Union did not publicly admit to involvement until the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. The aircraft were located in 2003 and the DC-3 was salvaged. The Flygvapenmuseum Museum has an exhibition about the Catalina affair. So if you want to go to some random museum, way worse than Canadian museums, I just want to add that. But if you feel the need for some reason to go to that Swedish museum, they have an exhibition.
It's a good museum.
It's like a hut in the middle of the Swedish steppe.
No, it's in a bunker inside a mountain in the bedrock.
Oh, see, a Swedish bunker is literally just like a mud hut, but they threw some like sticks and leaves over the top.
Oh, you know so little about our defense system, and that makes me happy. That's how it should be with you.
Well, we know the famous Canadian-Swedish rival. No, we have a rivalry with Denmark. We're too worried about Hans Island and fighting with Denmark over Hans Island.
That's what I've been trying to say all this time.
Well, if you join us in our fight to take Hans Island, then I would be willing to support Sweden.
I mean, if you help us take Bornholm obviously belongs to Sweden. Just look at the map. Also, if you help us like put a few more miles between Sweden and Denmark.
Oh my God, I just looked it up. Canada and Denmark split ownership of Hans Island in a 2022 agreement ending a decades-long territorial dispute. The island was divided roughly in half, with Denmark receiving about 60% and Canada receiving the rest. Oh, so we just got the sloppy seconds of Hans Island. Okay, that's just great. That's awesome.
I'm telling you, never trust the Danes. Jens is gonna come in here and just rip us apart.
Look, Jens, we own
Jens, I'm sorry. It's not your fault that you're Danish.
It's our island. You know it's our island.
Have you ever
give it back?
Yes. Have you ever had a Danish muffin?
Thankfully, I haven't.
I am not sure what it is, but probably not.
Well, when you have French toast in Canada, do you call it Canadian French toast?
No, we just call it French toast. French Canadian toast. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, we should make a new type of French toast called Canadian French toast.
It'll have twice as much syrup, and it'll be 2 baguettes instead of regular pieces of bread.
Yeah.
Would you like your French Canadian toast? Oh, mais oui, we are the real French. Did you not know? We were forgotten about some 300 years ago, so we have been in cultural stasis, how you say, ever since.
Oh, yeah.
Filthy lot. Even France doesn't want. I just want everybody to know.
Before
Oh, if we leave Canada, we could join you guys, right, France? And France was like, no. No.
diplomatic agreement that returned that submarine to the Soviet Union could be reached. All these point to the fact that both Sweden and Russia have had it back and forth with each other, so there is definitely an historical precedent if another attack on Sweden is suggested. And with Russia invading Ukraine, the idea is not far-fetched. But should Sweden actually be expecting an invasion?
I think Sweden
Ever since
should
the
invade
invasion of
Russia.
Ukraine, the countries surrounding Russia have unsurprisingly started spending heavily on their militaries. Most neighboring countries to Russia like Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, who were formerly under the USSR, just like Ukraine, believe there is a possibility that Russia could invade them in the future, just like they did Ukraine. These countries are relatively small, but even Poland, a relatively large country neighboring Russia and Ukraine, is also unnerved by Russia's erratic actions and is strengthening their military.
I love how they don't even include Belarus because they just understand that Belarus may as well already be part of Russia at this point. Like it's just already such a Russian satellite state that has like no autonomy of its own. And I mean, just look at how successful Belarus as a country is. They've been going great lately.
Oh, yeah.
It's been great. They don't have the lowest life expectancy in Europe. That's a bunch of crap. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, like, Russia got exactly the opposite of what it wanted out of this, because the reason why Russia invaded the Ukraine when it did, the Ukraine, I know it's Ukraine, it's not the Ukraine. I wasn't even alive when it was called the Ukraine, so I don't even have an excuse. Anyways, Russia invaded Ukraine when it did, because it was terrified that, like, the entire western half of its border was going to unify against Russia in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And guess what happened? As soon as they invaded, all of the other countries were like, hey, NATO, you guys are looking pretty good. Finland joined in 2022, I'm pretty sure. Sweden joined in 2024. So, I mean, like...
Finland joined in 2023 and we joined in because we were going to join together, but freaking Turkey acted like pussies.
They ate too much turkey.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, Turkey hates Russia just as much as Sweden does, so that's kind of...
but
I would say they hate them even more.
They hate the Kurds even more, and that's why they want to genocide them. And since Sweden has been...
It's the last on their checklist. They got the Greeks, they got the Armenians. Now they just have to deal with those filthy Kurds, Deviant, and you're trying to get in the way of that. You're like, genocide is bad, guys.
No, the Kurds.
What was that, Gigi?
Sweden gave asylum to a lot of Kurds in the late 80s and early 90s, specifically, and Turkey's conditions for letting us into NATO was that we were gonna extradite those Kurds back to Turkey, and we said, we are not going to do that because we know what you're going to do to them, and they have been living here for freaking 40 years, and you can go suck it. That wasn't exactly what was said, but the gist of it. And eventually...
Gigi's been trying to talk for a hot minute now.
I know.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Gigi.
Oh, Miss Alka, after this, would you like to watch this one show by, this one video by Not Evolution?
Oh,
Yeah, sure.
yay, evolution. Woo, let's touch that topic for the 27,495th time. That's why I was that's why I was excited to cover the thing with the Proverbs guys when you started playing it, because at least it was talking about something new. At least we were talking about something we hadn't covered before.
Evolution.
Oh, it's not evolution. Oh, okay. You were saying it wasn't evolution. I thought you were saying not evolution as like a refutation of evolution.
Yeah, the guy's called not.
Oh, he's called not evolution. I see.
Yeah.
I actually tried to speak up to let Gigi talk, Wolfden. Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish the thought, because I realized that it might be that we were gonna shut this down. No, it's fine, Gigi. I shouldn't have been talking over you.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, for this, could we watch that by a guy who's not evolution?
Of course. We can.
But he's not evolution.
Did you call Dan to see if it's okay if you can play it?
Yeah, he said yeah.
And you hacked Gigi.
Okay.
Shall I?
I don't know what.
Shall I continue this or?
Okay. You can continue.
Military might. Also, these countries are members of NATO, which means in Putin's head, they are threats to the security of Russia. These countries will take their military strength seriously if Russia decides to come at them. There's even a prediction from Estonian Prime Minister Kaja Kallas, who said that NATO should be prepared to face Russia in 3 to 5 years. Even though Sweden doesn't have a land border with Russia, the maritime border they share, and Russia's behavior in the past, have prompted Sweden to strengthen their military might as well. This was evident in the information the Swedish government passed out in 2022 about increasing military spending to 2% of the country's GDP. As explained by the Swedish defense minister, the reason for this is that the country is facing the most serious security policy situation since the end of World War II. As of 2024, the defense bill was drafted in which 2% of the country's GDP would go to military spending, a whopping 27 billion krona, equivalent to $2.3 billion US. This money is supposed to go toward their NATO membership payment and developing the military, especially their air force, which is one of the reasons why Putin will need to be careful before thinking about invading. Which brings us to the real reason why Putin should be scared of Sweden, or more specifically, its air force. Since Sweden hasn't been involved in a war in a very long time, many people don't know about the country's true military might, especially what they can do in the air. The Swedish Air Force, or SWAF, was created in 1926, and even though this arm of the military did not have the chance to perform during the Second World War due to the country's neutrality, they are extremely effective, both on paper and in reality. The real beginning of the strength of the Swedish Air Force stems back to when the country decided to heavily invest into nuclear weapons research. It may not seem like this would lead to a powerful air force, but stay with us. Faced with the hostile presence the Soviet Union posed after World War II, and to protect themselves from likely future assault, Sweden, under the guise of civilian defense, started researching their own nuclear weapons. The project was fairly successful and progressed to the stage where underground testing was possible, but the Riksdag, Sweden's supreme decision-making body, decided that the exploration of nuclear energy shouldn't be used to build weapons, but instead to create a defense against nuclear attacks. And this is what would lead to a more powerful air force, as much of the money that had been pouring into developing nuclear weapons was now diverted to the air force. The beginning of investment that surged Sweden forward and placed them among the countries with the best air forces in the world. Around that time in the 1950s, the Air Force then decided to use the large funding to start the creation of their domestic aircraft. As a result of all the money well spent, during the Cold War, Sweden became the world's fourth most powerful air force with about 1,000 modern planes, which introduced the Saab A-32 Lansen, Saab J-29 Tunnan, and the Saab J-35 Draken. And that was just the beginning. Now, thanks to that lineage, Sweden has created arguably one of the best fighter jets in the world, the single-engine supersonic multi-role fighter jet JAS-39 Gripen. When the prototype was demonstrated in 2009, the fighter jet reached the supersonic speed of Mach 1.2, or around 913 miles per hour. And it did this without the use of an afterburner, making it better for higher range and giving it fuel-saving advantages. The Gripen has several variants, including the Gripen JAS 39C and D, as well as the JAS E and F. The only difference between the C and D is that the C is a single-seater while the D has room for two, same for the E and F. And even though the CD and EF are fairly similar, the EF is the newer, updated version. Both have features that would make anyone think twice before getting into an aerial battle with Sweden, even Putin. The Gripen JAS 39CD is powered by a Volvo RM12 engine with an afterburner capable of reaching speeds of Mach 2 and can operate at heights over 49,000 feet or 15,000 meters without issue.
Of course,
although
it's
it's
powered
equipped with
by a
sophisticated
Volvo
avionics, it's the Gripen's arsenal that truly gives it an edge over its rivals, thanks to a 27mm cannon and 8 hardpoints for missiles and bombs, which means it can both win duels in the air and destroy targets on the ground. The Gripen JAS 39EF, which is the newer version, is an even more dangerous multi-role combat aircraft that's capable of air fighting and ground-based air attack missions, thanks to its increased payload, longer range, and more advanced electronic warfare capabilities. It also has a more powerful engine, the General Electric F414 GE39, which also has a top speed of Mach 2, but a higher operational ceiling of 52,000 feet, or 16,000 meters. Having such a powerhouse in the sky makes one thing very certain: no one would want to mess with them. Putin is even one of the few world leaders who should want to engage in an aerial battle with Sweden. Even though Russia is one of the top 3 air forces in the world on paper, they are facing a lot of trouble converting those stats into real-life results. This was made evident very quickly when Russia invaded Ukraine, and Russia's supersonic fighter jets like the Su-34 and Su-57 that were supposed to dominate the Ukrainian airspace started to fall to manpad-launched surface-to-air missiles. Many of Russia's fighter jets were seen running from the battlefield, and some pilots even abandoned their jets because they weren't effective enough. If even manpads can stop Putin's air attacks, think about what supersonic, hyper, and recently updated Gripens would do. The Su-34 and Su-57 wouldn't stand a chance. But as we've seen, losses don't always dissuade Putin, so what would really happen if Russia decides to invade Sweden? Will Sweden be able to protect itself, or will it end up on the receiving end like Ukraine? There are many who think that because Sweden is relatively small, that it will be an easy target. But as we've seen, Sweden has an ace up their sleeve in their air defense, and it isn't all due to their powerful fighter jets. Sweden has prioritized military advancement after the end of the Second World War, and they've been able to hone their craft well enough that any country that wants to attack or invade them would have a really tough time doing so. And because Sweden isn't necessarily interested in expanding its territories into other countries, its military weapon system development has focused more on defense than attack. Because of the small territory, they've created and honed strategically the best weapons for their defense position. Sweden not only has the Gripen JAS as a monument for military advancement, but they also have one of the best anti-tank missiles, the NLAW, the best anti-ship missiles, the RBS-15 family, and one of the world's best submarines. This means Sweden has a solid air, water, and ground game when defending its region from hostility. If Putin wants to try invading
Hello? Hello?
Did Deviant get
Can't hear
raptured?
That's what I was wondering. Or she's on the phone with Dan now.
Dan's on the phone right now going, Deviant, is it absolutely moral to play a video without my permission? Oh, she's gone.
She got raptured.
Gone. Soot, we need a Deviant Outcast SO. What's the what's the situation? We need a sit rep. You're military sit. You know what I'm saying. We need a Deviant Outcast sit rep stat.
Icons of Evolution. Updating the icons. Darwin's Tree of Life. 10th anniversary.
Oh, boy. Oh, this guy. I know this guy. He's one of the guys that's like simping for Kent Hovind in every video that he makes. I always see this guy.
Oh, what happened, Miss Outcast? Are you all right?
Yeah, so the Soot's laptop that I'm using I got the first blue screen I've gotten in, I don't know, like 15 years.
Wow. Are you all right?
I am all right. Luckily, it was just a computer and not my brain.
That's what you get for defying Dan.
Oh.
We thought you were on the
That was
phone
a
with
warning
Dan.
shot, girl.
Dan took you aside and tried to tell you what's what.
He would regret that very fast.
Yeah,
I'm
I
afraid.
feel like Soot would make him regret that. That would be something I would pay to see, a Dan versus Soot Kettle cage match. Oh, man. Oh, man. It wouldn't even be close. He would just pile drive him through table after table, steel chair after steel chair. Oh, it'd just be brutal. It'd be like that part in The Simpsons where Homer starts beating up the burger thief, and one of the kids is like, "Stop! Stop! He's already dead." That'd be literally what that fight would be.
The funny thing about that is that while I don't doubt that Soot would be trying to do that, he would have a much bigger job trying to stop me from doing it.
Do you guys want to watch the Not Evolution guy?
Yeah.
He's not Evolution. That's all I know.
Course. Of course.
Yeah.
The second icon of evolution I wrote about is Darwin's Tree of Life.
This guy reminds me of an owl. Do you think he's an owl?
Yes. Soot
he
Kettle
thinks
is a
he's
very
wise.
peaceful man.
I'm in the other room. I need to go and examine this guy. He does look like an owl. Holy crap.
Can we make a big screen so we can really see his owliness?
Oh my
there he is.
goodness. Athena themselves. Here.
What if he is?
He looks like he's got one of those freaking necks that can he can move it around freeform and stuff. Yeah. Look, it's not okay.
But the only thing I know, the guy who had this video is Not Evolution. That's all I know.
It's not Evolution. No, as soon as I saw his icon, I immediately recognized him because I see him in Kent Hovind's comment sections, just going like, "Yes, Kent. Oh, you're so right." I think in so many words, that's basically what he says.
What's this? Pink wave? What is that?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's one of the YouTube emojis that doesn't show up on Restream. He's trying to do a hand wave emoji, but it doesn't show up on Restream. So it does at Gangster goes hand pink waving.
Oh, you heard Stephen the one guy. What about Stephen the Bowling? That's Stephen.
Stephen the bowling ball. Stephen toilet bowling.
What about
That was Azzo that came up with toilet bowling, wasn't it?
about Aiden?
Unfortunately, it was the old me.
that was the best one that we've come up with so far. So credit where it's due, Azzo.
I can't believe no one ever thought of it because it's like I'm Mr. Obvious and all, but
This guy must be type of guy who. This guy's a intelligent design guy. I think he got in for he joined some religion. I think.
Right. His arguments basically consist of going to Kent's house and dropping down to his knees and going.
this is part 2 of Aiden's lecture.
Are you all right? Aiden?
You're so right.
And yes, I'll buy 14 mugs, Kent.
Of course I'll swallow, Ken. I always swallow your bullshit.
Oh, crap. I hear Dan's phone being dialed.
Uh-oh. Gigi,
Oh,
do you like
which
it
is
when
also-
Aiden says things like that on your show?
I don't know.
No, you're
Here's
supposed
the-
to
oh,
answer
man.
no, Gangster Ghost. Otherwise, I can't manipulate you as effectively.
Okay. Here's the
Yeah. Very diplomatic, Gigi.
name, Dr. Jonathan Wells. He get Wells.
He has
Actually,
multiple.
the heart of his
Oh, it's not Orson Welles?
Yeah.
theory. The only illustration he put in the origin of species was this branching tree pattern.
Guys.
Oh, what do you think this guy debunks evolution?
I think his argument is going to be if we came from monkeys, why are there still monkeys?
And we just want to sin. Those are the two top answers.
That supposedly shows how all living things descended with modification from a common ancestor at the root. Some of the evidence Darwin cited for his tree of life was the fossil record.
Whatever that is.
Supposedly, if his theory were correct, if we look at the fossil record, we would see, first of all, a common ancestor and then these multiple branches coming off with, as Darwin put himself, innumerable transitional steps in between. Because in Darwin's theory, a species gives birth to, or an organism gives birth to another organism very much like it, and only over many thousands or millions of generations do the differences appear that then result in new species and new classes and orders and so on. Well, Darwin himself knew that the fossil record did not fit that picture.
It does.
Yeah.
He knew, for example, about the appearance of the major forms of animals in the Cambrian, the geological period known as the Cambrian. We now call those major forms phyla.
Oh, hold on. Guess who's here? Claude.
Hello.
Oh, it's so glad.
It has been interesting today, and Aidan, you are a sea of tranquility in a cesspool of proverbs, guys. I don't know if I got that quite right, but
I've been very tranquil so far today, Claude. Thank you.
I know, and all the other participants too. I love hearing you. And it's just, yeah, it's really good. So I have enjoyed this show. You know, and I can understand when people feel strongly about something. The Claude can get a little bit carried away too from time to time, but it's just a sign of passion. And I think it's important to have passion and compassion. And
Yes.
I see that from my friends on these shows, some Christian and some atheist, but I don't see it in any of the Proverbs, guys, ever. Or if it is, it's just for manipulation purposes.
What happened?
Talk error, listen to what's going on. And yes, and because it's already a new year here for me, and you are still waiting, is that right, for a new year?
Yeah.
How is 2025 for you, Claude? Sorry, Gigi, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. How's 2025? Is it doing wrong?
Oh, well, since it's early in the morning. The Claude, in fact, out and about, I'm on my way somewhere, but very early. But it is unusual for me. But I'm going to go to some friends in another part of the area, so part of the country. But yeah, no, 2025 is great. Yeah, well, but it won't be long before something comes along. Yes.
I would like to be a contrarian and celebrate the new year as soon as it goes over the international date line. So,
Yeah, well,
yeah.
why not?
So everybody else, it'll be like 5 in the afternoon, and I'll just be there like, Happy New Year, guys! Woo!
Because what time is it for Deviant? About 10 or 11 at night?
It's 11 p.m.
Yes.
So it's 1 hour
You're
left.
still waiting as well, yeah.
Yes.
The Americans even longer. The first to have it, I think, is New Zealand or maybe one of the territories, and then Australia. It sort of moves across, doesn't it? If you ever get a chance, you look at the Sydney Harbour Bridge fireworks. Oh my God, that's so spectacular. They probably replay it on YouTube. It's very interesting.
I think Tahiti is like one of the first places that gets New Year.
Bastards. Oh, French. Of course, it has to be.
Who else would get the New Year but the beautiful tricolor of France? Yes, yeah.
Earlier I heard you doing, look, I forget from show to show which is which, but you were doing Trump, I think, or you had Mr. Trump on the show.
He made an appearance, that's true. He did.
It was very good.
Don't get me talking about little Marco. I don't even want to get into it. Oh, Terry, yes. Yes, good old Terry.
Is she here today?
Where did the dingo?
Claude, I just wanted to let you know that I'm looking for somebody with maybe a little less balls to bring to the relationship. Unfortunately, I don't want to be known as Mrs. Balls my entire life, so unfortunately, either you're gonna have to change your name or I'm gonna have to find somebody else.
All right, Claude Strange. No, Claude Strange Balls. Now that would be perfect.
That sounds like a Dungeons and Dragons character.
Yeah.
And then, if I then got divorced from Terry and married Mod, called Strange Balls Mod. No, called Strange Balls Snack. Yeah.
Yes. Or Strange Snack Balls. That's also a good name.
That's what I love about this show. We can also have laughs. But I
he's firing out of...
Oh God, the end of the world is reaching Claude. No, Claude, stay with us.
Am I cutting out? Still here?
Yes. You're back.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
You did not get gaffled up by the Singaporean authorities for chewing bubble gum in public. That's good.
It's traveling. We actually have fairly good coverage. But okay, yes, I mean...
Everybody, guess who's here?
Oh my gosh, it's the Zealots Den! Wow, hello.
The Zealous one! Ho, ho, ho! Happy New Year's!
Are any relations to the Wolfden?
Yeah, he's my brother from another mother.
Oh, goodness.
Oh.
Yeah, so like how the Orthodox schism from the Catholics, he left the Zealots Den and they started the Wolf Den, but we're the original
What
den.
about the Lions Den? Are you related?
Yeah, they're like the Protestants. They're wacky over there, but us in the Wolf Den are similar.
Oh, okay. Would Aiden like it?
I'm just kidding. I don't know either of them. I don't know either. But if they're a den, they're all right.
You are gonna eat those words one day when you meet them.
Dustin's got a den too.
A den of thieves is the saying that comes to mind.
Hey, do any of you guys have a New Year's resolution? I'm looking for a good one. I need to come up with one. I got like 7 hours
2560 by 1440 is my New Year's resolution because I got a new monitor.
Nice. Big ups, Aiden. Congratulations. It's going to be a good year. You're going to be seeing things clearly
That's
in 2025.
right. That's true. As a matter of fact, I'll be seeing them about 72% more clearly than I saw them before. So it's pretty good.
Nice. Aiden's like, I'm not going to get glasses. I'm going to get a better
That's right.
resolution
That's
monitor.
right. Who needs LASIK when you can just get a better screen?
The den. Oh, how have you been today? What you guys been doing? Oh, you been on the
Man, I've been napping around all day. I got tired from all these long form conversations on the internet all week. They really take a toll on you.
You were on the Lions Den the other day. It was the PGs.
I was, or they were talking
you
about
were
me?
on there. You, Sandman, And
Oh, what's that? The Lions Den or the Proverbs guys?
that's
Or they're the same? Oh, really?
Yeah, that's one of their shows.
Oh, I get you. Yeah, I stopped in over there.
Yeah, it was great. That's the when I put the clip of it, the Danielite technology versus the meets the Proverb guys.
Yeah. Are those your buddies, Gangster?
We all know them. They're all our buddies, even especially Aiden. They're his best buddies.
Hey, I've been sleeping all day. I've been sleeping most of the day, and I'd wake up and I'd check in and stuff. What was going on all day with your stream, Gangster Ghost? Was somebody trying to take it over, or what was going on with it?
We were covering a topic that Gangster Ghost wanted to cover at the beginning of the stream. And then Dan called Gangster Ghost and convinced him not to play the video on his show anymore because he didn't want us covering their content, even though they put it out publicly for the purposes of public critique and consumption and, you know, Creative Commons.
One of the Proverbs guys?
Dan's one of the he's the quote-unquote president of the Proverbs guys, even though he's just Steven's puppet.
Okay.
Anyways, he basically called Gangster Ghost and made him feel bad for playing the video and made Gangster Ghost get creative.
Wow, they're like the YouTube
No, they
mafia,
are. They really are. Like it's gotten so over the manipulation at this point that he'll like literally call Gangster Ghost up and tell him not to play videos on his channel.
That's
It's
crazy.
extreme manipulation.
Gangster, don't get extorted, Gangster.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I watched some of your show or on your dens.
Oh, nice. Thanks for the support, Gangster. I appreciate it, brother.
See, that's a normal response.
Yeah, right?
Thanks for giving me the extra view on my
You
stream.
played it on
You better
here.
not play it.
Yeah, no, I don't mind. I got nothing to hide.
Right?
Worst case, you guys catch me saying something stupid and I noticed it and changed my
I mean, the only thing we know, given the context Dan allowed us to give, was that these people were persecuted, and they were persecuted because they yelled and screamed at a bunch of cops while they were reasonably trying to do their job.
Yeah, I was watching a little bit of that. I think I agree with Deviant when she said it's a certain sect of people. It's like I don't know how to say it, but like the woke people. They're the same ones because it's like most everyone was taught how to react when the cop pulls you over. You know, it's like turn your radio down, roll your window down, keep your hand so they can say it's common like knowledge because it's like. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, don't escalate the situation.
No, it's just stupidity too.
I feel like it's almost they do it to make a show, and then they talk about it after, like they were victims and stuff. Like George Floyd had a horrible outcome, but he was on drugs. But there's people who just instead of getting arrested and then letting the judge settle it later, it's like they try to make a scene there on the spot. I've been arrested a few times, and when I was younger, I not just kind of give them a hard time, but nothing that would ever get me, shot or beat up or anything. Just kind of like
I mean, you can levy a disagreement with an officer in a way that's civil and in a way that
say something wise or something, but not
yelling. The way that they were yelling at those cops, they were acting like if they said the right combination of nouns and verbs and syllables, that they were going to get the cops to like uncuff them and be like, just go right on your way, citizen. I may have a warrant here for your arrest, but you said it was an illegal warrant, so we'll just let you go.
I'm sorry to interrupt your day today.
They're doing a job, all right? Do you go up to a construction site and tell a guy that's like trying to do some sheetrock that, oh, well, you can't do that. That's the wrong way of doing the sheetrock. Well, how do you know? He's just doing his job. Just doing his job.
Yeah. But this is America, Gangster. You play what you want to play.
Well, he got intimidated into not wanting to play it anymore, so he doesn't want to play it. And that's fine. That's his choice. But he's just... What they do is they understand that Gangster Ghost wants to be friends with everyone. They understand that Gangster Ghost wants to get along with everyone, and they use those tendencies from Gangster Ghost to manipulate him because Gangster Ghost doesn't want Dan to think any less of him. He doesn't want
Well, what do you happen to know why they didn't want to play? Did they say something controversial or
The
anything?
excuse Dan made was that he doesn't want us making fun of a rape victim. That's what Dan said. As though we were ever going to say anything about that in a way that would even be construable as a joke. I would never make a joke about rape. I would never make a joke about rape in a million years.
That's one way to get not liked by the public. Well, yeah, sorry to hear you guys had to go through that today.
Yeah, it happens from time to time.
Yeah, people need to loosen up, especially if you're a content creator on YouTube. It's like worse people than Gigi are going to be critiquing your stuff.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, if you are not your biggest critic, then you have a problem in your life.
Amen. Amen, Aiden.
Absolutely.
And if you can't take criticism, you have a problem.
Absolutely, but I can very much so get the impression from these people that they are just incapable of introspection. At least introspection in the fashion that I'm talking about, where you really like dig deep and look inward and ask yourself, maybe am I the problem here? Is something I'm doing causing these problems and causing these issues? And for some reason, they just happen to be never wrong about anything. They never get anything wrong. They're never mistaken about anything. They never have to retract anything. And when they do retract something, it's under the most childish, like, oh, I'm sorry if I offended anyone, kind of like fake apology that doesn't mean anything. I don't know, man. Some people, like Achilles earlier, he came in and he was like, oh, I'm glad to see that this is how everyone is spending their New Year. It's like, bro, you were on Christmas Eve doing like a 3-hour show about how evolution is a scam. I was with my family, dude. I already spent all my time with my family. I'm sick of family right now, if anything, because I spent like 4 days straight with like my entire freaking family nonstop, and I love them.
Hey, you run away from one. You run away from one family just to come hang out with your gangster
Well, the
ghost
difference
family.
is I can leave anytime I want in this environment.
Right, or mute us. Yep.
Yeah, like it's the social conventions are a little different. Don't get me wrong, I love my family. I adore them. I do. But when you spend long enough with them, you get a little bit tired. And yeah, I spent a long amount of time with my family. So if this is how I want to spend my New Year's, then I don't see what the problem with that is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you feel you deserve an apology. Yeah, pretty much along those lines, Dustin. Yeah, pretty much. One of Dan's famous ones was, I'm sorry that I thought you were mature enough to be able to handle something or another, was what he said. It's like, yeah, that just, I could feel the sincerity radiating off of that apology. I don't know, man. It's one of those scenarios where I know that they're probably never going to go away, but it would be nice, you know? Like, it would probably be for everyone's benefit, including theirs.
Well, they can go away from you, like your algorithm.
All right, my friend is here to come and visit me, so I've got to go. Talk to you guys later.
Talk to you later, Aiden.
I'll protect
Happy
Happy
New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
He left because he was scared of.
He was scared of the mushroom bazooka.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what Aiden doesn't want you guys to know is that he's not planning to have a Happy New Year, and he's been trying to cover that up. But I came here to expose. Yeah.
Egg expose him.
I learned some things about Aiden that I'm going to disclose now publicly. Okay.
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 What's up, Dustin Den?
Are you there, Brother Pike?
He got a dusty den, Dustin.
Are you there, Brother Pike?
Yeah, I'm here. What's happening, gangster? What's your New Year's resolution?
I don't know. To find out where did Brother Pike go?
Yeah, what happened to Brother Pike?
Oh, he disappeared.
Then, how you been today?
Me, I'm doing really good.
Oh, are you a gangster then?
No, I'm not. I'm a zealot.
Oh. Is that like angry teddy bear? He's a zealot.
Yeah, sometimes I can be an angry teddy bear, but then I got to go to confession.
Oh. Miss Outcast wanted to ask you about purgatory the other day.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's right, huh?
So I asked.
Now I'm here.
What's his name? AJ. A bit about it, but I didn't really understand the answer, and I think he disappeared afterwards. Yeah.
Oh, he's a zealot in the den too. I'm gonna have to mention that to him later.
Give him a hard time.
Yeah.
No, my question was, so I've heard about purgatory, of course. I have kind of an idea, but the issue is that I have a bit too many ideas, and all of them can't be the right one. So
right.
I was kind of wondering what's the dealio? How?
Well, let me try to put it as simply as I can for you. Purgatory is, so as Catholics, we believe that nothing impure or unholy can get into heaven. So when we die, like 99% of us aren't pure or holy. So we have to cleanse ourselves of our sin, or we call that to purge, to purgate. So the thought is God purgates us to cleanse us to get into heaven. So purgatory is it's not a place. It's not like a waiting room or something. It's a process that you go through to purify your soul to get into heaven. And only people who are going to heaven go through purgatory. Okay. It's not for both. So because you don't have to purge yourself to get into hell.
Okay.
One example, an analogy that I use is, those like those super clean places that you have to go in, and they have like, you go into one room and then you like, they take off all the bacteria and stuff, and then you put on the boots and the wardrobe, and then you go into the sanitation area. That's kind of like the best example I can come up with. Purgatory.
Oh, okay. So it's not, because one of the claims that I've heard was that it was more or less like a roundup. I say place, but of course it's not like a physical room or anything, but plane of existence might be a better way to put it, where those who die prior to the end of days go there and like there, you don't experience time there, but it's kind of a waiting room for the end of days. And at that time, everyone is brought up. Everyone who is in purgatory is brought up to heaven.
No, so that's not it. That's actually an interesting take. I haven't heard that one. I even grew up having a misunderstanding as a Catholic. My mother used to tell us it was like limbo. So it was like, it's like a place that you go to wait to see where you go. So I understand why most people, because even if you ask a bunch of Catholics, you might get a Catholic like my mother who says they're a Catholic but doesn't really know. So there's a lot of misunderstandings about it. But when I ask most Christians, they agree that nothing holy gets into heaven. We just usually disagree on how we come from our sinful selves to the eternal glory.
Got you.
Okay.
So would it even be possible for a human to be pure enough when they die to go directly to heaven, or is it just okay?
Yes.
Okay.
It's so from my understanding, we don't know who gets into heaven and all that. But yes, we do believe that there are some instances where boom, you as you said, you were holy enough, whether it was because of your martyrdom or whatever God deemed sufficient.
Yeah. So do people, is there consciousness in the individual that, like, are you experiencing time there, for instance? Do you get a sense of I have to stay here longer because I'm dirtier, it takes longer time to clean me up?
So that's what I'm not. So we don't exactly know that, but from my understanding, no, you don't experience time, but you would experience the sensation of the purgation.
Okay.
And that's not like Catholic doctrine. I don't believe that's just from my understanding from looking into it.
But and Catholics are the only version of Christianity that has purgatory, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, even so that, like, when I explain it to even the Protestants, they disagree. They disagree with the premise of purgatory, but they seem to have similar. They do agree that something, and almost they agree that a process has to happen to purify you to get into heaven, but they just don't agree with the purgatory idea.
Do you know if there is a connection between purgatory and Alighieri's, Dante's writings about this? I think it's 7 levels.
Dante's one. I actually haven't read that, but from my understanding, that's about hell, isn't it? Dante's Inferno.
Yeah. But from what I understand, if you like the upper, so I haven't read it either. I've had like secondhand. I've read about others writing about it in the context of aesthetics, philosophy of aesthetics. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
But from that, I understood it as different depending on your, like, the number one sin that didn't get you into heaven is like layered. So the worst sinners would be they had no chance. Those who has committed sin but minor sins would be placed in the upper levels, and in the very upper levels you could, like, not work your way up from them, but somehow, like, not having to spend eternity there necessarily, for like the first and I believe even second level, at least the first.
Yeah, no, I don't believe it's anything like that. That actually seems kind of like an idea of the mischaracterization of it. Well, because another thing, so once you're in purgatory, you can't merit any of your purgation. So we believe in the deposit of faith. So any good graces that the saints that we can merit their good graces that they left behind. Because we do believe that some men were holy enough where they had excess, if that makes sense. When you ask, do some people get right to heaven? So through the deposit of faith, while we're on earth, we ask. That's what we pray to saints for, asking for some of their graces, and then that's why we pray for the souls in purgatory to try to hasten their purgation.
I see. Interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. But yeah, trying to figure out the afterlife, that is definitely a tricky
Yep,
one, huh?
for sure. For sure.
Well, because I like all those near-death experience stories. They have some interesting ones.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how much like validity is to it, but I do find it interesting that a lot of people have a lot of similar experiences.
Yeah. So it was a long time. It's been a long time since I looked into it. I mean, like 25 years ago or something. 20 years ago.
Oh, you're not that old, deviant, are you?
Oh yes, I am. I'm super old. I'm not as old as Teddy, but I mean, he's basically.
Oh, poor
Yeah.
Teddy. He's catching up to the dirt. He's catching up to being old as dirt.
Oh yeah, only reason I can even comprehend what he's saying is because I've studied ancient Egypt and archaeology.
He speaks in hieroglyphics.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 37.
Oh, nice. We're almost the same age,
How old are
gangster. I'm 36.
Oh, I. It's always fun when I think about Aiden because I'm actually older than Aiden's mom. It's not much, but it's a couple of years. But she had him early. I'm 46.
Do you appreciate some of his youthful brass?
Oh yeah, of course.
This is the guy I told you about. He thinks that the Catholic Church is out to get him.
He looks like he thinks that, gangster.
He's a crazy Amish man. He thinks the Catholic Church is out to get them all.
Yeah.
Just like this.
Oh, wait till you guys find out what we have in the Vatican. No, I'm just
Right?
kidding.
Oh, I
Like-
love that. The people who are like, yeah, the Vatican, they're hiding all this. Like, no, no.
Like the ever seen?
They read the Da Vinci Code too many
That's
times.
it. Like that, the Da Vinci Code.
Let me tell you a funny story, Deviant and Gangster. When I was like around 12 or 13, my brother hands me this book called the Da Vinci Code. So I start reading it and stuff, and I grew up a Catholic, so I'm familiar with the Holy Grail and all that. So I'm reading this book, and I didn't know it was a story. I thought it was a guy telling something he really did. So I'm like, oh, this guy's going to go find the Holy Grail. So I'm reading it, thinking that I'm going to find out where the Holy Grail is. And I get to the end of the book, and I was so upset to find out it was fiction. And then my brother goes, they have a prequel, Angels and Demons. Do you want to read it? I said, no, I only read that because I thought it was a real story.
Yeah, that movie said that Jesus had a kid.
Yeah, there's a lot of blasphemy in there. Him and Mary Magdalene were secret lovers and stuff.
Oh, right. That whole thing comes from there. Yeah.
Yeah, and then a lot of people actually believe that.
I wonder does
So
Aiden.
I got.
Jesus was a playboy, they say.
Oh yeah, he's notorious for that. It's him and Casanova, you know. So you know what?
So I gotta ask you,
Yeah.
Deviant, what kind of like cool stuff do you find in your work?
So the sad part is that I'm in early retirement.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
So I haven't worked for over 20 years. Ooh.
Tim's here. Hi, Tim.
But
Hey, JG. You must really love.
Sorry,
You must really love your
I
work.
have to jump off because it's the Northern Lights. Yes.
Oh, enjoy
Yes.
them.
Okay.
And it's
Can you guys
now,
hear me?
now. It was nice to meet
Yeah, we
all
can
of
hear
you.
you.
Take
Okay.
care. Love you. Happy
New Year,
New Year. See
Happy New Year.
See you, Dean. Bye.
Oh,
Hi, Tim. How are you? Tim
pretty good.
today?
GG, how you doing, buddy?
Good.
Yeah, I
Dave's
see that.
here.
Happy New Year.
He's-
Tim, Tool Man, Taylor.
Happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year, brother.
Yeah. How you been? Are you guys having a show
No.
tonight?
Nope. Tonight's
Tim?
just chill night. Tomorrow we'll have a show, and the day after that we'll have a show. But yeah, tonight is. Huh?
Not gonna have. Oh, you're gonna have a show next year?
Yeah, or next year. Isn't that something?
GG.
Coming in 2025.
Yeah, yeah, it was crazy. Where'd Teddy go? Anyways, how you been and stuff? How's everyone?
Oh, I'm good. I'm just relaxing, getting ready to probably about another 2 hours. I'll be cooking up a bunch of chili dogs. That'll be my dinner for the New Year's Eve. And then probably going to stay up till 12 and watch the ball drop like usual and then head to sleep.
The call ball?
The what?
Oh.
The ball.
Call ball? What's his name? Call ball?
Claude? Oh, yeah.
That
Yeah,
guy?
the guy who
He's
won't
gonna
give me his
drop?
hat and his mustache, even though I've asked like 50 times.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or does it get less and less exciting every year to see the ball drop?
Yeah, but you know, it's a
Yeah.
tradition. I mean, it's something fun. You know, that's.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Oh, Silent then, will you ever go on his show? He have a ministry called Making Heck
yeah,
Nervous.
making hell nervous. That's our little. That's our podcast channel.
Oh, that's a
Yeah.
funny name.
Yeah, Den has a show too, the Zealots Den.
I'm David Gangster.
Oh, yeah, David. Yeah, he has a great show too.
Right.
Sorry about that.
Oh, thanks for thinking that, Gangster.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, he has a show too. He has all kinds of people on there, right? Is that right? Zealot Den?
Not yet. I'm working on it though. I'm getting.
Oh.
Yeah, the more subscribers you get, the more interest people have on coming on your show. I find.
Oh, I subbed and I shared your channel on my channel.
Oh yeah, that's why you're a gangster, Ghost man.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I just try to get on there and tell people to get God in the conversation. Remind people who feel they forgot God or they think God forgot them. Or people who think that they're not, rich enough or fancy enough or uppity enough to belong in church. I try to remind them that Jesus reached out to all the people,
Yeah.
That's good. Oh, what was I gonna say? Oh, I forgot. Oh, here,
Carrot Top, he was funny.
did you ever? Oh, yeah, he went on the PGs. I don't know.
Wait, Carrot Top?
You guys like Carrot Top?
Me and David thought the exact same thing. We're like, wait a minute.
Well, you said you're Anderson. Are you related to Steve Anderson? David?
I don't think that one, but I believe there's a Steve Anderson in there somewhere.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. You're late to Pastor
He's
Steve
with the new
Anderson.
IFB. Get him out.
But I'm also SON. I'm SON,
He's with
not
the new
SEN.
IFB. Get him out. Get him out.
Yeah.
Hi, AJ.
Hi, GG.
Welcome back, brother.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
Yeah,
Thank you, brother.
New Year.
Tim, do you remember this guy?
Yeah,
Rock-
Denlinger.
He doesn't look like a happy young man.
No.
No, that looks like I'm gonna look like that when I get older. I think.
Yeah, he's under. Yeah, he thinks everyone he doesn't like is part of the Catholic Church.
It's
Or
really,
up
really
and down.
sad how far he's taken Lordship salvation, because he professes to believe in eternal security, but then he starts to back it up with, well, if you haven't really been doing these works for, 10, 20 years, I doubt your salvation. It's like, dude, like,
What's Lordship
like,
salvation?
It's Lordship salvation. And what is that? Basically, it's kind of like this idea of backloading works. It's rather than understanding after salvation, it's all about sanctification, which is what the Bible says. He takes this road of, well, your works are a result of your salvation, so therefore they're proof. But then if you examine his channel many years in the past, because he's been on YouTube for years, he's always called out people for having these little differences with him, and essentially went as far as to call them lost in the process. And it's kind of ridiculous because he'll sit there in one video and say, you're totally secure, but in the next video he's examining somebody, and if he thinks that there's something wrong about them, he starts calling them out as lost, essentially. I mean, that's kind of in a nutshell. Obviously, there's more to it, but you can just kind of see the double speak and how he conducts himself.
He's an Amish gentleman, I believe.
No, he's not Amish. That's I mean, he has said in the past that he admires what the Amish do, trying to live without modern day utilities, which I admire that too. But he's definitely not Amish.
He said his dad was.
I'd like to find a happy medium, like a one of those half gas, half eco cars.
Yeah. Denlinger. The thing is he does have a lot of really, like, if you actually watch his Bible studies, he has great, like, back in the day before he got more, in my opinion, more bitter. He really had a lot of great, genuine, like, love-filled Bible studies. I mean, that man went into the pre-trib rapture, just scripture after scripture. Eternal security, things like that. The man has put out some seriously good Bible studies, but later on he just gets all screwed up because he has to hold to what he preaches, and if you haven't done X amount of works, I think you're lost, and it's just kind of ridiculous.
I saw Daniel on his channel. He showed us thing about him eating the new taco chicken nuggets.
What, Taco Bell?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched that too. I thought it was funny, Gangster. How about you?
Yeah, me too. It was funny.
I'll tell you what I had today. I had 2 McGriddles for breakfast. Today's has been a good day.
Oh man,
oh
those
my
are
gosh.
delicious.
I won't buy anything else from McDonald's as far as breakfast. Yeah,
They're so good.
my goodness, I just.
That looked like a bat.
Is that your cat,
No, it's
Gangster?
some cat I found on Facebook. It looked like a bat.
A kitty cat.
Bat cat.
It's kind of like my cat.
He talked about the new chicken nuggets they have at Taco Bell.
I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it's supposed to be quote unquote, Mexican theme, but then they have chicken nuggets. I think they're betraying their own brand.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Anything for a dollar.
Yeah, you're right.
How about you ever heard of Del Taco?
Oh yeah, I love Del Taco.
No.
I've been there.
They're like they have chicken strips and fries and all kinds of stuff.
Oh gosh, okay, they're not Del Taco. That's just whatever.
Hey, Gangsta, you had me laughing when you were asking Deviant. Do you have Taco Bell? Do you have Popeye?
Yeah.
You said Pizza Hut, man. I love Pizza Hut, and they're getting rid of all the Pizza Huts in Massachusetts.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Pizza Hut around me. I wish there was. I love Pizza Hut.
Yeah, it is one of the better fast food pizzas.
Yeah. I remember though, what's really stuck with me since I lived in the West, because I lived in Vegas for about a year. Friggin' In-N-Out Burger. They don't have it here, but over there, my goodness, that was my favorite.
Yeah, I've heard tales about that place.
Yeah, I've been spoiled. I don't think I'll ever have a cheeseburger that'll be like as legit as that ever again. I climbed Mount Everest and I'll never get to that peak ever again.
Wow. I think Brother Pike might have stuff like that.
Yeah.
Christian is obsessed with the Baja Blast, and that man, for his own good, I have to rebuke him so he's does not get diabetes in the next 10 years. He needs an intervention. He really does.
Yeah.
So, Gangsta, where'd you meet all these people from different backgrounds?
It's a long story. First, I went on Brett King's show. That's where I met Aiden, Steven, Mark, Father Charles. And then Steven and Father Charles asked me to come on their first show. Then ever since then, I met all kinds of people. Went on to meet guys like Brother Pike, who came on there to rebuke him for them going crazy. Like this guy Skylar went crazy on Rosie. Skylar guy, he's that guy I told you that looks kind of like you.
Yeah, you told me that. That's interesting. Yeah, of all places, Brett Keane, huh? I remember, I remember him early on in my studies when I was really just taking a lot of time and studying through the Word of God, via YouTube. I did study a lot under Brian Denlinger. I watched a lot of his videos and learned a lot from him. But I remember back in those days, like, I'm watching these like YouTube channels that are essentially holy. Like it's just, Bible reading, going through the Word of God, just, wholesome, good Bible study and things like that, growing closer to the Lord. And then I see Brett King's video and I click it and it's just like this, I'm not saying, what I'm saying is his like show compared to what I was watching just to me didn't appear very Christian at the time. It's just starts off with like a metal intro and then it goes into Brett Keane and his feet up behind him in his bed. And I'm like, what am I watching right now? Like, this is Christian content. Like it's just, it was funny.
Not too long ago, he had a theistic Satanist on his show named Lucifer.
Yeah, okay. That was just kind of, theistic Satanist, so like then more of a legit Satanist rather than an atheist just making a joke.
Yeah, it was crazy. His name was Lucifer. That was crazy. What do you think of that, Den? David Den? Can I call you David Den? Oh, no.
I was talking, Josh.
What was the question?
I was just real quick, Josh. I was talking about Brett Keane. Okay, go ahead, Gigi.
Oh, that's right. Brett Keane used to, for a while, had a theistic Satanist as a co-host on his show.
Well, I don't approve of Satanists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think any Christian should be mingling with a Satanist as a co-host. If you want to have him on as a guest or like a debate, that's different. But I don't see the fruit in that at all.
Yeah, it was crazy. That same guy asked Missing Mod to star in his satanic magazine. Yeah, he did one on air. He asked Miss.
Yeah, but the firefighters do that too, gangster. The firefighters?
Who?
They always have the calendar.
It's a magazine they have. It's a.
But like,
are you a subscriber?
But like asking like a local woman to do something like that, that's kind of, or not local, but internet. Like that's insane. I did not know that happened. Wow.
Yeah, I never heard of it. I heard him say that on the singing jig I heard about. He asked Miss Ahmad, she wasn't on the show, I guess, but asked her to join the star in his magazine. What do you think of that, Den? Does it blow your mind?
No, nothing those Satanists do surprise me.
That's evil. That's like, yeah. What a disgusting degenerate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Here's another guy who's also named Lucifer, but this guy, I'm not sure what he is. He's crazy. Named Lucifer, who loves weed.
Gosh.
He changed his name now, because I'm not sure what name he has anymore, but yeah, he started out, he's a crazy guy. He started out as a guy who called Armored Christian. And then later on, he ended up coming on there and said, he prayed to God, and God told him that he's the
a bunch of psychopaths. What a bunch of crap.
Gigi, I think you should go on Tim's show. You gotta go, Tim. You gotta have him back. You're a Christian, right, Tim?
Yeah.
Gigi doesn't know if he's been baptized.
What do you mean?
Gigi doesn't know if he's been baptized. So we gotta. I think getting Gigi baptized would make hell nervous.
Well. Well, yeah. Is that Gigi? Have you ever been baptized?
I mean,
okay. Has a brother in Christ taken you to water or something like that and said, in the name of the Father, the Holy Son, I now baptize you in Jesus Christ. Has somebody done that for you? Oh,
I don't know.
No, Brother Pike, I know that much.
I don't know, but I need to. This guy didn't. After that, ever since then, I didn't take him seriously. But then after that, he says he believes that there's no heck and everyone goes to
that's
heaven.
universalism.
And yeah, and he also believes that you get to smoke all the weed
Yeah,
you
because
can
he's
in
full
heaven.
of dumb ideas.
Yeah, I showed. Yeah, I showed Miss Outcast that video too. She laughed. He's a crazy.
I like
guy.
Outcast.
And then, now he changed his name to Lucifer, who loves weed. And he changed it again. I'm not sure what he is now, but he says he's going to recruit atheists in heaven to rebel against God. Wow, this guy's a crazy guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Satanists? I think some. Well, because one thing, because I believe a lot of Satanists don't believe in God, so I find it ironic that they make a very similar thing to religion and they go off of Satan. Because if they don't believe in God, then what's the whole Satan thing about?
Yeah. Yeah, if you're atheist, you don't accept a God, then why would you find it necessary to mock?
Yeah, it just seems like they're just contrarians, bitter contrarians.
Yeah.
They even made a similar thing as like the Ten Commandments, as far as I know.
Yeah, they did. They made
they're like beliefs or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, they're just trying to go after the golden rule. Do unto others as you would do to yourself. Which it's fine. You want to be nice to each other. I get it, being a good society, but there's more to it. There's eternity to talk about.
Yeah, and then we could argue, Tim, if you're a degenerate with that mindset, then you don't think people would mind you doing degenerate things to them, because as you said, do unto others as you'd want done to you.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
a slippery slope.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. Anybody can take that in any direction they want. Ow.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, I also heard something called the First Church of Atheists.
Oh, there you go, another one.
yeah, right.
Yeah, if they were truly atheist church, this is what it would be. First, their god would be Flying Spaghetti Monster. The prophet would be Darwin, and Richard Dawkins would be their pope.
Richard Dawkins.
He's their prophet. He's not their pope. He's the prophet.
Yeah, the other one they got, Matt Dillahunty. They got some good prophets, huh?
Yeah.
That guy's Matt Dillahunty. He's a crazy guy. I don't care for that guy. Crazy. But they also have you can imagine that. That would be funny. And they what else? That would be crazy.
Yeah.
But then guys, what's the difference between Irish Roman Catholic and Vatican I Catholic?
If what I think you mean by Vatican I Catholic, those would be schismatics, and Roman Catholic is just one of the rites of the Catholic Church.
Oh, that's nice.
Who do we got?
Dustin.
Dustin Den.
What's up, guys?
What's up,
Happy
brother?
New Year.
Happy New Year, brother.
Happy New Year. Yeah, I am the Dustin. That way I can be a part of the Zealots Den.
That's right. I love it.
Oh, how are you been?
Oh,
today,
man,
Dustin?
I've just been having a great day. I've been spending time with my grandpa. He's doing all right.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. What you been
I've been watching you guys. I've been watching Dan shamelessly try to snake his way in. Doth the Bible say you shall mock?
Yeah,
Him and his deception.
Earlier was nuts. I was listening and I was trying to I don't know exactly what was going on, but yeah, earlier sounded pretty crazy.
Thou shalt mock? dude, like I don't understand that. Like, I mean, it would be like if I was to call up Lupin, right, and give him the power to go over there and shut Dan off because Dan had some vague, like, ulterior motive in showing the video. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, that was crazy. Dustin, what do you think of that guy called Lucifer who loves weed?
Lucifer who loves weed. Is he related to the sandwich?
What? What?
No.
What did I just hear? Is he related to the sandwich?
Yeah, is he related
Well,
to
if
the
you get-
sandwich? You know, Sandman,
You get the
sandwich.
munchies, you know?
Yeah,
Oh,
I imagine Mr. Feelgood.
well, here's another guy named Lucifer who was co-host on Brett's show before.
Yeah, I'm
You
sure
ever
there's
heard of him?
lots of people named Lucifer on Brett's show. There's no short assortment of, like, there's no surprise there. GG, I'm sorry.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, that guy, he's a crazy. I remember the first time, that one time you met Brett King, you said he was marked.
Oh, he's marked.
Remember that?
Yeah, he's marked. He's for sure marked. He has a weight and a value, and the demons will sell him off. Absolutely.
Do you think he's part of the marked ones of that movie Paranormal Activity?
No, that's not what I was referring to.
Oh, okay. Oh.
So, like, the easiest way to explain it is you're like you know how you go to the grocery store and
Yeah.
everything has like a price tag on it. Well, in the demon world or the spirit world, we all have like a certain price that's associated with us. So, right? And the way that works is you're either considered a value that someone would sacrifice you in order to maintain a contract, or you're undervalue and they're trying to get you to compromise more of your morals to make you a more worthy sacrifice.
I'm
Yep.
back.
Well,
Hey, Tim.
what?
What?
What? So, I'm explaining how weights and measures work in the netherworld.
Oh, like in Mortal Kombat?
Like a false religion kind of view.
Well, I mean, it's not false. It's a natural consequence of Satan trying to get his way.
Dustin, are you talking about like demons work harder to try to get people who are seeking God or have God as opposed to people who are already fallen away because they're doing the work for them?
You know where it says in the Bible, as above, so below?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. But the demons cannot mimic like human life. So what do? They take human life and they turn them into a mark it, right? So if you mark your produce, then it has a value. That means that there's something to trade in the netherworld. The idea is that you're collecting souls. The same very principle that Christians use when they say they're saving souls. You get the idea here?
Si, senor.
Right? So everything that is considered witchcraft or demonism is a perversion of the Bible. It comes directly from the power source. What did the demons and the witches consider the power? The word or the written spell, which would come from God.
Yeah, I'm on the same page with you.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is just that simple.
Yeah, I see it in day-to-day life. I hear you.
I mean, there is a magic, okay? what we consider technology, any sufficiently advanced technology can be considered indistinguishable from magic. It's not exactly what it is, but it's Arthur C. Clarke.
You're talking like the clap-on light?
Or the fact that I'm in Utah.
Clap on.
I'm in Utah walking down, talking to myself. I mean, that could be, you know.
You really got to stop
there
that,
was a
Dustin.
time.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I actually sometimes I feel like even doesn't matter who I'm talking to, I'm still talking to myself.
I feel you on that, like talking to a wall, right?
Well, you see, when you try to explain something that you have firsthand experience with, you lose like 90% of the perspective, because I only have words with which I can describe something, right? So you
Like
wouldn't be able to.
writers.
What's that?
Like the gospel writers.
Well, absolutely, right? They only had their first person perspective, and you lose perspective when you read it, because it's really easy to forget who's being spoken to and who's doing the speaking. And that context is all important when you're trying to rightly divide.
Are you walking a dog? I hear a leash.
Nah, those are keys. I'll put them in a different pocket.
Oh, I don't know that. Are you a janitor or something?
No, I'm going to check my grandma's mail.
Oh, you're adorable. That's so nice of you.
Dustin. You're a good
Still waiting on my
little guy.
Still waiting on my speaker system to get here in the mail. It's been like 2 weeks.
Did you guys see Dana White got a FedEx guy fired?
No.
Dana White got a FedEx driver fired. He was sitting in traffic on New York, and the guy was just throwing boxes into his truck. So Dana White was filming him, like, look at this guy, and it went so viral that FedEx fired the guy. He was just like trucking the boxes in the FedEx truck.
Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah, you're talking about damaged property.
2025, you gotta remember, you're like it's like the Minority Report out here. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Cameras on intersections. Every doorbell got one nowadays.
Right.
And I don't have nothing to hide, but I feel like that's a lot. It's getting too close to Big Brother.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm right there with you. It's a little
cars on everyone's dash cam, like
yeah. Like, dang, am I on camera or what?
Yeah, well, and then you even see in some of these like missing persons cases or whatever, or murder, when they end up being found, they could like trace the people from like where they went, like down the streets. They're like this gas station camera, this and this. You can like, it's crazy.
Yeah,
cell phone data and stuff.
Yeah.
So
well, no, it's not. It's just our concept. Look, here's the thing. Like the reality is, in 100 years from now, right, the things that we consider taboo are going to be commonplace. Okay, and the technology today is going to seem antiquated, thereby making our future technology seem like magic.
I don't think we're going to make it 100 years from now. I think the Lord's going to come back probably in the next 50 years. It's just my guess.
Who said that, Tim?
Well, I mean, well, then what do you mean? Time doesn't stop for us as Christians at that point. What do you mean?
True.
You're a Christian too, Dustin?
Absolutely.
Nice.
What made you think otherwise?
I just never really talked to you about that stuff.
No, I guess that's true.
Oh. What about
Hey, Dustin, did you know Gangster doesn't know if he's been baptized? I'm going to tell everyone, Gangster.
Well, even
I already told Tim. AJ, Gangster doesn't know if he's been baptized yet.
If I lived close to Gigi, I would take it upon myself to get him a baptism set up, and
We'll do a drive-by baptism with like water guns.
I can see the local news. A Christian man attempts to drown another one to baptize.
Oh, goodness.
Gigi's like, no.
Save me! Save me! Yeah, that's the only way I can see Aiden ever calling out to Jesus for salvation is if I was drowning. It's like, look, it's for your own good, Aiden.
Oh goodness!
Don't you ever tell him I said that. Hey, that is not a confession.
Right now. I guarantee
not a confession of guilt. He's very much alive today.
I bet Aiden saw this whole thing. I guarantee it.
I bet you wherever Aiden is, he's rolling on the ground right now.
Yeah.
Aiden was fired up this morning. I turned on Gangster Ghost earlier, and Aiden was just yelling at everything. The video.
Hey, I'm not the only one who does it.
Right, no, he's not all right. Not after this one.
Sanity is suspect at the very least.
That was good.
Crazy little guy.
What?
But Dustin, I saw you comment on PD Saturday night. You put test.
Yeah, test.
Test.
Well, there's a reason I do it though.
Yeah.
Dustin.
What?
You saw my interview with Nick Sayers, right?
I watched a good portion of it. I was gonna go through it and review it. There's a lot of information that I was looking up.
Yeah, man. Nick Sayers, man, that man is a walking encyclopedia of King James Bible this, King James Bible that. Like he knows his stuff. I loved having him on. That was really great.
Yeah, dude. If you watch too far without trying to check some of his stuff, you get lost.
Yeah.
you gotta be like, oh, wait a second. What did he say? I gotta write this down. Are you serious?
Right.
I have two questions for you.
I haven't done this since.
Amen.
Remember those things I sent you on Facebook?
Yeah.
They say that God controls everything. Does it prove? Do they really say that?
I'd have to look up every reference. Google is getting pretty weird with its AI pulling up all these different things and making the claims. Google's kind of weird with its little snippets that's
super biased too.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? But yeah, no. Even that's the thing though, is that even if God does control everything, it doesn't mean that our wills are not active within His will. Like, a good example really is Jesus Christ Himself. He had His own will apart from the Father, but He still ultimately did the Father's will. Now, if a Calvinist wants to run to Jesus and try to use that as an example, well, God predetermined everything for you. It's like, well, that's Jesus we're talking about. I mean, the Lord gives us free will. That is just a simple fact of life. And to deny that, you're just getting some weird areas.
Speaking of free will, do you guys know or have any opinion on Nick Fuentes?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
He makes the news a lot for being anti-Semitic and a white nationalist.
Well, right there, I would already write him off as a jerk.
Oh yeah, no, that's right. That's pretty much what the conclusion is. He has some outdated thoughts, but he's a Christian, so it's a bad look for him.
I don't know.
They're not exactly outdated if you're still dealing with them.
Oh, touche.
That being said, though, I get kind of, when I hear
said that, Dustin?
I did.
Tim? Oh, AJ?
What's that?
Who said they're not outdated? That was funny.
That was Dustin.
Dustin, yeah.
But
that was me.
I get kind of wary of people that call themselves Christian and they're against Israel. It's just
well, can you tell me about that? So So from my experience, when it went down, I assumed I was on Israel's side being a Catholic. But then the more I look into it, the harder time I was having with that.
You gotta be specific. Look, here's the problem, Tim. Okay, you're not just dealing with Jews. You're dealing with Khazarian Jews. You're dealing with mobsters. Okay, look, if you just want to say willy-nilly that all of Israel is sacrosanct and you got no issues with Zionists and I mean, dude, the list goes on.
Yeah, so that's why the more I look into it, the harder I had a time with it.
I support.
Right.
Yeah, I know. I know there's a lot of nuances there, but the best thing you see, that's the thing, is that the Bible talks about God hath not cast away his people. Whoever is truly Semitic, truly of Abraham in that land, in the land of Israel, that's their right, according to Scripture, and that's what I stick to.
You're gonna have me yelling like Hitler here in about 2 minutes, bro. Don't make me do that.
Well, don't become
Let
Hitler.
me just ask Tim this, because they call it the diaspora and stuff. What if the descendants of Abraham, as you speak, aren't in their home country and are in because there's a couple of sanctuaries for Jews like America.
You couldn't find the descendants of Abraham. They're scattered. It doesn't work like that. You maybe have one or two direct lines, right? But most of them are broken by marriage.
Well,
so
not necessarily. If you read the book of Zechariah and Jeremiah, it makes it quite clear that the Jews will be gathered together into their land again. So
but that doesn't mean that Jews are direct lineage to the original Jews.
No, but I could almost guarantee that some of them are over there in Israel.
Do you guys? I found this out too, that the Star of David, the Israel state flag, that comes from the apostles. There was Kabbalah people worshiping that. I found that out.
It's the Star of Remphan. That's what it is.
Yeah, what's up? That's an evil thing in the Bible, ain't it? Well, and then the Jews put it on their stuff.
But
all symbols are just borrowed and recycled.
But you also remember too, in Jeremiah chapter 30, it talks about the time of Jacob's trouble. The book of Revelation is written to the Jewish people primarily. It's for God to punish them, but in the midst of their punishment, they turn back to God in the book of Revelation. It's a prophecy that will come to pass.
That's true. Well, everything's drawn back in the end. I mean, that's almost like whatever. Dude, the center does not hold. Okay, this universe, this world, is going to be pre-surfaced and then terra firma. Right? We have another heaven.
Yeah, a new heaven, a new earth coming. Absolutely.
Right. So, I mean, I don't want to be around when that happened. I imagine that, anybody who wasn't on the boat with Noah, they didn't get saved. I wonder why that is. Right? And the only thing that Noah had to do was have faith.
Well, he had to build the ark.
I mean, we don't know. We don't know to what extent that was done by Noah. I don't know what exactly was done and what wasn't done. I know it was used of gopher wood, right? But I don't believe that was a work.
But yeah, as you said, the people who didn't make it on the boat definitely perished. Well, it was because they were so wicked, God said. Almost kind of like what the Western world is getting to today.
I imagine salvation was offered to any one of those wicked creatures. Right? I mean, Noah made it on. He is a part of those wicked creatures.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think anybody who had actually gotten on that ark would have been, had the opportunity.
But wait, didn't it say Noah was there was a just man or a righteous man? That's why he chose him.
Yeah, but it also called him a preacher of righteousness, and what he was preaching back then was get on the ark or God will kill you in the flood. So
he warned everybody. He was William Tell. There's William. He was all like, the flood is coming. Get on the ark, for thou salvation is nigh. What?
Dustin, you got your own drink? Fuck drink.
Buck Drinks barbecue. I don't know if that's a drink, that's a meat, and it's a sauce. I don't know which way to go with this. Actually, there's money up there too.
Dustin's gonna go after a copyright claim. He's gonna be like, "Look, y'all are using my last name."
Yeah, no, like I tried that with Buck Knives. It didn't go too far.
What do you think of that?
I think that looks like a good place to eat.
But yeah, you know, when it comes right down to it, like I'm not ignorant of the fact that Israel is very much in sin for rejecting their Messiah, for the things that they're doing, and that's why God is going to judge them himself. But He's also going to save them at the same time, the same way that He did in the Old Testament, all the times they turned against Him with their idolatry. The covenants are without repentance. If you look at Romans 11, for the gifts and calling of God are without repentance. He's not going to take away His covenant with them. That's why the millennial kingdom, the 1,000-year reign, is going to be in Jerusalem.
Right after the temple is built and we have our war.
Yep.
Are you going to be on the front lines? Oh yeah, we're going to war.
I would honestly hope and pray that I am, because at that point I'll be in a resurrected body. I'll be a completely different creature.
We don't know that for sure. I know my grandma wouldn't make it very far without having some kind of augmentation. But
You can't even go get her mail. No, I'm just kidding.
hey, don't go there. Come on.
I said I was kidding.
All right.
Would you be?
You know, well, I mean, that's kind of the description of the resurrected body, kind of like a a person that just cannot die, and that's what the Bible describes.
Like the immortal Hulk Hogan.
Well, just like Daniel.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan.
You know,
it's like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Huh? I'll be back.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan got baptized.
Yeah, that's right. Huh?
Yeah,
you
he
need to
did.
too, gangster.
Yeah. But I thought he already was a Christian.
I don't know. You know, I get so weary about these people that name the name of Christ, but yet they have I don't want to say their works. I would go back to their testimony. I don't like it when I hear people say, like, well, you know, I just believe, I always believed in Jesus, but now I believe in Jesus. It's like, well, where's the part of it where you realized you're a sinner destined for hell? Like, where's that part? Because I would like to hear that. Like, that's kind of the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. You have to fear God first. At the end of the day, you have to.
I didn't even need to fear that I was going to hell. I saw the face of a demon, and I just turned around and ran the other way. That's just not.
Did you call upon Jesus Christ, Dustin?
Not at that moment. No. All I knew is that I needed to get away from what it was. Dude, I was too young. I didn't understand what was going on.
What did it look like, dude?
And at the time, I'm assuming you realized that you were like heavily in sin for the you were saying like witchcraft and stuff.
They look like this. Oh, sorry.
I mean, it's an interesting testimony. I didn't realize anything. I just knew I had to get out. Right. And I knew whatever was being offered was not what was for me. Right. It was an instinct. It wasn't like God came down and spoke to me, because I don't think God was in that place. I really don't. They went through a lot of work to make sure that place was God free. But yeah, it didn't work out the way they thought it would.
Oh.
Well, I'm glad you found the light, brother.
Oh, that's good. Where is your den? The Zealot Den? What is the name?
It's in my house.
Oh, okay. Is it made of what the Angry Beavers they talked about in the PGs made it?
No, it's like the Angry Beavers cartoon.
Oh. Yeah, I remember that back in the 90s. They have that on Paramount Plus.
Yeah, we're almost the same age, Gigi. You probably watched like Hey Arnold and all the same shows as me.
Yeah.
I saw Good Burger 2 the other day.
Was it worth watching?
Yeah, it's funny. I thought it was great.
All right.
I had zero issues with it. It was a more of a new story. It didn't repeat a lot of the same old crap, which I really appreciated, because a lot of sequels like to do that, and it gets annoying.
Yeah.
Oh. Did it have Dustin there?
Yeah, it had Dustin. He got sprayed. What was it? There's a scene where the one character Dexter, the other guy that's not Ed, he like sprays his burger with a Windex, and then the guy still eats it anyways.
That sounds like something I would do.
That reminds me a lot like Dustin. You ever seen the movie Joker?
Yeah.
That guy.
I've seen it.
The Joker was depressing.
Yeah, I liked Heath Ledger's Joker better.
What do you think, Dustin?
I prefer Jay Leto over.
He do a good Joker.
Over Joaquin Phoenix.
Dude,
over Joaquin Phoenix every day. Every day. Joaquin Phoenix took that. I will never watch another Joker movie as long as I live.
Oh, you didn't like it?
No. Look, I had hope. Look, you understand. I heard because of Heath Ledger's portrayal. Like, I thought somebody would come up with some kind of an answer. That's not what happened. That is not what happened.
No,
man.
That was ridiculous. I just like, and so many people liked it. I hated it because they like, and the thing is, I didn't really hate it because of the movie itself. It was the ending when they show Bruce Wayne walking out of the theater with his family, and then it's like during like a Joker like riot. They're all rioting because Joker is getting arrested, and that's why his parents got shot. And I was like, that's stupid. It happened when everything was calm. There was not a single fit of danger in sight, and out of nowhere, this man walks out of a dark alley and kills his parents.
They were leaving a play or something.
Yeah, that's Batman. Not this. Oh gosh, we got to get out of here. They're all rioting, and then a dude shows up and shoots him. It's like, what did you expect to do? You ran down an alley by yourself, and during a riot, and there's a dude with a gun. Like,
right?
No, I didn't like it. I thought that was stupid.
Yeah,
that's like Peter Parker's uncle getting shot by Aunt May.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't make a lick of sense.
No.
I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah. It was, you guys know that part of the story for Batman. It's like all is right with the world, and out of nowhere, evil just comes and takes your loved ones away from you.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it.
You think that? Oh, sorry. You think that wasn't bad? Try the sequel.
Oh yeah, I haven't even watched it. I don't know squat about it. I don't want to know, honestly.
Do you want me to tell you?
Gangster, I'm surprised you don't do movie reviews.
You should, dude. You could.
Dustin, you're breaking up there, little guy.
Like, fix them if they were. I can see my face popping up over Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah. And I'll be T-1000.
Yeah. A new one. Anyone who doesn't want to hear this, cover your ears. The Joker, the one you seen Phoenix, ended up getting killed by the real Joker.
By the what?
Spoiler alert,
dude. So he wasn't even the real Joker the whole time.
Yeah, no.
Spoiler, plot twist,
dude.
Yeah. You notice they do the stupidest plot twist nowadays just to subvert you.
Yeah.
Even though like ruin the movie, they're like, "Oh, you didn't expect that, huh?"
Didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know who's the real life Joker, and that's Dustin.
I've never seen in a movie where a train crashes into a boat, right? Never seen that, but they can manage to pull it off.
Oh, how about that boat that crashed into the bridge like a few months ago? Remember that? That was crazy. Maryland.
I heard about that.
That was totally staged.
I thought so too. Now that I think about it, we haven't heard boo about that. It was supposed to mess up transportation and everything, and then we just never heard about it again.
Yeah, it's gone. Like all of a sudden, like, yeah, we never heard. Like, I don't know, man. I'm so sick and tired of it.
That did look weird how it turned awful amount, right?
We don't even know if it actually happened, right? I've never been to that state. Like, is that some other place in the world?
Was that Maryland? I'll check in with them.
Was that CGI? Like, I mean, can I actually see bits and pieces of that bridge and that ship?
They took that straight out of the Titanic movie and just put the bridge where the iceberg was.
Right? Like, no, there's not a ship on the planet that can knock over this bridge. Oh my God!
Yeah, just like 9/11.
Zal. Oh, I need to tell you. Next year, I'm going to the UK.
Yeah, you were saying that, gangster.
Yeah, I'm not be too far from Ireland.
You're gonna be in the UK during the alien invasion.
Be safe, gangster.
Oh, thank you. Going to London where the bridges are falling down, and
what are you going over there for?
To visit my friend who lives there.
Yeah, that's cool, huh? You got people all around the world, gangster go.
Yeah. Thank you. I help them save a lot of kids.
Nice, dude. Amen.
Yeah, like this one of the kids I got started helping this kid under here.
Yeah,
James. And then I start help saving a lot of
Look
kids.
how humble Gangster Ghost is, too. I bet that was the first time I've ever heard he's over there saving kids from abuse.
He's done some specials. It should be flaunted a little bit more, in my opinion.
No, that's what I mean. That's a super cool endeavor. Good for you, Gangster.
I had a show. It was on a Friday where James' dad came on. I interviewed him.
Gee, I'll have to go check that out. That's on your page?
Yeah, Say James one. It says Say James with Mr. Younger or something. Dustin was there.
Yeah, I was there.
He was in the comments.
Yep.
He was Dustin.
You interview people, Gangster?
Yes, he's here.
Yeah.
That's all the only interview I ever did.
Nice.
But I imagine that.
No.
How many? Chef Josh in the house. Who you cooking tonight, Josh? Hopefully not me.
Ooh. Man,
here it comes.
Dude, I'm gonna be here about another hour. I'm gonna be cooking up some chili dogs and some mac and cheese. Bob Evans mac and
Hey,
cheese.
do you make them extra sloppy like in Billy Madison?
Yeah, man, extra sloppy. Lady, you're scaring us, man.
Sloppy Joe, sloppy Joe.
How about that scene when the bus driver steals the kids' lunches?
Who would steal 30s kids pack lunches?
It just cuts to Chris Farley. He's just laughing, eating their food.
Oh, I need to tell you, they made a sequel to
Really?
Gilmore.
Yeah. It's they just announced it the other day.
Oh, it's not out yet.
Yeah, it's not out yet. It's coming. I guess it's gonna be a Netflix movie.
I like some of these recent movies.
Yeah. One other guy I interviewed on here was Dan.
How'd that go?
Ozzy.
Yeah, did you ask him about his channel?
The Pause.
Now, Tim, are you co-host with him or are you a different thing?
No, we're a different thing.
Oh, okay.
Actually, my co-host guy, that would be
Burger Pie.
Did you say Burger Bob?
My vice.
Burger Bob works though.
I said Burger Bob. I was like, that's a cool name.
Burger Bob works though. I also call him Rhubarb Pie.
Daddy had rhubarb pie for Christmas.
Josh, are you here? Do you need any more Catholics to pray for your crops?
Your produce?
So funny. He goes over asking people.
Hello.
Ooh,
Chef Josh.
I'm looking it up right now. So, Joaquin Phoenix, what he got shanked by the real Joker?
Yeah, I think so. In the movie, of course.
In the movie, of course.
Yeah, he's
right.
dying. What? Okay.
Yeah.
He got shanked. He got freaking jabbed in the gut like 4 times.
He went downhill from Gladiator. He was good in that.
Yeah, he was good in that.
No, I think it's the real life Joker, and that's Dustin.
Dustin, he wishes he'd make good money.
He was pretty good in Signs too. I liked him in Signs.
And Signs.
Oh yeah, I forgot he was in that. That's right.
Yeah, swing away. What?
Swing away. Yeah.
What?
Oh my God. Oh, that was
swing
great.
away. What? That makes no sense.
Yeah.
I'm like, why? Why? The last thing in the world I was thinking about was a fucking baseball bat, like to defeat aliens, like super intelligent intergalactic fucking aliens. like, why does this make sense? Joaquin Phoenix is the weirdest actor on the planet.
Well, I need to tell you something. I heard fan theories that those aliens are really demons.
Yeah, I'd buy that a lot sooner than I would buy, because it was the water that took them out.
Hey, speaking of all these movies, what do you think about Hollywood getting like blown to smithereens? The celebrity ever seems like it's come to an end. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, Hollywood is.
No,
because
just give it the right candidate. Look, no,
because Hollywood is just.
Hollywood's not done. Well, they tried to prop up a freaking dead body. What did you expect? Not people are crazy. They're not stupid.
Oh.
If you had somebody who had a little more charisma, we'd all be screwed right now.
They should get you, Dustin.
Yeah, I'd run.
President?
Yeah,
I'm not saying I'd win.
Yeah,
run for Pope.
Oh,
look, I don't like the smell of fish. I don't like the smell of fish, and I will not wear that fish.
The bishop hat.
Well, then could be your vice pope.
Yeah.
Vice pope, you're funny, gangster.
You could be my vice pope.
The vice pope.
Dude, like everybody's butthole would shrink to the size of a dime.
Dustin was pope.
Everywhere I go. If I was Pope, dude, oh my God. The things I would bless, the things I would damn, the people I would send to hell. Oh, Obama would hate me.
Yikes.
Oh, that's funny.
Josh, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, Josh.
Hey, happy New Year, gangster.
Damn, you got a good mic now,
Happy New Year,
brother, huh?
gangster. Why don't you tell us Happy New Year? What's up?
Oh, I didn't even see anyone else in here. I wasn't even looking at the screen.
Oh, you lie.
No, I really wasn't.
I know, I'm just joking.
Wait, who's in here? Who are all these heretics?
The Den, AJ, Tim, and
So we
Dustin.
got 2 Catholics and 2 dispensationalists. Got it. Okay.
And one chef.
Hey, I'm not a you're a dispensationalist.
But look, I'm not the one who was talking about rightly dividing and we need to understand who's speaking and who they're speaking to, bro. Hey, look, if the shoe fits, wear it, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, that's a cool sound.
Take a jog around the park. But I was gonna tell you, Zealot, the reason I joined is because you're never gonna guess what I actually cooked, though.
You got some roasted carrots.
That's close.
Yeah.
That's close.
Okay.
That's close, but no.
Some corned beef cabbage.
Ooh, Tim, any guesses?
Freaking chili
He's getting
dogs?
close.
You cooked up a fundamentalist.
Oh, that was messed up.
No, it's so I made a potato salad.
Well,
Good job.
nice. How was your potatoes?
were
Not
way
too
off.
soft, not too hot, just right.
Well, what I did was I got the pot boiling with water, right, and then I put the eggs and the potatoes in there. But I chopped up the potatoes into different size pieces, kind of same size. But then after I let it run for a while, I put the eggs in cold water. But I don't know about you guys, man. I can't I suck at peeling the hard-boiled eggs.
Dude, you're killing me with this. You're making me want to go cook up my chili dogs now.
And then
You gotta put a little dab of white vinegar in the water you're boiling. That helps them peel.
Oh, that helps it separate easier.
Really?
Yeah, you put a tablespoon of white vinegar distilled.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that next time.
Yeah.
And then the potatoes, there was only about 3 pieces that were too big, and they didn't necessarily like. It would have been slightly too hard because what I did was I just squished them in my hands, the potatoes.
Nice, like a man. You did it like a man.
Yeah, and like if I had to use too much pressure to like squish it in my hand, I'm not really trying to be chewing that hard. So,
exactly.
There was, but like I said, there was only 3 pieces that were like I had to really like I could squish it, of course, but I need to like exert myself more than I would really want to. So I just kind of fed those pieces to the dogs, and then
I wish you guys could see these beautiful mountains out here covered in snow.
Man,
you could show on
you
your.
should send me a jar of snow.
I know it, right, gangster?
Send him a jar of snow.
I'll send you a jar of fart.
All right, I'll take it.
Send him a jar of snow, and he's like, "Bro, why'd you send me a jar of water? I asked for snow."
Yeah,
exactly.
You end up with water.
Oh. How are you today, Josh?
Yeah, so like I was saying about my potato salad before I was rudely interrupted. But then I put a little bit of mayonnaise, a little bit of mustard.
Josh.
Yes.
You're killing him, man.
I had 2 McGriddles today, dude.
I mean, look, there's other.
Yeah,
It was
but anyways,
glorious.
that's it. I keep it simple. A whole onion chopped up with the potatoes, the eggs, mayonnaise, mustard, a little bit of mustard, medium on the mayo, and then some salt, pepper, and you put it in the fridge and you have to eat it the next day. That's the secret.
Yeah, so forget about everything you just said. Let's talk about the McGriddle.
Let's talk
I'm not a big fan of it, but I kind of make my own whenever I make pancakes. Like I'll drizzle the honey into the.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, honestly, I'm pretty sure my family was doing that, like my mom and like at home, like before McDonald's even tried to introduce it.
Yeah, I remember the first time I had them. I had one, and I got up after eating the first one. I walked up to the lady at the the register. I was like, I gotta have another one of those, and she starts laughing. I was like, man, that's too good. I need to have a second one. And yeah, it was good. It was good times.
Hey, gangster, how come Mrs. Martin never comes on your show?
Oh, she does, but she's been busy today.
So did you sell out of potato salad, Josh?
What happened?
Did you sell out of potato salad?
No, so basically what I did right now, I got myself a cup of potato salad, a little bit of regular salad with some Caesar dressing, bacon bits, a little bit of Parmesan cheese. And instead of croutons, I'm using pork rinds. And I put a little pot of like nacho cheese on the stove, like in the can, boiling with water around it. And put a little bit of nacho cheese on a couple tortilla chips. I'm just going to town,
Man, you need a Cooking with Chef Josh YouTube channel, brother.
It's because I've started like trying to really trim some fat.
Cut out the carbs.
So I've been cutting out carbs. I mean, like the amount of potato and egg and mayonnaise I'm getting, it's not that much. But I've been using the MyFitnessPal, and I punch in all the meals to get all the numbers. And then I've just been trying to avoid eating too many cookies, Press 1 in the chat if you eat too many cookies.
Well, that's kind of my thing. I'm trying to really get away from sugar. I think I did. Today was the
hard in
exception.
America. The sugar and everything.
Yeah. Today was kind of the exception because it is New Year's, but like the 2 McGriddles, but they're not too high in sugar. I mean, it has had a lot of meat to it and stuff and egg. But yeah, I'm trying to. It was so hard to resist stopping on the way home today and getting a pie or something like that. But I got to do it because I'm just sick and tired of eating copious amounts of sugar.
Oh, Mr. Mott's in the comments.
Missing mopeds in the comments.
She pressed 3 because she's fasting again. Hopefully.
Missing moped.
If missing
What's
mod,
that? Missing moped?
Missing moped.
Uh-oh.
I will.
That's a new one.
For every day that you fast missing mod, I'll fast 2 days.
Ooh.
Oh, that's like.
Until one of us starts to death.
You got a goal weight, Josh? You try and get down to a certain number?
But Tim, what does the verse say, Tim? To live is death and to die is life, or something. You know, the
die
verse,
to gain.
Yeah,
is
for me
Christ.
to live is Christ and to die is gain.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Amen.
Amen.
Yep.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Dustbin.
She called you
Oh!
dustbin.
He needs a dustbin for his den.
Bird.
I don't see how that's a burn. I am the dustbin. The dustbin. I don't see the problem. What are we talking about? Like, I already acknowledged this.
Honestly, my scale, like, you know how scales usually have 4 little legs, so it can sit flat on a surface. One of the legs is broken, so I may just be going crazy, and the scale's just putting on an extra 50 pounds that aren't there. But yeah,
That'll do it if you're missing a leg.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm driving myself crazy, trying to like cut the carbs when I don't need to. But yeah, I'm like 260 probably right now.
Dude, I'm down to 225.
That's baby weight, man. Come on.
I've been sitting.
What's that?
What does that even mean? What do you mean with baby weight? What do you mean?
Josh got 225 in his big toe.
What does that mean, Josh?
Yo, what's up?
No, I'm just saying, man. You know, like, if I were to lose weight, I could probably
the chicks would be flocking to you, brother.
You see how Josh is like tripping over himself, trying to like figure out how to get out of this.
No, I'm just saying, if I could lose weight,
Josh doesn't have to trip over himself. Josh. There's a mutual respect there between Josh and I that I don't, bro.
I know,
like,
I'm just joking.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so I'm probably trying to
Josh.
get down to like 180, maybe.
That's what I'm shooting for. Yeah.
That's what I'm sitting. I'm sitting at between 160 to 170.
How tall are you?
5'10".
5'10". Yeah, that's you're actually overweight.
Well, I mean, I actually have a lot of lean mass on me, but yeah.
Yeah, you're a little
I'm saying,
overweight.
if I'm 180, like I'm gonna be ripping like laptops in half. Like, don't play with me.
The incredible Josh.
Like the diagonal way.
The diagonal
way.
Someone's gonna run with that from now on.
The diagonal way.
I was trying to bring this up the other day. I don't know who was here about, like, do you cut your sandwiches into squares or into triangles? Do you remember that?
I'm a triangle guy.
How about that?
I'm a triangle guy.
I freaking slap the bread together and I eat it.
Yeah, he eats the ends like a psychopath.
You got to.
Oh man.
Dang. Mod's throwing out the shade.
Dude, Mod
Banksy,
doesn't
you
like
come up
me.
with a resolution. You got a New Year's resolution, Josh?
Nope.
Get down to 190?
Nope.
Buddy,
now that I'm just gonna go all the way up to 300. You know, let's do it.
Yeah, now he's gonna gain weight.
The good news is Elegant sweaters come in that size. Yeah,
like 2 weeks later, it's gonna be, you know, my plate of food, like as much sugar as possible, like all the carbs. Give me all the carbs.
I love carbs.
Let's go.
He's gonna be like eating. He's gonna be tearing the lids off of cars looking for carbs. Is this car carbureted? Is this car carbureted? I want carbs.
Oh my gosh.
What do you guys think of this?
What do you got, Gigi?
What's up?
These are the pervert guys. Their new show where Achilles taking on the devil. Gonna make him
first of
kneel
all, the
before
devil.
the
I
great
mean,
Achilles.
the devil doesn't look like that.
Achilles would lose against the devil. Would slap Achilles silly. What are you talking
You
about?
got more likes
Dude.
than him, Gangster Ghost.
Achilles couldn't even defeat the Great Sandwich. I mean, give me a break.
You see
What
how
are
they-
the pervert guys? Are they
You see
Christian?
how they artificially put Achilles battling the devil on this whole like image screenshot? That's
Yeah.
the exact same thing that Achilles does when he's making fake motorcycle videos. It's all Photoshop.
It's not.
bro.
It's not Proverbs, guys. It's pagans, guys. Mysteries.
Yeah. That's all fake.
I need to tell you.
Why are they dressed like racist, like Southern Confederate soldiers? Like, what's going on here?
That's Steven toilet boiling for you.
That the problem Dustin and them have to do with the history they have with the PGs.
With the pagans,
that right,
pagans, guys, mysteries. Yeah, there's a lot of bad blood right there right now. I don't like being censored. I don't like being told what I can and cannot say. Dan's over here, like acting like a little Napoleon.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
He's acting real Kim Jong-unish.
He's more a Napoleon, man. He's got the short man syndrome.
Yeah, that's the real thing, man.
I mean, if it wasn't for the 10 pounds of eyebrows the man has on his forehead, I imagine he might be able to think a little bit more clear.
Yeah, I get along with the PGs. They're Achilles. He's the great Achilles. People will kneel before the great Achilles. Oh, sorry.
I like Achilles too. I don't like any of the other ones though.
What about Stephen the Bowling?
No.
Or Dan the
Not
Paz?
He's the Posy. He's Dan the Posy track.
The Posinator.
No, he's not a Posinator. No. Do not besmirch that franchise with that. No.
Hey, ask Mr. Mod what Zealots then said. She
You're
put
a
a
zealous- you're a
WTF.
zealous good one.
What'd I say?
Like,
I don't know.
the
What did he
Ponzi,
say?
the Ponzi scum.
You know
that's too hardcore.
Video from Dustin, that video from earlier. Claude made a short about it on his channel.
Claude made a short about what?
About that video about earlier or something, like what happened on the PGs.
Okay.
Oh,
do you want to play it?
They no.
Thanks to Ghost. I got to get you in the Zealous den, brother. I got to get you in the hot seat.
That'd be nice. Like what?
It's
What
just a
happened?
hot rapid fire questionnaire.
But is the seat really that
It
hot?
depends on how you take it.
The last time Gigi was in the hot seat, he called that one guy a pig. I thought that was hilarious. Huh? That one. Remember that day on Mod Stream when you were you were going up against Mark Reed on the and then that other guy, I don't remember his name, but he came in and he was like going after you so hard, and I stepped in and like kind of. I was like, dude, what are you doing? And you were like, you pig. He's like, what'd you just call me? I thought that was hilarious when you called him that. I thought you were great.
You need to start letting me know when things like that happen.
Gigi got him, man. Gigi was like, you pig.
First, that person called me.
Yeah, he was going after you, and he was just being a real jerk. And I did.
Actually, I need to tell you, it's not really he.
Oh, well, whatever it is, I guess. But but I just remember like you called him a pig, and he got so triggered over that, and I thought that was hilarious. I was like, "There's a million other things you could call somebody to trigger them, and you get triggered over pig."
Wait, you mean the time that Christian Pike got mad because he got called a swine?
Oh,
By who?
But that's I don't know.
By the Zealots Den. The Zealots Den said that that they were casting pearls to swines, and then implying that we were the swines.
I kind of remember that. Yeah. No, that was me though. I think that was me. I believe that was what I was saying, and I don't think that was about Brother Pike either.
No. The Zealots Den said that. When
I did
we were
say that in a
talking
conversation one time. I think that was Bruce Wayne. I think.
No, I think we were talking to. It was me and Christian Pike, and I think we were tagging it like Daniel Newman and like maybe somebody else, and then you were in the comments, and then you said, "There's no point with these guys. You're wasting your time."
Oh yeah. That was the day after I said it to Bruce Wayne.
And you said that they're casting pearls to swines, and
so in the comments I only said don't cast pearls, and then
you're casting pearls, and then Pike was like, "Oh, are you calling us swines?" And he got all mad because he thought you called him pig. But I think
I remember that. Yeah,
I'll be a pig all day. Pigs eat well.
Well, that's kind of why I said it, to try to make someone realize that, because I usually would say that if they're just not being any type of receptive or good faith. That's usually what I say.
It's funny what Christian Pike will allow to be symbolic and what he'll take is serious. Like he knows that was meant to be symbolic, right? Where there's times where they're actually talking about a pig, and when it was a bad idea to cast a pearl before a swine because the swine has bad intentions. I mean, let it. Yeah, he's really picky about what he'll take as literal and what he won't.
But I don't know about Zion then. What would you do if you found out you were actually sent here by your parents before your world was destroyed?
Friggin' Superman.
And they took you and you landed.
Like I'm Superman?
Yeah.
Well,
I call that super zealot, Dad.
Before I found God, I used to think that, Gangster Ghost. I used to have the biggest ego. So I've learned.
You're super zealot.
I've learned a lot of humility. Yeah, I used to think that.
But Dustin, he's the Joker, and his Harley Quinn is Terry.
Who, mine?
No,
yeah,
Dustin.
Yeah, because she can't be mine. I'm a Catholic. She doesn't like us Catholic men. She's worried we're gonna baptize her baby.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, Dustin, he's the real life.
Terry's visiting us hey, Gangster, Terry's visiting us in the den tomorrow.
Wait.
hold on, Gangster, can you play the video I put in the chat? It's important.
So Dustin's the Joker, and that means that Josh should be Harley Quinn.
What did you just say to me? What did you just say to me? That was a trigger right there. That triggers me. They kick you right in your two testicles, sir.
Go for it.
I'm known to do that. I want you to understand that. Buddy, this foot doesn't miss. Okay, I can run.
Girl,
I can run like the wind blows.
I would use a grappling hook.
You're not a Trumpetarian, are you,
I can see that happen.
Hold on.
Oh, you caught Aiden, so I imagine you got
yeah, right. Aiden's still in the basement.
This is important, guys. Hold on.
This thing got shot, huh?
More evidence that Achilles has a fake motorcycle videos. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, isn't this the? Hey, right on. He did that? Dude! That's kind of sweet if that's real.
Trump's a legend.
Is that pretty? Nah, that's freaking fake. No way. Nah.
Well, you believe Achilles videos. It's the same thing.
That's funny.
Look like he turned Asian there.
I almost like when it showed him like riding the dirt bike, I was almost like believing it, and then it got kind of ridiculous. But that'd be pretty cool if he actually did that.
I think they showed that the other day in Miss Mod's show. You know what happened there? It was crazy.
Miss Mod has a show?
Yeah.
Yeah, she does a stream.
I'll go check her out.
She has one. She had one yesterday, but she's been not really having much lately. But yeah, she had one for Monday.
Missing mop heads, you
Yeah, a lot of people, they've been busy during the holiday season.
Yeah. And she has a show like lots mainly on Mondays.
Is that the name of it?
Miss Mod show.
Now is it Gangster Ghost approved?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Stamp of approval.
Yeah, she had. She's the one who got me into using Restream.
Just don't be surprised if
going.
like you get kicked out and timed out right away.
You don't like StreamYard, Gangster?
Well,
it's freaking expensive.
Yeah.
I use the free version.
Yeah, but then, like if you want. Oh, sorry, Gigi. Go ahead, buddy.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, like you're saying, if you want more than like 6 people, you have to have 10. Have to pay a lot.
They recognize they capitalized on their little platform there.
Yeah, it costs a lot. Even the cover guys left.
They gave me a free.
Yeah.
I got a free trial of like maybe a month's worth of their highest features because I was a customer a couple of years ago and I just came back and so they gave me a free trial, but I ain't paying for that. They want like friggin' almost $200 a month. It's ridiculous.
Hey, Terry Strange was on Missing Marge channel.
Yeah.
So you are all over that, dude. Now, do you like Missing Mod or what's going on?
No, I feel bad. I didn't say hi to her in the chat, so I owe her a subscription.
Oh,
you heard him.
I wonder what happens next time.
He's gonna subscribe to your OnlyFans, Missing Mod.
What's Mod?
Oh gosh,
Mod
no!
mean?
Let's not go there.
What's Mod mean?
Dude, don't make me puke.
You be watching.
The fact that platform exists is a testimony to man's humanity right now.
Don't make me. Why would you do that to me, Tim?
Dude, I'm gonna do it all night long. So
why?
Oh gosh. Yeah. No. Yeah. OnlyFans is a testimony to the evil of man right now.
Why?
Because any woman can just willingly sell herself online.
I mean, you got to understand something.
There's
nothing new there.
These days.
There's nothing new there. Look, there was a dowry required before marriage. What did you think that was for?
Wait, what?
The dowry, right? There's like a certain amount of money that was paid. Usually it was in the form of goats.
Oh, yeah. Well, I get that, yeah. But I mean, yeah, OnlyFans is wicked.
The thing is, though, is
I know, yeah, hold on, yeah, Mod, I know you don't have that. I wasn't saying, I was just like talking about OnlyFans in general. It's just wicked.
That's not the point, you sycophant.
Oh, I was joking, guys, because she's always joking about it, so I thought it was okay for me to joke about it.
Dude, Josh, please don't ever do that.
So I'm gonna joke about it.
Don't please. It's not necessary, okay? I liked my grandma's food. Okay? Don't do that to me.
Oh,
yes. So what are you cooking? What are you cooking, Timothy? The sausage and the what?
Oh yeah, I got me some beer battered bratwurst, and I'm gonna be making some chili. I got some cheese, And I'm going to be making some chili dogs tonight here in about another hour or two.
Extra sloppy chili dogs.
Yeah. Yeah, I got chili, no beans. It's just meat in the sauce. And I'll be cooking up those the sausages and then putting them in the buns and then baking them in the oven.
Hi there, puppies.
For about 10 minutes.
Hey, friendly reminder, 1 dog per bun. You never put 2 dogs in one bun.
Yeah, absolutely. No. As much as you want to, you can't do
Why
that.
are you using the beer battered ones? Are you gonna get drunk and like go to hell?
No, because they taste good. They're like the best tasting.
Okay, so you're like what's his name? Esau. Like you'd rather have a lentil soup that tastes good.
Damn,
beer battered.
What kind of crap are you trying to pull here? Yeah, that's a straw man.
You just said I
think it's more of a red herring, but
the Bible says drunkards will not inherit the kingdom of heaven, right? And if you get all these beer battered sausage and you're over there like baby gobbler, you make
beer battered sausage.
Get off my butt.
Beer battered sausage. That's hilarious. Well, I bet you Josh has his food blessed by a rabbi. You can't eat nothing kosher. Stay away from shellfish.
I am the rabbi.
Oh, he is the rabbi. Oh, look at that.
He is the rabbi.
Oh, Tim, you ever heard this guy named Rabbi?
Are those hot dogs kosher? Oh, that's hilarious.
I'm gonna enjoy my chili dogs whether you like it or not, Josh. So kick rocks.
Hey man, you just better hope we're not in the tribulation, because if we are, bro, straight to hell.
Dude, I'll eat them anyways. Whatever.
But what are you eating them with? A bun, or what do you have? Sausage, or?
Well, why would you a sausage with sausage?
Yeah, I mean like sausage, and what else? That's what I mean.
So I will eat them with buns. Thank you very much. And I got plenty. So yeah.
Do you eat your chili dogs the long way?
What's up?
Do you eat your chili dogs the long way?
Long way?
Or like cob?
Oh, Dustin's cracking up. I can't hear you, David.
You know the long way. Does it look like you're deep throating?
Dude, here we go. I knew you were taking that. No.
Get your head out of the gun.
I start in the middle, Josh. I start in the middle, and I always use a fork and a knife.
It's the normal way. It's in the bun. The normal way.
It's in the bun. The normal. There is no normal way.
Dude, stop it.
That's why I use a fork and a knife.
It was a trick question. No, I'm just kidding.
So are you putting any sauce on it, like horseradish or pickles or radish?
No, dude, just freaking chili and cheese.
Is it the Hornell's chili? Like
it is actually. It is Hornell.
You throw some radishes on there, you can charge $5 more.
Well, now I'm disappointed in you because you're over here. Ooh, all you're gonna do is open a can and fry some wiener. Like, what's the big deal?
Dude, well, fine, rain on my parade, bro.
Oh, here it comes.
Rain on my parade.
And shit,
Yep, give it. Yep, sure.
Sausages.
Yep, I'll take it. Yep.
I wonder if he feels the same way about Twinkies. I'm gonna kill him. Look, I want everybody to know I'm in Utah, therefore there is no physical connection with Tim's death and my words.
I will find you, Dustin.
I have an alibi.
Are you all right?
I hope so. He sounds like he's about to die.
Oh, goodness.
Tim,
he eats his Twinkies and he goes, "Where's the cream filling?"
Shut up. Oh, gosh. You guys.
There's the stuff. Hostess. Oh, that's Haggard.
Haggard, that's his catch line.
There's this thing called a fist.
Uh-oh. Be careful.
And there's this other thing called a line, and when you put them together, it equals
I'm
punchline.
shaking it at the camera right now.
Brother Pike's talking about you, Dustin.
Oh, hey, where's Rhubarb Pie?
He's in the comments.
Pie.
He's a big
Now I'm gonna
baby
go down. Now I'm
squash.
just because of that, I'm gonna go down to the gas station and get myself a friggin' thing of Twinkies.
Just to spite me? Why? Don't shoot off your nose to spite your face.
Gosh.
You're crazy, Dustin.
You wish
You're
you
all
had a
crazy.
friggin' Twinkie.
Oh,
I don't want any Twinkies.
Tim. What would you say to someone, that guy I told you about, Lucifer, who loves?
I'll tell him to get saved. That's what I would say.
Go save save yourself.
He's a crazy guy. He thinks he's gonna recruit atheists to try to overthrow God.
Oh, what a bunch of crap. Good luck with that.
What do you think of that? Dan, is that guy crazy? You should know you're the great Dan.
Oh, Dan's here?
See?
No, he's talking
Dan.
to Zealot.
Zealot, are you there? See? Even he agrees. Josh, what are you doing there, little guy? About your TV?
Eating pork rinds and salad.
Pork rinds.
Yeah,
and
you see,
salad.
your New Year's meal ain't any better, dude. Pork rinds and
Got a
salad.
it's healthy. It's healthy and fattening
He's
at the
making fun
same
of
time.
making fun of my chili dogs, though.
Yeah,
You're making chili dogs, but I'm gonna eat pork rinds and salad. Yeah,
Right.
I think that people have been trying to, sons of Satan have been trying to topple God since the beginning of time, and they just keep failing.
Yeah, guess who's here?
Well, you know,
Brother
the Bible
Pike.
does. You know, Zealot, the Bible does say that the kings of the earth conspire against the Lord day and night. So,
Amen.
yeah.
Amen.
Yeah.
Rhubarb pie.
Bar pie. Now I gotta go get a friggin' pie. Thanks, pie.
Hey, y'all want to see something?
Sure.
Man, you look like a dad already, Brother Pike.
Aw.
You
got him a little, is that like a Christmas?
Yay.
Yep, it totally is.
It's a baby zealot.
It's like a little like miniature crib thing that goes in the bed.
Right.
Yeah.
That's his fourth kid.
You look well rested, Christian.
Yeah, we're fine. We had a couple of days where we missed it, you know.
Yeah.
No,
And he's going to have 20 more kids.
But I'm sure everything's going back to normal now.
Yeah, we went to the hospital Friday morning and we got home like Sunday afternoon. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it wasn't that bad, really.
Oh. And he's going to have 20 more of those kids.
Christian,
Right.
I'm gonna have an intervention for you.
Okay.
On the Baja Blast, dude.
Bro. I'm
Oh,
drinking
okay,
water.
okay. All right.
You
All
see
right,
that?
fair enough. Yeah.
You
yeah,
see that? I
see it.
listen when
do.
people talk. I listen.
Amen. So no diabetes this
He's
century.
a great.
You know?
Right.
Brother
Yes.
Pie. Would you still like to talk to that guy, Jamie Russell?
Yeah, he seemed like a nice person. I don't know much about him, but he seemed very nice.
He's very smart. Have you ever talked to him, Tim?
No, not yet, but he's a Seventh-day Adventist, so but I heard him earlier make the claim that he doesn't believe that if a Christian doesn't keep the Sabbath, they're not saved or not going to be saved, which I can appreciate.
That's what
He's
he told me. Yeah.
Yeah. If that's the way he views it, then I can agree with that. If the only issue I have is when somebody says, "Well, you have to keep it, or else you're not going to be saved." That's when I really draw the line.
Well, people just don't. The problem is bad teaching. People just don't
Yeah.
understand the spiritual representation and what it was all about, and
Right.
so they carry over all this natural stuff. And I don't really blame the people because they're just trying to be obedient. It's just poor teaching.
Yeah.
What do you think of that, David? The Den? David Den. Can I call you David Den?
Oh, is Zealot's Den named David?
Yeah, his name's
Yeah.
David.
You never told me your name. I was about to give you a name.
What's
Horatio?
Man, bad teaching. You're preaching to the choir. I'm a Catholic. No, I'm just
You're stupid.
No, but Seventh-day Adventists, we might as well call them Seventh-day Inventors because they just be inventing their ideology.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Margaret Sanger, the founder of 7-Day Adventist. Yeah, I like to see you talk about. Oh,
You know, that's actually one of the groups I haven't had that much interaction with. The Lord has brought a lot of people across my path and caused me to learn about some of the different denominations, but I know very little about the Seventh-day Adventists.
do you know anything about them, Dave? The Den? Yeah. See?
Sorry, what was the question?
Do you know about the 7-Day Adventists?
I know very little. I know a girl who is one, but so I looked into it briefly. But yeah, and not too much. I do know it's a very modern one.
Yeah, I don't know that much about it, really. I mean, it's just one of those groups I never had a lot of crosses with.
I do know I believe they think the Catholic Church is the Antichrist. They're very anti-Catholic, as far as I know.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Yeah.
Know who's very anti-Catholic more than anybody?
Who? Evangelicals?
No, they're nothing compared to this guy.
Who?
And he is the crazy Amish man.
I never looked Catholic.
He's not an Amish gangster.
Oh, his dad was Amish. Not really Amish, Mennonite.
Yeah, Mennonite.
This stuff don't taste good, Tim. It
No.
don't taste like anything.
You did drink it. Drink it.
It's rough, boy.
Drink it. You gotta do it.
This, I know it's one of the ingredients in coffee. I understand that.
Yeah, you know. It's good
Water.
for you. You should drink it.
Oh. What do you think
Missy
of that?
Mott's like
bird?
Tammy said, give the water back. She's not wrong. I just saw a giant spider like tormenting my wall.
Oh.
Hey, giant spider. Get out of here. Go. Go away. Bad spider.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy, the Amish looking
Smash
guy,
spider.
he thinks everyone he doesn't like are Catholic. Even Steve Anderson. What do you think of that, Tim?
Say that again, Gigi.
That Amish looking guy, Brian guy, he thinks everyone he doesn't like are Catholic. Even Steve Anderson.
No, he's got some funny theories, but nothing can be substantiated, and it really just comes from a place of his anger. I mean, he makes bad judgment calls. That's what he does, and he's been doing that for a long time.
Yeah, I was thinking that just Catholics were Catholic, but maybe that's my misunderstanding.
Well, what he claims is, so one of the claims that Denlinger made a long time ago is that Stephen Anderson is a Jesuit coadjutor, meaning like he's there to make independent fundamental Baptists look bad and things like that, and he's basically could be working for the Vatican. That was Brian's claim against him.
Does the Vatican have like secret anti-Baptist agents?
Well, I know.
Wait till you find out what we're hiding under the Vatican.
Well, the Jesuits are well known for a lot of their covert type of stuff that they try to do. So I don't know. I don't know if Stephen Anderson would be one, but I do believe that. I mean, the Jesuits were founded for the Counter-Reformation, trying to bring people back under the authority of Rome.
Oh, speak of that, here's a Jesuit
There he
priest.
is.
Look at that gut.
That's mean.
He's the man.
Baja bless you, my son.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, he also think that he thought anyone who ever go to a Catholic like a school like a college that created by Catholics or secretly Catholic.
No, yeah, Jesuit educated. That's the term he uses. He talks about anyone who goes to a Jesuit school is Jesuit educated. But I mean, just because you go to a school that's supposedly run by Jesuits doesn't mean that you're like under their authority. Like I always thought that was kind of weird. His little theory there.
Yeah, like Brother Pike.
Just like Brother Pike.
Because what you know, if hypothetically, if they were doing something like that, wouldn't you have a bunch of people coming out like being against it, like writing books or like making statements like, "Hey, they tried to make me into a Jesuit agent," but you don't hear that.
That's a good point.
That's a good point. Unless they signed NDAs. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just
right.
kidding.
They don't hold up in court.
Yeah, he's a funny guy. He's like the Catholic Church out to get him, I guess.
So you guys, what are you guys doing for the New Year's? Anything?
Here in a little bit, I'm gonna be cooking up some chili dogs. I'm ready to munch.
Yep, he's doing extra sloppy chili dogs like Billy Madison, and
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was just so funny. He's the Catholic Church is out to get him. Do you think so?
I feel like they have other priorities.
like taking over the world, like Pinky in the Brain.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, then what else he said? He said they wanted to take over the world and start killing people.
I think a lot of people just think
I'm going to be so upset if I'm in the religion and worshiping for the Antichrist people. That'd be so upsetting with. Because a lot of people say that, Christian Pike.
Well, the weird thing about that is I've heard different claims like that, but the thing about the Antichrist specifically is that he's a person. You know, like
so I guess they say like, the Pope,
the Great Beast, or the Great Whore. Like those, I understand those to be more like systems, but the Antichrist is a person.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
I don't know, man. People got some big ideas.
Yeah, well, we learned that from. I'm learning that the more I talk on here. People will just use the scripture, and everyone defends their belief with the scripture, and whether they read it differently or however, because obviously there's so many denominations. But I was in a chat last night, 2 Orthodox and 2 Catholics, and they were going over the filioque. And I'm like, this is no different than when like we disagree with Protestants. We both go into scriptures. We both see what we believe in the scripture. Like that.
That's very interesting to me. You know, I've had interactions with Catholics and Orthodox, but I've had more lately than ever. And because I have such a fascination with the Godhead subject, you guys really caught my attention with this disagreement over the filioque, because it really causes you to examine the Godhead more closely. And I think it's very interesting. I actually wouldn't.
Oh, my head was going in circles last night.
Well, I would love to sit down with a Catholic priest and have him explain it to me from his perspective.
Yeah. I'll try to help you out with that. I actually did an interview with the priest.
It's a very interesting subject.
I can. Well, I did an interview with the priest. I can share his channel with you. He has people on Mondays, so yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, I just like to pick his brain about it because I love the subject of the Godhead. I enjoy learning about that so much.
So I obviously had it explained to me in the Catholic way, but I couldn't understand the Orthodox way, and they weren't explaining. They were telling us how our view was wrong, but I couldn't. They weren't saying how they viewed it. They were saying so they thought that we diminished the Holy Spirit in how we view it, and how I was understanding it seemed like they diminished Jesus. So it is a fascinating topic, though.
Well, I love anything Godhead related because the relationship with the Godhead has just always fascinated me ever since I was converted.
What were you converted from? An atheist or a different?
I was just an atheist. Yeah.
Oh wow! No way.
His name used to be Atheist, then he became a Christian, so he changed his name.
Atheist Ryan Pike. That was me.
Gigi, you need to have a stand-up routine, brother.
you think that because you just met him, but he does the same bits over and over.
Like he does.
He's the Rodney Dangerfield of YouTube.
You ever heard that one Rodney Dangerfield joke? He said He said, no respect, no respect. Yeah. The house catches on fire, and mom looks at the kids, and she goes, "Shh, you'll wake up daddy." He was such a national treasure, man.
Was any of those Orthodox once saved, always saved, like Sandman is? Orthodox? He's a once saved, always saved.
No, he's just joking, GG.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, since then, Dustin thinks Sandman is a Satan.
Yeah, I heard you say that, gangster. I did hear you say that.
Yeah, and he also thinks that Sandman cross dresses.
He's got a deep voice for a cross-dresser. Reminds me of Austin Powers. That's not a woman. That's a man, baby.
Yeah.
GG.
That was so funny. He called him cross-dresser freak. It was funny. That video showed the other day. That's where I had it.
GG, have you ever seen a real cross-dresser in person?
That's the thing you don't know,
I have. Oh, they're all over the subway in Boston. I'm not all over, but I have come across them.
Oh, were they Brother Pike?
Jeez.
Oh, never mind.
No, but
some shade at him, man.
They'll have the high heels on and the stockings, but then they got the 5 o'clock shadow too.
I don't wear the stockings. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'll wear the stockings. He says. Just the rest of it.
Yeah, Brother Pike. He doesn't wear shorts.
Or
who wears shorts?
Ooh.
There it is.
Like this.
Gosh.
That's when I was getting ready to operate.
I even made a song about Brother Pike not wearing shorts.
And now all the kids know it by heart. They sing that stupid song in the car when we're going down the road.
Oh, goodness. Create a trend.
GG's got a top 100 hit.
Yeah, funny.
So, Brother Pike, can I ask you what opened your eyes to God?
Yeah,
that's a very interesting question. So we were raised in a really secular way. Actually, it's kind of strange because my grandfather, who passed away when I was like 5.5, was a very renowned minister. He traveled the world and had quite a big following. And his church at the height of it had 300 to 500 people on a Sunday morning. So he was a very renowned minister in his day. But the way we were raised, I guess because my dad was raised up, because he was kind of like really strict, old-fashioned holiness Pentecostal. And so the way that my dad was raised up, as soon as he got old enough to get out of the house, he got out of the house, and he went on to make money and do things. And he didn't have no interest in religion. So when we were growing up, even though my grandfather had been such an influence on so many people, he was never an influence on me. And so there was never a Bible in the house, never a prayer, never anything, never darkened the doors of a church. Just my dad had just kind of done the whole hot or cold thing and decided that he was cold for the time being. So we didn't have any exposure to religion really at all. And then through a weird series of events, my family moved back to the old property where my grandfather had his church when I was 17. And when that happened, I got around some of the Christian people from the church, and I got around people who talked about the scriptures for the first time in my life, and just sort of had exposure to religion on a big scale for the first time in my life. And really, I started to just fall in love with it. And I kind of realized that I had always been against something that I didn't understand. So I was about 18 years old when I gave my heart to the Lord. And I think I either got baptized right before me and Tammy got married or right afterwards, but I was 20 when I got baptized.
Nice. Was Tammy a Christian?
Yeah, she was raised up actually in one of the little churches that split off of his church. So she was raised up very old-fashioned holiness, just country church. And
So I'm sure that helped.
From the world, as you say, and so it was like hot air and cold air.
Mm-hmm. Super cool, huh?
Yeah, it was just quite a story. I've actually thought about writing it down.
Now, do you happen to attend like his church, your grandfather's church?
Well, unfortunately, it's not open anymore.
Okay.
it was open for a while after he passed, and there was some issues and things, and so a lot of the folks went on to start a few other churches in the area, and then one church in North Carolina and different places. So it's kind of like broken up into a few different churches nowadays. And so her parents attend one of those little churches that came from that church. And so we go there sometimes, but I'm an evangelist, so I actually travel to different churches and speak sometimes.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, that's amazing how the Lord works intergenerationally.
He got my attention, and I sure was looking for him, I can tell you.
Yeah, the graces that your grandfather was doing, helping all those people, end up getting right back to his grandson. How beautiful is that?
I believe that because he was big on benevolence and helping the poor and needy, and that church did a whole lot for the widows and the orphans around the world, and I really believe that.
Yeah, so what your grandfather was doing, that's what we consider building up treasures in heaven, not on earth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Amen. Amen. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I try to explain to people. Same as like my father, he passed away, but the stuff he taught us growing up, the more I read the Bible, I'm like, oh, that's where he got that from. Or, oh, that's how my dad acted.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He did. And then he wasn't even getting any credit for it as he was teaching us. But then you get your rewards down the line, and that's just the beautiful thing about the faith. So yeah, that's a great story. You should write that down, brother.
Yeah, I've thought about it. It was really unique. You know, when me and Tammy got together, we had come from such different backgrounds, but in other ways we were connected without even realizing it. And man, when I'm talking about different, like I wasn't just an atheist, like I was a black metalhead. I was anti-Christian.
Oh, no way.
And
You
so
can
with
never
her being
see
raised
that.
the way that she was, it was a pivotal time in both of our lives, you know.
Oh wow, yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, I was very anti-Christian, very anti-theist, and just I had sort of gotten into the heavy metal culture where religion is very frowned upon, and I'd gotten sucked into that way of thinking, you know.
So may I ask, how'd you get over the hurdle of like the mystical and like some of the stories that don't like talking snakes and stuff?
That's a good question. Kind of the way it happened at first was by meeting some of the people who were around that church and who had known him and really devout, decent people. I sort of realized that they had something that I didn't understand.
Amen.
And so I went and started reading the Bible for the first time, and the first thing I ever read was the book of Matthew. I remember I sat down and read the whole thing in one setting. It's the first time I ever read the Bible.
Did you skip the genealogy?
Nope, read the whole thing. And when I got done, I literally remember thinking this. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever read.
Amen.
First time I ever read the Bible. So it was sort of a gradual thing, but I had a few supernatural things happen around that time in my life, and that sort of helps you to accept it, you know.
Mm-hmm. So mainly just the witnessing of the parishioners around you, just them
It was,
showing
yeah,
the
it really
love of
was. That was
Christ.
a major part of it. Just because I had an idea about Christian people, but I'd never been around really devout Christian people. And when I did finally get around them, it was undeniable. These people have something that I don't understand.
Yeah,
And
peace
that
and
something was the
hope
baptism
and
of the Holy Ghost.
yeah. Good. Yeah, so that just reaffirms like witnessing is one of the most important evangelizing tools we have.
Well, that's one of the great things about, you know, this YouTube thing, in my opinion, is people like me and you know, a lot of the circles that I frequent are Pentecostal circles or holiness circles, and in some instances, Baptist circles. And I know that you frequent people who are Catholic, and we may never otherwise have had a chance to speak about the Lord together.
Amen. Yeah. And it's nice. It's nice, like in settings like this, because I listen, or I happen to be a part of when they're just like going at each other, and it's not very fruitful or edifying.
No, and I've been guilty of it too. I've had to apologize about that a number of times.
Yeah. It is nice.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Brother Pack.
Go ahead, Gigi.
Okay. Well, I have a question. Is it true I heard about
What
King
did you hear about him?
James? That he was alive? Is that true?
He caught me off guard with that. It is my opinion, Logan, that we have no reason to believe that. But
Yeah.
I'll say this:
Is that your
whether
real
or
name,
not-
Gigi?
Whether or not he was or wasn't has no bearing on that translation.
Yeah. Well, I heard they found letters him saying to guys.
I feel like
and
that'd be
stuff.
pretty public information.
Yeah, didn't he leave the
what do you
whole
think of
church
that?
out of like trying to marry another woman? So
That wasn't him. That was one of his predecessors.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say
Yeah, that's how the Anglican
that's
Church
as
got
un-gay
started.
as it gets.
No, really, that's how the Anglican Church got started. It's kind of funny. It was like this one king of England wanted to get divorced, and the Pope wouldn't let him, so he just like left the church.
So I'm on a Ask Catholic Priest page on Facebook, and there's a lot of people who are upset about the Catholic Church's like divorce and annulment thing. So there's a lot of questions, and the priest pointed out today, which I thought was interesting. He said that the Pope, the Pope hangs on to what Christ said about the sanctity of marriage so much that he let a whole king succeed and build a whole nother religion instead of just letting them get a divorce. So
I'll tell you this:
us lay people don't have a chance if there's not a valid reason.
Well,
Something
I'll tell
along
you this,
those lines. I said, well, that's a good point. Because if you're gonna give in to anyone, it would have been that one to save a whole schism.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what. That's one of those things that actually causes me to have a lot of respect for the Catholic Church, is that they stand on things like that and they don't move. You know, the same thing with abortion. The Catholic Church has a very strict position on that, and they've never budged, no matter how much social pressure was put on them.
Yeah,
and you really
thank
can't
you.
help but respect that.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I've heard a good argument that the Catholic, being the big church that they are and standing so firm, they almost like put the line in the sand for the rest of the Christians who are also fighting those causes.
I could see that way of thinking. I mean, I try to see the good in people. I always tell people this, like before debates, let's talk about what we agree about first.
Amen.
And that'll give us a chance to kind of like let our guard down and get to know each other. And then we'll have a better discussion about what we disagree about.
Yeah. So one thing I just found out, there's a guy who has a page, Abolitionist Rising. So I just found about abolitionism. So it's like a step beyond pro-choice, pro-life. And because the Bible says we should be abolitionists as far as abortion goes, which I find interesting.
Well, a lot of these young girls, they grew up in a culture where abortion is spoken about so freely, like it's just this political position, it's either left or right or whatever, and they don't really know what it means to make a child and bring it into the world. And so they're saying about what they believe and choosing their position on this issue, but they don't understand this issue. They don't understand like what it's like for a woman to recreate. They don't understand what it's like to love a child. They don't understand what it's like to
The
want
beauty
a child
of
and
it.
lose one.
And
There's so many things a person has to experience to appreciate the value of human life. And most of the people who are pro-abortion just don't understand what it's like to bring a child into the world.
Oh, everybody, guess who's here? Richard.
Richard, welcome, Doctrine YouTube channel, Demolished Doctrine YouTube channel.
Peace and respect, y'all. Thanks for letting me on your show, Gangster.
Hey, Richard.
How's everybody doing tonight? And Happy New Year to you all.
Happy New Year, brother.
Yeah, how you been, Richard?
I'm better than I deserve since February the 8th of 2012.
Oh, that's
amen.
Have you talked to Daniel lately?
Not really, no. What's going on with him?
Well, not so much. I seen a review of him. He eating the new taco chicken nuggets.
Okay.
Yeah, they're actually made me hungry.
He's a maniac. He put the cheese dip it as a sauce.
Yeah.
That's way out there, man. I just can't even believe that. Are you sure? Do you have any citation on that?
Yeah. What do you think of that, Rotor Pike? You should get them when you go there to get your blog.
Man, I ain't getting no Taco Bell chicken nuggets. That's the nastiest thing I ever heard in my life.
It doesn't even make sense to have chicken nuggets at Taco Bell.
That's crazy.
That's sacrilege.
Come get the Taco Bell Euros.
I mean, yeah, that would make really good sense. Yeah, if you wanted to go authentic Mexican, as like a little maybe goat nuggets, that would be different.
Oh, we got Brother AJ in the chat too. Welcome, Brother AJ.
Are you there, AJ?
Ace and Jason.
He heard us talking about the sanctity of life. He said, "Oh, I love the sanctity of life."
Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those things that I think a lot of these these young people don't really appreciate what it is that they're talking about. But like,
well, and
me
in
my
their
wife
defense,
have been through that stuff.
they've been raised in a culture with complete, as you said, not showing them the sanctity of life. And
Yeah, it's not a political issue. Like, we're talking about a person thinking that their own convenience should be more important to them than having children. Like, having a child is not a discussion of convenience. This is a human life. It's so belittling to be like, well, I'm not ready at this time. That is a person's life. That is how you got started.
Amen. Well, that's one of that. That's why the arguments get pretty nasty when they're like, it's just a clump of cells.
Yeah, there's all kinds of arguments against that. And I would really recommend, and I tend to quote, what is his name? He's a little hat guy. He's big on YouTube politics.
Is Elliston? No, just kidding. I'm just kidding. He said a hack.
He's like TYT.
No. Anyhow, there are really good arguments. There's already standing law. I'll give you for instance. If a person, an adult, a person who's been born were in a coma, you would have to have some kind of a living will to go and unplug them. They would have to have given their permission ahead of time. And if they haven't, then their life is very, very protected. Now, why would I bring that up on the topic of abortion? Because one of the abortion arguments, pro-abortion arguments, is that person couldn't survive on their own. Well, neither can a person in a coma. They can't eat. They can't drink water. They have to be given this stuff.
They can't breathe on their own. Yeah, they need to. Yeah.
Sometimes they can't breathe on their own, etc. So they're obviously not able to sustain their own life, just like a premature child would not be able to, maintain its own life. But all the arguments.
And then we got to remember, a baby outside the womb can't either for like 18 months, 2 years or something, right? Like maybe even longer, sustain on their own.
Oh no, they have no idea how to search for food except for a breast.
Right.
They're just going to look for a breast. They're not going to go hunting. They're not going to go gathering vegetables. That's not going to happen.
The visuals,
no idea. Yeah.
What about the movie It's Alive? When the baby come out?
I didn't see that one, Gangster. That sounds like a creepy one.
Well, first it's a movie.
It's back in the.
That's the first thing I'm noticing. Yeah, no. It's a movie, and it's based not in any reality. No. That's what makes it scary. Luckily, that's no reality anywhere.
Yeah, they said it happened by a man. Here's a remake. The lady was trying to get that, and she took pills instead and transformed her baby into a monster baby.
If you guys wanted to present the regular arguments that are pro-abortion, that are pro-human murder, I would be happy to arm you guys with a defense against each of them. If that sounds interesting.
Oh. Yeah. You are the great Richard.
Yeah, I mean,
I remembered whose arguments I stole. They're Ben Shapiro's arguments.
Oh, really?
They're very good arguments. If you haven't heard them, they're worth listening to. Or I could review them with you right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's a nice.
So what's any of the pro-abortion arguments? Name one.
It's not a human.
It's not a human being. Okay, so here's some defenses against that. At no point in the history of humanity has a woman either had two vaginas or a vagina and a penis. Okay? So if it was their body and it should be their choice, then there wouldn't be this other sexed person or same-sexed person inside of them.
With a different DNA?
Yes, and that's part of the argument, is that they have different DNA. That's how a female could carry a male.
Okay, yeah. Now I'm on your side, but I'm just playing devil's advocate. Then they would argue it's a parasite, right?
Okay, let's say it was a parasite. If it's a parasite, then it would be like destroying the host. That's what parasites do. What's the next argument?
It's their body, their choice.
Oh, it's not their body because their body doesn't have two vaginas or a vagina and a penis. Their body doesn't have that
one.
No human does.
Another one is that's kind of all of them, isn't it?
Oh, there's a couple more.
Share.
But I'm just wondering which ones you guys hear the most.
I haven't watched. I watched Abolitionists Rise and have a lot of interactions, but they're eluding me right now because they're usually screaming. They're usually screaming when they're saying them.
One of the more popular ones is that it's not a human; it's just a clump of cells. Now,
Yep. Oh, go ahead.
If that were the case, that it were only a clump of cells and it's not a human, then we could say something like, okay, does it have the potential to become a human? Well, yes, it has a very high rate, very high potential to become a born human and a part of society. Okay, so we could make the argument, could it be something besides human? For instance, you might point out, could it be lizard? Could it be a dog? What kind of cells are they? Well, if you look at the genetics of the cells, it's human cells. So it's not just a clump of cells.
And then they would argue that we're men and we don't have a say in this matter.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. If women are the only ones who can speak on the topic and men can't because they're inexperienced, then women can't speak on law unless they're a lawyer, on health unless they're a doctor, etc., etc., etc. See, so actually, as long as you have a well-informed opinion, it's fine to speak about absolutely anything. I mean, they shouldn't speak about politics unless they're a politician, right? Based on that thinking.
Correct.
Oh, leftists do say that men can get pregnant, so...
No, men do not get pregnant. That is not true. There's never been a pregnant man in the history of the planet.
I know, but that is crazy.
I know what you're doing there, Ghost, and I get what you're saying. And you know, you're quoting another ridiculous thing that woke people say that can't be true in reality.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. But, Richard, gosh, is it true what Dan said? He said that you believe that God the Father was on another planet and he got crucified? Is that true?
Yes, just like the Son or the Prince of Peace or Yeshua, Jesus, will be called Everlasting Father. So was the case with the present Everlasting Father, that he once was doing the job that we call Jesus, which is why Jesus can say during the time of his testimony on the earth that I'm doing what I see the Father do before me. Well, if he sees the Father do it before him, then the Father has to have done it. Done what? Testified on the earth.
Oh. How about every time you show up, Dan, in the comments, not today, but other days, love to bring that up. Dan's a crazy guy.
Well, it actually has a lot of explanatory power. Like, you can ask any church and get several different answers, or several churches and get several answers on who the 24 elders are. But if you were to look at just how they're described, they're at God's right hand. They owe their crown to God. They are dressed in white. They are seated in their own thrones aside God. All of that is promises not made to any general large population, but only to the Christ. Only the Christ is promised that. You'll recall that two of the apostles say, where will we sit? Can we sit in the prime seats beside your throne? And he says, of course, that's not mine to give. But the point is that he is obviously and evidently seated at the right hand of the Father and enjoying the promises of just Jesus. But there's 24 elders already living that life, which means this can't be the first earth. All it means is this can't be the first earth.
Oh. What do you think of that then?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening. I was engaging in the chat. Everyone's trying to join in over here.
Well, try this.
That link,
Try this.
Gangster. Go ahead,
Check
Zara.
out this. Dan, check out this proposition.
Yep.
The proposed idea here is that we're not the first Earth, and I would challenge anyone to describe to me who could stop God from having done it before, or who could stop God from doing it in the future after this Earth. And just what is wrong with doing a good thing more than once?
No, I don't see something wrong with the proposition. I would just say that we don't see that in Scripture.
What is it you would expect to see? How about the idea of there being a new heaven and a new earth? Would that be indicative of several of them?
No, I don't believe so.
Oh, how about if the promises made to Jesus were already being realized in the 24 elders? Would that be indicative?
I don't follow, but I don't believe so.
How about in Hebrews 1 and Hebrews 1? Yeah, Hebrews 1 and Hebrews 11. If it said, with these invisible things, God so made the worlds. What if it was plural?
Are you there, Dan? Richard,
What I'm saying is it
oh,
is
sorry,
plural.
I was on mute the whole time. I thought I was answering all those questions.
What do you think of Hebrews 1 and 10? I think it's 1 and 10 or 1 and 11. I'm not good with numbers.
Yeah, 1 sec.
I have a question, Dan. Those other books are in the Catholic Bible. What do they say?
What's up?
I heard
The other books in the Catholic Bible, such as 1st and 2nd Maccabees, what does it have to say that's significant?
Praying for the dead. What do you know? Where in Hebrews 1?
I'm not good at remembering numerical sequences. They're too abstract for my brain. My brain doesn't like them. But I just use word searches.
Mine says just world. It's Hebrews 1:2.
Yours says that?
Yeah, it's world singular. But I'm reading the Dewey Ream.
But when you say mine says, you recognize there are others. And do you recognize that in our most original text that all these Bibles are based upon, it's plural there?
So I'm under the impression that the Dewey Reams was direct off the Latin Vulgate.
It's still subject to interpretation, so I would refer again to the Latin Vulgate that it refers to, and look whether or not it's plural there, which it is.
All right.
I mean, we all understand the interpretations are exactly that. They're interpretations, which means that it was the best the people could do at the time with what they understood the author's intent to be.
Well,
right?
Bond in the chat likes your position. She said it's more solid than many.
Well, Bond has known me for some time and knows that although this is not my position, I have adopted it. He was just being brief on words. And that it is actually justifying of all of the biblical internal apparent contradictions. I'll give you one example. If there had been at least 4 earths, and each batch of children of God need a Savior, and there had been at least 4 Jesuses, which if you look in the words Jesus, Christ Jesus, that's a description of a job. It's not a person's proper name. But if you look, if there had been 4 end times to 4 different planets that our God owned, and there was 4 different saviors who all had to do the same job, that would explain all of the differences between the Gospels, including the last words of Christ, how many women were at the tomb, how many angels were at the tomb, etc., etc., etc. Why? Because it's not like he has to follow a script or that anyone else has a script to follow. They just have to do certain things he has to do certain things to fulfill the prophecy, and the people's reactions are, well, human reactions. So there should be slight differences between the 4 Gospels if it were a recollection of 4 different earths. Now, you may not agree with me, but does that make sense to you?
No.
It doesn't make sense that if there were 4 different Christs, they might say something slightly different from each other that altogether means the same thing.
Well, this is a pretty out there theory that I would have to look on. Just
right off the bat, if I said I saw someone, I was at the park and I saw someone on a pale blue bicycle, it was a fat old man.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I don't want you to just buckle. I want it to make sense to you.
Well, I'm not even buckling at anything. I'm just trying. I don't even know. Did you just come on here to evangelize your thought? I'm not sure, like where this came out of nowhere.
I do talk about what I believe.
Huh?
I do talk about what I believe, as do you. I'm sure.
Yeah, I did. You just seemed to came in here and bulldoze with some random view of the Bible. I wasn't sure where you were going and what you were talking about. Most of it.
I thought someone else, the host of the channel, brought it up and asked me some questions, and I was answering. But of course, I'll retire.
No, I was just not sure where you were coming from or where it was going.
My favorite Jesus is white Jesus.
Yes, Terry, I know that.
Oh, hi, Daniel.
I think the Asian Jesus.
Oh, hey.
Is cool.
Yeah, yellow Jesus is pretty cool too. I saw a video of him doing
Yellow
some,
Jesus.
Martial arts against the bad guy.
Well, now I'm going to have to cross that off my hot seat questions. I was going to ask you who your favorite Jesus was. I thought you were going to say baby Jesus.
Hi, Daniel. How are you today?
I'm doing okay. Driving? I'm driving.
Which is your favorite Jesus, Daniel?
My favorite Jesus is the only Jesus, the only begotten Son of God the Father.
Oh, he didn't fall for the trick, Terry.
The black Jesus or the white Jesus?
I think the Shroud of Turin is accurate in that it depicts about a 6-foot-tall white guy, which actually, for where it was and when it was, wouldn't make any sense. However, if it's translated off of the end of another Earth, and at the end of the Earth is like the end of our Earth, where transportation is easy and racial intermixing happens, then it makes perfect sense to me.
What?
You serious?
White people were everywhere.
Wait, why would he be white if it's interracial?
White people in Jesus' time.
What's that? Were there white people?
And Mary was a white woman. Everyone knows Jesus was Milano.
He was white because of the transfiguration, because he shined God's light, but he was a Palestinian.
That doesn't give a person white features.
It would if he was shining brilliantly.
Shine bright like a diamond.
That's right.
Have you seen the three-dimensional...
Joyce Feast Day.
Daniel, have you seen the three-dimensional images that have been produced off of the Shroud of Turin?
That looks like a white guy to me.
Yeah, he never mind skin tone. He has white features.
What are white?
Yeah, I mean the Pantocrator icon looks just like the Shroud of Turin. It's pretty consistent.
White features like not very high cheekbones, a long thin nose.
That's racist.
Small. It's not racist. It's genetics. It's genetics. If you're saying that ethnic groups don't exist, I'm going to have to argue with how accurate you are.
I'm not saying that, but there are different people from different races who have similar jaw bones and cheekbones and skeletal bones as other ones.
That is true. There is a lot of overlap.
Think about that.
I'm standing on the promises of God.
What do you think, Daniel? Where are you going, little guy?
So I'm going to Maryland right now to go see some college friends. I'm not going to be drinking, obviously, but I'll be hanging out with them for New Year's. Yeah, no, I made a promise to the Theotokos I would never drink again.
Josh.
But I did hear what Richard was saying. If I may, Richard, don't you think it also is, plausible that because they're different human beings, they have slightly different recounts of the same event? because like that's what happens
Darn
to
you,
anybody else,
Daniel,
right?
darn you.
Like,
let me put this in a plausible perspective for you. It's one thing if I asked you what you had for breakfast or what your favorite color is, or if I have 5 people who saw a car accident and they all have a slightly different perspective. But we're not talking about a car accident that we happen to witness amongst 2 strangers. We're talking about the apostles who are recounting the Son of God. Now, you would think that one of 2 things would happen. They either A, they'd all have precisely the same story, or B, they'd at least get together and say, what's the story we're going to say? Neither of those 2 things happened because the text is honest.
right. So like if you take any 4 people and you're talking about a ministry of like 3 years, they're all going to give slightly different details.
They all had different experiences, but you can't have multiple last words of Christ. You can't have different count of women at the tomb. You can't have a different count of angels at the tomb. This is more than opinion. And by the way, it's concerning the Son of God, which is kind of an important topic to that small group of people.
May I ask, Richard, is this like a multiverse theory?
No, sir, that's not necessary. I mean, it could include multiverse. It's just unnecessary complexity. For instance...
Oh, you can mean it can be consecutive.
The different planets is an unnecessary complexity, man. It's so much more plausible just to say 4 different...
Daniel's pride.
So instead of like being multiverse, they can be one after the other, which would be a single verse.
Yeah, it could all happen in the same universe.
But you just said like it's invoking unnecessary complexity. It's way more plausible just to say 4 different people have slightly different accounts because they're human beings. It's not just like what you gave an example of one event, right? And like, yeah, maybe even though one event, I think people will still kind of remember differently, but you're talking about the span of many years. And like, they all had something different to say. Like Matthew was speaking to the Jews. John was speaking to all Christians. I think Mark was speaking mostly to the Gentiles. Like they had different audiences too. And they're like different human beings. So they're going to have like a slightly different way of saying it.
Daniel, are you going to evangelize to the college kids?
Well, no, we went to college together. They're all the same age as me, so they all have, some of them have.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I thought
one of
you
them
were
has
like
a wife
McConaughey.
and kids.
I thought you were like Matthew McConaughey in Dazed and Confused.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, that's what I love about these college kids. They say the same age, and I keep getting older and creepier.
Yeah. What if you find out you're from another world, Daniel?
That would probably be pretty plausible. Richard, do you think I might be a different Earth Dan from alcoholism, and that's how I'm still here? Like that's why I'm like all skinny
like
and stuff.
Ghost
I'm just a
Dad.
different Dan. Yeah.
You're like Ghost Dad, Bill Cosby.
Well, just like the
I
text,
am alternative universe Dan.
just like the text recalls that there was man and plants and everything else that we find here maintained off of this planet before there was a man to till the earth and before there was rain. And being that there's no such thing, as far as I know, unless you want to argue for a spiritual rutabaga, then I have to say something like there was a real place, not on this earth, where all of these plants and such things were maintained. Well, that real place would need things like at least perfect artificial sunlight, some kind of basal structure for roots to grow in, water, minerals, things that a rutabaga would need. Okay, so in chapter 2 of the book of Genesis, it recounts all this to us, and that man was there too and placed later into the garden. Okay, so I think you literally are not from this planet. I think none of the humans are, nor any of the bovine or cats or any of the rest of it.
Do you think there are rutabagas in heaven?
Well, as far as I can tell, Jesus ate a fish to show that he wasn't a ghost. And the word vessel in the Bible describing our body is used to give us the example that when we're in heaven, we'll have a perfected vessel, meaning a perfected body. Okay, so I have no reason to believe that we won't have a body, and I have every reason to believe that we will.
What if we already got a perfect body?
Well, you don't have a perfect body. For one thing, you're aging, and eventually that aging is going to result. It's going to result in a system failure, and you're going to die. And that's not dying is not perfect.
Don't say that about Terry. She's not going to die.
100% of human beings on this earth who didn't live into end times died. 100% so far.
All of us. It's true. It's true what Richard says on this.
Spoiler.
Yeah. We are going to have to taste death.
With what I look like.
Daniel, I have a question.
Yes.
Does the Bible say God controls everything that happens?
Yeah. I mean, he gives us free will, but he knows what our choices are going to be, and he works around them.
Oh.
Yeah, like he knew that Judas would betray him, so he put him in the right place in the right time, but he didn't make Judas make the choice. He just finds the people who are going to make those choices and puts them in the places that he needs to, like the perfect chess player.
Hey, do you all think Judas is in heaven or is he downstairs?
I think he's downstairs.
Oh my
He's
God.
probably hell yeah.
Consider the following. What would happen to the remission of sins if Christ were not crucified? How would Christ get crucified if not for the Roman soldiers? How would the Roman soldiers have identified him without Judas? Judas played an integral part in the forgiveness of sins.
So did the Jews.
Yeah. Yeah, so did Herod by killing all those innocent children.
I'm not mad at any of those guys.
Yeah,
yes, all of them were necessary. I thank God for them.
But
well, they're necessary, but
so in your universe, what happens every time?
Didn't he hang himself?
Yeah.
Yeah, he died.
It doesn't say he hung himself. It says two different things. It says that he hung himself, and it says that he tripped on a rock or fell with his stomach against a rock, and he burst open. His guts fell out. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so both of those.
But maybe he fell from the tree onto a rock and busted open his gut.
Oh my God!
That's what we say. Is that he hung himself and then he fell down.
Just like the Gospels, you're willing to go through all kinds of mental gymnastics that don't actually make sense in reality.
Yeah, so to us, Judas was like Humpty Dumpty.
What was the rope made out of wheat, and it started to blight and rot, and the rope only lasted 3 days, and that's how it worked out? Come on, man.
3 days later. 3 days later.
Daniel, I have a question. I have two questions.
Yes.
Was Judas a priest?
No, I don't think so.
When he died?
Was he there? Well, Daniel, the answer is no. Was Judas there when Jesus washed their feet? And
yeah. Judas Priest is a fact of reality. It's a band.
Yeah.
So if Judas was there when he washed his feet, then he is.
Oh, and other one is when he died on the jig, when he hanged himself. Did God turn him into a vampire?
Oh, I don't think so, but some people do.
You ever seen that movie, Dracula 2000?
Yeah.
Gangster goes, you got to start a movie review channel, I'm telling you. Just like Daniel's Taco Bell review.
Yeah.
We watched that earlier.
Oh, we were raving about it, Daniel.
Oh, you saw the Taco Bell review?
Yeah, we thought you were a maniac for using the nacho cheese dip.
Oh, it tastes so good. It's so great together.
Wow. In that movie Dracula 2000, you ever heard of this, Richard? Dracula turned out to be Judas.
Oh, plot twist.
Yeah. What do you think of that, Richard?
It's pretty cool plot point.
Hey, Gangster Ghost, did you ever see the movie Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
Yeah.
Did you know that the vampire who got killed was Pee Wee Herman?
Yeah.
You knew that?
Yeah, it's been a long time since I saw that. Yeah, that comes back.
Hey,
Do you remember Angel? That was like a spin-off of Buffy.
Oh, that movie was named after Terry.
Rubens, aka
Oh, Gangster Ghost. That was a sweet. You hear that, Terry?
No.
Daniel said, "Did you see the show, the movie Angel?" And Gangster said it was named after Terry.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh,
yeah. Because if you check out karaoke, it sounds like an angel singing.
That's true. Did you hear my cover of Eminem's "Still Don't Give a Fuck"?
No, I didn't. I'll have to check that one out.
I can rap.
I don't want it. I don't want to hear that.
A lot of people ask me.
What about
saying bad words, Terry?
Well, I
Wash that mouth of soap.
I'm quoting. I'm performing. I didn't say it of my own.
okay. What about you, Richard? What you?
Yeah, that's what the Nazis said. Following orders.
Yeah.
I wasn't following orders. I was performing.
Well, Gangster Ghost, as for me, I can't keep up with pop culture because I find it very, very offensive and degenerate, and I don't want that as part of my mind.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
Based.
Oh.
Not even the Slim Shady LP from what, 1999?
Maybe especially. I'm not certain.
Album. But it was funny for me to cover it. You know, people weren't expecting it. It showed that I had, layers.
She has range. She has range.
Fans, though, they were like, "Oh, are you a fan of Eminem?" But I'm not, so.
She goes from singing Whitney Houston to rapping Eminem.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
David, when you laugh, you kind of remind me of James.
Oh, thanks. That would have been nice 10 years ago.
Oh, sorry.
Now you say that, yeah. That's a good compliment. Yeah.
He's like a diddler or something, isn't he?
David, you're always going to look like that to me now.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it could be worse.
That's lies and slander.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you ever seen that movie, Disaster Art? It had James Franco on it.
No, I didn't see that one.
Oh, do you think he could make a good Joker?
No. I like Jay Leno. Someone said that. I can see him as the Joker.
Jay Leno from Tonight Show? Oh. What about
That'd be interesting.
Daniel, he should be the new Joker. Right, Daniel? Yeah.
Who, me? Oh, I did do a mean Joker back in the day during my Joker arc.
Well, what if it turns out you're from another dimension where you're the alternate Father Charles?
Why can't I be from another dimension, Gangster?
I am.
Always Daniel.
You're the alternate dimension of the Wolf Den.
Well, little do you know, Gangster, Wolf Den's just a Zealous Den in another dimension.
Wow.
Yeah, let that sink in.
Wow.
You know what we were celebrating today besides St. Basil Day? We were also celebrating the circumcision of Jesus Christ.
What a glorious day.
Yep. He followed the law and he shed the blood for us and he cried for the first time for us because of that.
Stephen the Bolin?
You think Jesus cried when he got snipped?
Yeah.
I think he took it like in.
I think everybody does.
Yeah, Terry.
No, Terry. No. Bad Terry.
That would explain
Bad
why they have more than
blasphemous
one relic.
That's funny.
Daniel, Stephen the Bolin?
Yes.
He said he was circumcised when he was 16.
Did you say Stinky the Bolin?
Stephen the Bolin.
Okay, because I like Stinky the Bolin better. Okay, so he was 16 years old when he got cut? That's horrible.
Yeah. I think he said that.
No wonder he's in a bad mood. My goodness. I didn't know that about him.
Yeah, that's what I remember hearing him say.
I got to keep that in mind when I talk to him. Like, he got some trauma that I have not known.
Yeah,
Everyone's got a story, you know?
True.
Yeah, it's all Richard's fault. Richard.
Sir.
What are you a prophet?
Am I a prophet? No, I think the angel who spoke is a prophet.
Oh, okay. But what if Daniel's a
Daniel
prophet?
was a prophet.
Then the Daniel who's in this show, I don't think he claims to be a prophet. But what a prophet does is says things that are true about the future, which man can't know.
So you're telling me Miss Cleo was a prophet?
I don't know who Miss Cleo is.
Call me now.
Here's this guy. Daniel Newman. Before he got saved, he was called Daniel.
I love it, gangster. Love
That's
it.
right. I'm a new man.
Like Brother Pike, before he became a Christian, his name was Aces. He decided to become a Hindu. He become Hindu. But Richard, how long you know Daniel Newman?
Daniel's probably better at that than I am.
Yeah, I don't remember. It was definitely the pandemic pub that we met. It was like when I'm pretty sure we met when I was still an occultist.
Like this guy?
Yeah, I looked like him basically.
And then Brother Pike had to do this for you?
Yeah, he had to go straight on up in there, and I said no. He said, "Yeah, I have to."
This is the face you made when he did that. And then danced.
Yeah.
He danced.
The good old hospital trauma. Nothing like it.
Yeah. Say, get down like a crazy cat. You got this. Brother probably gave you some of medicine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, how long you know? Oh yeah, you said then you know him for a couple
I met
weeks.
Daniel like 2 weeks ago.
Wow. You two seem like brothers from another mother.
We kind of are in a way. We're brothers in Christ.
Yeah, you know, good people like good people, I find.
Oh.
That's the thing we got to remember as Catholics and Orthodox. Like, we shouldn't consider ourselves to be like the bishops can call each other heretics, but as for us, we're the laity. You know, like we're just trying to follow Christ, and we're going to church dutifully. We believe in mostly the same thing, so like we're definitely brothers.
Oh,
amen.
Well, Daniel, what do you think of the Elder Dan, the Paz father?
Dan Pazzi? Bruce was telling me last night that Dan Pazzi doesn't like me at all. And I said, I don't know about that because I talked to Dan. And he seemed pretty reasonable to me, but maybe he's lying to me. I don't know. But maybe Bruce was just trying to start stuff.
Bruce likes to start something.
He does. He likes to start that drama.
He was around.
I'm like, I don't know. I think Dan's an all right guy.
Yeah, he was around earlier this morning fighting with Aiden. Like he always
Terry, your rapping video is going to go viral.
Yeah.
We're all going to go watch it. Terry's rapping video.
Oh, yeah. Terry. I'm not even sure I'm subscribed to Terry. I gotta get on that.
She has the coolest live streams.
Terry, didn't I go on your live stream like one time, I thought?
No.
No, I didn't. Okay, that was missing mod. Never mind. That shows how sexist I am. I'm just like, it was a woman on YouTube.
We need more female Christians on the internet. There's so many in the pews, but then there are a lot of guys on the internet.
Terry, Miss Mod.
Yeah, it's because women are smarter than men. They know how to go on the internet.
Now I've been on the internet for
Before it was cool.
ever. Yeah.
Well, I have a question, Daniel. Do you know this guy named General Specific? He's a general.
General Specific? No, I don't think so. I remember Commander Vlogs, but yeah, no. That's
Gangster, do you know Colonel Sanders, Gangster?
Yeah. this guy, Richard, I think he knows him, right, Richard? You there, Richard?
Richard's just waiting for the Jesus talk.
Oh. Right,
Oh, I was watching Terry's rendition of a few songs there.
How was it?
I'm gonna be so embarrassed at the day of judgment if it turns out that Richard was right and it's just like you guys didn't realize that Richard was right about the planet stuff. I'd be like, I don't know. I thought it sounded wacky to me.
It's
Sorry,
actually
Lord.
okay that it sounds wacky. I hear it too, and it sounds wacky to me too. But it sure does justify a lot of otherwise problems.
Oh, Richard, do you know Jim Specific? He's on here.
Yes, I'm aware of the human. Yeah.
Yeah. Where he been?
I'm sorry. What?
I seen him on Miss Mod show. He gets in fights with Aiden a lot. It was crazy.
Well, he likes to aggressively go after non-believers like Aiden, and I do too. It's just that I'm a little bit more patient about it and more willing to allow Aiden to represent his own views instead of going directly at him. The reason is that I've seen, and I have myself gone after atheists, agnostics, etc. aggressively, and what I find to be true is they just turn their ears off. That's all they'll do.
Oh.
I think that's true with anybody.
I don't know. What do you think, Dan?
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah, I think that's true of anybody. And also Aiden, to me, I don't know him as well as maybe you guys do, but it seems to me that he really is legitimately seeking, and he's open-minded to the possibility of God. I don't think he wants to commit to it quite yet because he knows how challenging it is and how big of a deal it is. So I think once he does step onto the path, that he's going to be very committed.
Do you think he's going to be a once save, always save Orthodox?
I think he's going to be a Catholic.
Yeah. Oh, he's definitely going the Orthodox route. He's a fan of history, and I feel like a lot of people don't know about Orthodoxy because it's been hidden in the West. So everyone knows about Protestants and Catholics over here, but only a few people know about the Orthodox. And I feel I don't know.
How many people? 144,000 people?
Yeah.
I think that prophecy is more about the Jews that are remaining.
Oh,
ooh, what's going on here?
What if he's an Orthodox Catholic?
I think
Well, technically, the Orthodox are Catholic, and the Catholics claim to be Orthodox as well. So,
it's to join a non-denominational evangelical church.
Oh. What if he joins Richard's religion?
Who is Richard?
that would be the big wild card.
I hear Richard's religion's growing.
No, and it won't, and it's not supposed to.
Do you believe in the sacraments of communion and baptism, Richard? I don't think I ever asked you that.
I think those are great misunderstandings, and that it's actually quoting colloquialisms and misunderstanding because we're not from that culture.
Yeah.
I'll give you a for instance.
Okay.
The Bible says directly that waters, the word that got translated into waters, is peoples, multitudes, nations, and tongues. The word mayhem has to do with the relationship between people, namely by genetics, by semen and egg, mom and dad and stuff like that. It should not be thought of as H2O. That's the wrong way to think about it. Yet we have an immersive baptism where people have water sprinkled on them. This is not at all what baptism was supposed to mean. And what it's supposed to mean is that you
Catholic,
lived outside of heaven and you were immersed amongst sinners. That's what it's supposed to mean. In other words, there's not a person on this earth, nor has there ever been, who wasn't baptized.
So one thing that because I hear this a lot, and it's from different Christians, and it's even from non-believers. They go to the ancient original texts, and then they come out with a conclusion and say what it means. But what I don't understand is the hubris, because how do these people think that them and so few people have figured this out, but all the scholars who have studied this for all these years missed all of this?
Well, let me give you an example.
And they were actually born in that culture too.
I think I can give you a fairly decent explanation of why that happens, actually, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say we had somebody who was born into an atheistic or pagan family, right? But they grew up in Western culture. So they were familiar with the stories. Somebody like Aiden, for instance. Since he's made himself public, I don't feel bad about quoting him directly. I mean, he made himself public, so did I. Feel free to ridicule me for that matter. So you grow up in this culture, and you have a lot of knowledge about the Christian culture and its views on the Bible. Simultaneously, you reject Christianity. Well, there is an obvious logical problem right there. The problem is this. If I say I'm horrible at mathematics, right? And I want to learn about mathematics, so I hire a tutor. And that tutor says things that don't work in reality. In fact, everything I try that the tutor says is right turns out to be wrong in reality. Do I throw away mathematics? Well, no, I don't throw away my math book because of the tutor. That doesn't make sense. But what I will do is I'll stop reading it the way the tutor taught me to read it. You see, in that same way, agnostics and atheists accidentally adopt Christianity while professing that it's nonsense and use it to throw away the Bible, which is bad thinking.
That's not a finished thought, right?
Nope, that's the end of it. If you can't justify something that you use and apply in real life that you know doesn't make sense against reality, and then justify your actions and thoughts based on that.
And
it's just really dumb.
And in this example, mathematics is the Bible?
Yes, yes.
And the teachers are the church?
The teachers are, well, the people of the church, depending on how you mean church, yes.
Right. Well, but my question still remains. So you don't listen to the teacher's teaching because it doesn't work in reality, as you say, but then you go and find the mathematics that does match reality. So why in the history of the world has no one taught the real math?
Well, you're right. I didn't answer it. Now, there's this long-standing traditional way to think about these things that causes these problems, which is why they have apologetics. See, the apologetics, for what I believe is true of the Bible, can be done in 2 words, just 2, and it just explains everything. All I need to say is multiple earths. That's the end of the apologetic.
No, right, but what I'm saying is, so you're saying that the math teacher taught the wrong math, but you didn't give up on math because you're like, so you went and found the real math.
No.
But why didn't you go teach the world the real math and stay letting them do the bad math?
Actually, somebody just answered the ad, and they happen to be the perfect math tutor. I didn't discover anything for myself, nothing at all.
No, but what I'm saying, so you're saying that what you're saying is the real, good, true math that makes sense. So why doesn't the world know
Obviously. Because
like
it's kept for end times.
If there's teachers out there teaching, 2 + 2 is 5, and this, and they don't match to reality, but you can show your math matches to reality. Why isn't this a widespread known thing?
Because it's been kept for this time.
Also, there's multiple examples of this. Like there's a guy who comes into the Zealots den, and he's adamant that he knows the original Greek, and the purple and the wine that Jesus was anointing isn't what we mean. To anoint means this, and the purple was a drug that made people.
I'm sorry. Could I speak to you and you speak to me?
But so this goes to what I'm saying though. So there's multiple different people not accepting the teacher's math, making their own math. But if there was any real truth, if any of you found the actual math, you would just be able to be like, hey, look, 2 times 2 is 4, 3 divided by 3 is 1. Your math doesn't work.
Could you stop giving examples, please? You're a little excited.
Go ahead.
So let me do that for you just real quick, which I've already done it tonight in a few different ways. But let me just do it for you real quick. If I said something came down from the sky and there was lightning under it and there were flames emitting from it and living beings got out of it and they could interact with reality, they could like pick stuff up or drag you into a house or point, or whatever. They could speak. And they're obviously intelligent beings, not from this planet. So that's definitionally spaceships and alien kind. That's what the Bible is describing. And it's, yes, that simple.
But it does make sense that your idea about like aliens would be useful for the end times, but not for the way that you're thinking. It would be for like the enemy.
No, but
I guess.
still, he's not. So
like,
you're telling me the math that you came up with, but what I'm saying, if this is the real math, this should be easy. What?
You keep telling me I came up with. I keep telling you I came up with nothing. I don't know why you're calling me a liar.
I'm not calling you a liar at all.
Did you have my experience or something? How do you know this?
What? You must not be understanding what I'm saying. What are you confused about?
No, there's been 3 times that you said you came up with, just like you gave the example of guy who looked into Greek came up with. You gave me as a comparative example. Could I finish the thought, please? So I wish you'd stop telling me that I came up with it when I know I didn't.
Ooh. Oh. Roads are a little dangerous tonight.
All right, so you I apologize for getting dragged into a semantic game. What I meant was both of you, for the first time, shared this theory that I've never heard before. So that's what I was referring to. So if this idea that you heard from wherever that you're sharing is the truth, why is this not widespread and well known? Because it's so easy, it's so simple and easy to explain. Everyone should know this, and the Catholic and Orthodox Church shouldn't still be spreading their lies.
Do you believe that some things are kept, such as in the book of Daniel, also in the book of Revelation, that some things are kept for a future time? Do you believe that?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the problem? If the Bible says that's true.
No, but so what I'm saying is you're being underhanded here. So why don't you, instead of asking me a question, why don't you say, because this is information that's saved for a future time that only certain people know, or whatever you're trying to imply here?
Which is easier to say, rise up and take your bed, or your sins are forgiven? It doesn't matter how I said it.
But you're answering a question with a question instead of just answering the question.
That's because I want you to think about what you're saying compared to your religious beliefs.
Yeah, but so what you're saying is such a broad statement.
No.
So I could believe that prophecy is true, and what you're saying is not what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah.
So that you're not answering the question. You're just raising another question.
No, I gave you examples. I made an assertion. I made a strong assertion from the start that was very easy to understand, and a positive assertion.
What
I
I'm
didn't even
trying
state it in the negative.
What I'm trying to share is you seem to have this knowledge that no one else, information no one else does, and I'm trying to help you share it if it's the truth, and you're being like secretive with it.
No, I'm not trying to be secretive. Look, in prayer, an angel told me that angel has physical flesh, lives in a physical place, and will physically come here for end times. It's that straightforward and simple.
You had a visit by an angel?
I had a what?
You had a visit by an angel?
A visit. No, I said I was in prayer. I've never seen this person.
I'm confused.
I said I was in prayer. I've never seen this person.
Yeah.
This angel. I've never seen them.
But you saw them in the prayer.
No, they just gave me information about understanding the text of the Bible. By the way, I was an anti-theist when they gave it to me.
So you had a personal revelation.
Yes. Which again is another prophecy that in those days, meaning the end times, which until that time things are kept, young men will have visions. Old men will have visions and young men will dream dreams. I think I'm just an old man who dreamt a dream. It was just something given to me. I'm fully persuaded it's true. It works well definitionally in immediate and overall context in the Bible, and it doesn't argue with physics and reality. In other words, it's the best answer definitionally.
All right. Well, I just want to remind you, Muhammad made the same claim.
No, he didn't.
Well, he said he saw the angel and it was Gabriel, but
is that the same claim then?
And he had a personal revelation, yeah, from an angel. He just happened to.
Yeah, are you saying that Muhammad had no correct personal revelations? Can you show that?
He was visited by a demon.
Can you show that?
It's pretty historically evident.
Really?
If you know
that's your excuse for not giving evidence for things, is saying it's evident?
He was the one who said it was a demon, and the people around him were like, no, that was an angel giving you a revelation. And they were just like, oh, yeah.
Brother, do you understand the difference between the way we use the word demon and at that time what a daemon was? Are you confused?
It was an evil spirit.
No. Muhammad did not think he was visited with an evil spirit.
No. Well, obviously, he thought he had a visit by the angel Gabriel. But his original recall to his wife of the incident in the cave was he was shitting himself and he was petrified because he just saw he was.
Just like was Ezekiel. Just like was several. I mean, how many times does the Bible say, and the angel laid his right hand on the shoulder of the prophet and reassured him? How many times does the Bible say that?
No. I agree.
People sometimes faint seeing an angel.
No. But all those angels assured them and said, fear not. This guy ran to his wife and she was the one who was like, oh, it's all right, baby. That was an angel, not a diamond.
Diamond?
Okay, well, I think you half know what you're talking about.
At least a third, brother.
Okay, then half was more than a third, by the way.
Yeah, I was
if you want to bring it down to a third.
Yeah.
That's fine with me. I'm not going to argue that. How much time have you spent studying Quran?
I did for a Christian, a decent amount.
No, that's not an answer, sir. For a Christian, any amount would be a decent amount.
Yeah, well, then a good amount then.
Just approximate it in like hours or weeks or months or years. Just give me something.
A couple months.
A couple months. Okay, yeah. And what people did you speak to so that you could understand? Because I mean, you don't read Arabic, do you?
No.
Few people do, and who speak like we do. So who was it that was your coach on understanding it?
David Wood, Sam Shimon.
You are kidding me, right?
Former Muslims.
I hope you're playing.
What's the matter with that? If you can look up the information, it's not like
because Sam Shimon and David Wood say a lot of inaccurate things that are not true whatsoever or even close to it about Quran. That's why.
For example?
Just give me one of his supporting arguments and I'll tell you why it's not right.
Can you see how underhanded this conversation is? I'm asking you questions and you respond with a question.
What good would it do for me to say specific things that David Wood said that you're unaware of?
Well, according to you, there's a litany of them that you could just name one.
Yes, which is why I'm giving you the choice. I'm giving you the upper hand here. Go ahead.
That's all right.
So what I know you might not like what I have to say about this, Richard, but I think that in the end times, UFOs will come. They'll claim to be aliens. They'll claim to be God, but they're not going to be God. It's going to be a demonic deception.
Well, actually, Satan has a spaceship too, that we call hell, and it has littler spaceships to go with it. So you're not wrong, in my opinion.
Well, hell's not a spaceship.
You say so.
Yeah, we're underhanded. We only have the Bible. He has like angels talking to him. We're at a disadvantage.
I'm sorry for that, but you could pray too.
The other thing is like if you look at the system of like the original church, we have saints that like show that our system like works. Because you said before like our math doesn't work, but it does. It doesn't make logical sense, but we show with the fruits of our actions that we make saints.
Amen.
You know, how are they able to resurrect people from the dead and like do all the other miracles?
I'll tell you what, Daniel. You just come up with a shorter apologetic than multiple earths, and I will concede.
Single earth.
I don't think there needs to be apologetics. I think the faith speaks for itself.
There doesn't need to be well, you better tell William Lane Craig he wasted his life. You know, you should write him a letter.
I'm not going to do any of that because I'm sure those people really, you know, that's how they engage with the faith.
You want to talk about some kind of a silly assertion that there doesn't need to be apologetics? Are you kidding me? Do you know how much ink has been spilled? How much mind power has been used?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have any freaking clue? What are you talking
effort was
about?
put into it. A lot of effort was put into creating this world that's going to fall apart too.
No, that's part of God's plan overall, is to keep us not permanently here. That's a different thing. But could you speak to why there are extensive apologetics? You know, just the apologetics on just the Garden of Eden.
They were being killed by
thoroughly explained by Dr. Turek is more than 3 hours.
All right, but Richard, I'm trying to answer your question. Like the original apologetics were created because of persecution. Like they were literally being brought up into the emperors and being like executed. So they created apologetics so that they like had a defense because they were like, you're guilty because you're a Christian. Made apologetics for that reason.
You just changed the topic. I'm not talking about thousands of years ago in front of Nero. It's not what I'm talking about.
It was more like Diocletian.
And you know that. It doesn't matter. You know that's not what we're talking about here.
Well, you asked why apologetics was created. That's why it was created. And I don't think it's very necessary right now.
I said, why is there apologetics? Meaning, why is there apologetics today? Why is it so extensive? Why is it a college course? Why can you spend more than $10,000 learning it? Why?
Because it has a long history and people engage with their faith that way. I just don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
I mean, you're the guy saying that there's multiple Earths, man. Like, you should be able to give me a little bit of credence here. Like, you're saying a lot of stuff that's pretty wild. I'm just saying that, like, it's not necessary to have apologetics.
I'm not saying things to be wild. That's not the idea.
But you're not listening.
Right. I just entered Maryland, boys.
Hey.
Congratulations. Drive safe.
Be safe tonight out there.
Yeah, I got about 40 minutes until I'm at my destination, so.
Man, you better stay the night. No driving home late.
I might. I'm not sure yet. Maybe not, just because there might be other drunk drivers out there. Because I can control my own vehicle. I can't control theirs.
Mr. Sandman.
Give me a drink. Was Sandman here? Oh, Sandman! I'm glad you're in here.
I smell fishes. Is that you, Sandman?
Fishes. The fisherman's here. Fisherman of men.
Hey.
How you guys doing tonight?
Hi, Sandman.
Oh, I'm having
doing great.
Night.
I just took the Eucharist, so I'm feeling on the top of the world.
Hey, sitting on top of the world.
I miss it. I miss the Lord.
Yeah, hopefully you get in the Sunday, Sandman. Hopefully you're feeling up to it.
What's up, brother?
Hopefully you can get in there Sunday. Hopefully you're feeling up to it.
Yeah, Sunday?
You guys don't have Mass on Sunday?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay, you're talking about that. I thought you were talking about something else.
Go get some Eucharist.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait.
How you been today,
Gangster, what is happening? Give me the news.
Give me the news.
Give me
Doctor,
the news.
doctor.
Well,
the news is, Sandman, you just entered the chat with a brother who gets revelations from angels.
Oh, that's nice.
You thought Brother Daniel's story was cool. Daniel got saved, which was cool, but this guy found out like the whole story, the whole like end times.
Oh, okay.
So that is.
Yeah, I was
that
just
is
told to
interesting.
worship Christ and go to the church. That's what I heard.
Mm-hmm. So I mean,
Two
end times-
instructions that have changed my life.
Yeah, I know what you mean. End times could be a little difficult to, to translate. I think there was a lot of it was made to translate only after the event happened.
That's
Like
true.
You can go back, just like we can see prophecy from the
Right,
New
yeah.
Testament in the Old Testament, kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. I mean, that's what I think.
Yeah.
Hey, gangster, I'm having my after dinner mint. Be back in 10, sir.
Bon appetit.
Okay.
Bon appetit.
Yes, sir.
Sandman. You know that the PGs is going to be having a show
Who?
too.
Oh,
Power
but they
Guys.
always have shows. Okay.
Yeah. They're having a show soon. But
You going over?
what do you think of? Well, soon. But guys, what do you think of Richard?
Richard's who's Richard?
Yeah,
Demolished Doctrine.
the guy in here talking.
Oh, I mean, Richard, I don't know. I haven't heard everything he was saying. I just heard a bit something about spaceships and stuff like that.
Oh,
Yeah, there's
man,
multiple
I'm telling
Earths.
you,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man.
There's a lot of
The longer I'm on here, the crazier and crazier the theories I hear about.
Oh, I've already figured that out. Long time.
But what gets me is a lot of it, they all go back and they're adamant that the original translations we have are wrong, and then they have all these Gnostic secret knowledge. But the frustrating part is they're all their own ideas, so you have to like hear the whole theory out, and then you're like, whoa, what am I dealing with here?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's it's
Same
mind-boggling.
man.
Yeah.
To say the least.
Can I ask somebody? Why doesn't think you're a cross-dressing
It
saint?
doesn't matter. I mean, if it makes him happy to think that, it's okay.
Yeah,
You know
I
what
think
I mean?
they just like they fantasize about Sandman GG.
Maybe.
It's that deep
maybe.
voice. It's that deep voice.
Do you think it's the voice, Daniel?
Well, nowadays
It has to be. What else are they latching on to, you know?
Yeah,
You never show
nowadays
your face.
we don't put posters on the wall, so they have our YouTube talk show.
I never thought of it that way. You going to your friends, Daniel?
Oh, I
You
heard-
going out?
Yeah, I'm going to go see my college friends in Maryland. I'm about 30 minutes away.
You get all dressed up for us, Daniel?
Oh.
Well, I got my favorite shirt on, which is an icon of the Theotokos with infant Jesus, and
I got that on my wall.
oh yeah, I mean, it's so
Or a similar
beautiful.
one. Did you bring the hat?
Same man.
No, I should have.
Oh, you would have found a future bride if you brought the hat, man.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't even know what we're going to be doing tonight.
That's terrible.
I know I brought my Nintendo Switch
now I know.
controllers. So.
Same man.
Yeah, it's always handy to have.
Yeah.
Oh, same man. Miss Ahmad said she stalks you now. Miss Ahmad.
I'm sorry. Who's that?
It's a
Oh,
lady.
you know Miss Ahmad?
I don't know.
Daniel? Yeah, she
Do
stalks.
I know her?
Yeah, she said she stalks. She's the angel lady. She used to stalk.
You're gonna have to start a Sandman fan club, brother.
I think I'm gonna stream just under Sandman.
You're gonna get your own little
Ask
Facebook
Sandman
group.
questions. Yeah, come and dog him. Come rip him apart.
Come and fawn over him.
That's it. Just come on in and let's do this.
We got to start the Ortho
Take
Bros
out,
little internet corner, man. We got Jess, we got you, and then we got our Catholic brothers like Zealot and James, I guess.
The Ortho Bros and the Catholic stragglers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Daniel. I like to call you guys the Danielites.
Danielites.
Oh, same man. Yeah, that was just so crazy of Dustin.
Yeah, but if they enjoy saying what they say, like, it's okay. It's good with me too. Like, if it makes them happy, it makes me happy. You know?
Oh, you're a nice young man, Logan.
He's a young
That's a
man.
cool name.
Nothing too
Young Sandman.
young Sandman. No, I'm not that young. I mean, but you know, if that's what they like, that's okay.
This guy right here is a Jesuit priest. He used to stalk him too.
Oh yeah.
Yep, he became a Jesuit priest. What do you think of that?
Dude, I think that's hysterical. You should make more of those. But also, I explained purgatory to Deviant today.
Oh.
Oh,
okay,
yeah?
Yeah, it was super short and concise too.
Nice. You're gonna have to explain to me one day, Zola.
Yeah, I did
Short
a pretty
version.
good. Yeah, I'll
Short
have to clip it. That was real short and nice.
No, that's good. It's good to know.
Yeah, you Orthodox. They said it to Daniel earlier. I forget what he said. I'm Orthodox. they always hold our doctrines against you guys, huh?
Mm-hmm. Well, the minute you start talking about church fathers, right away they say Catholic. Right away.
Yeah.
Oh, you Catholic. Yeah, we know you.
Yeah, we know all your theology. It's like, no, you don't. You don't know the first thing.
Tell me about energies and essence, Protestant. No, just kidding.
Yeah.
You ever put the cat in Catholic?
I put the aholic in Catholic.
Holic.
I'm a holic for God. I'm a Godaholic.
That's it. How far is it from Maryland to your? Like, you've been driving for a bit, huh, Daniel?
Yeah, it takes me about 90 minutes to get there. That's not too bad. Like, I was surprised.
Oh,
I thought
yeah.
it was going to be like more than 2 hours. So I'm like, oh, okay, 90 minutes isn't bad at all.
Yeah,
I normally drive
Lewis
like
and Clark.
close to an hour to work.
Oh.
But say that again? Sorry, I talked over you.
You're like a real life Lewis and Clark.
Yeah, that is me. That's me.
I still think you should have wore the hat.
I know I should have. Now that you guys say it, I feel bad. I'm like, oh man, but it is raining out. I mean, that could have hurt the hat, maybe.
That's the New Year's hat if I ever seen one.
Yeah, man, you guys are making me feel worse and worse about it. I do have in my carry-on little bag, I have like a nice carry roll-on bag that I use for traveling, and I have like a baseball cap in there. It's a 6 Sauer baseball cap. I know Deviant Outcast likes 6 Sauer. But I can't carry a gun with me in Maryland, so I'm not. I'm just being protected by the Lord today.
Amen.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're going to stay there like overnight, or you're going to make the drive back?
I don't know yet. You know, I'm prepared to spend the night because I brought like blankets and a pillow, but I also could probably just drive back because I'm not drinking.
True. But it will be late. Maybe you'll be tired.
Yeah.
Crash out, couple of hours. Yeah, I might come down to Jersey, actually.
Oh, okay.
I'll meet you there, man.
Oh, yeah? You're
You
there?
won't be far away.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not far.
Yeah.
If you go to New Jersey, tell us if you see any drones, man.
Oh, sinkholes?
True.
Yeah, the UFOs and stuff. See, that's the thing that, like, I say it about Richard, and I hope Richard doesn't take this the wrong way, but, like, I believe that is, like, the false kind of prophecies that we're going to get at the end times because it's preparing us to accept these UFOs as being, like, our salvation, but it's going to be demons. They're going to be really powerful, too, so they're going to trick a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
Not us Catholics and Ortho bros, though.
No, we're going to get killed. Richard's going to be, like, in charge of the entire thing, man. He's going to be, like, the ruler of the world. He's going to be like, I told you guys. I told you. I'm sorry, Richard.
Yeah, I don't believe in any of that stuff. UFOs and...
But do you believe in the phenomenon, though? Like, that people see stuff like that? I think it's from demons, but I think people definitely are seeing it, and I think there's actual physical stuff to it.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
so if it's from demons, yeah, they could, and who gets to see them, who doesn't, is a whole different issue, right? But yeah, it could be. We don't know.
My personal theory is we can pray them away, but I haven't been able to test this theory yet.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. But
Daniel bangs a Yui and starts heading to New Jersey.
Yeah, it's like, never mind, Maryland. I'm going to Jersey.
Yeah, but if I come down, it's probably going to do some work at my sister's place, because she's having some issues right now and trying to solve it with the insurance.
Well, nice. I'll have to come offer some charity, because according to Howdy, I got some more charity I got to do.
Daniel.
Yeah.
I'll visit a jail while I'm in between on my day off. I'm helping you.
Yeah, no kidding, huh?
Yes.
Dan, I need to. I talked to Dan. He says.
Yeah.
He said he doesn't have any problem with it.
Bruce was wrong. I knew it. I said, Dan doesn't dislike me. He might not agree with me, but I don't think he dislikes me.
He said I can give you his number if you want, Dan.
Oh, I'm okay for right now anyway, but I appreciate that. I wouldn't be able to take it down right now anyway while driving.
I wanted to. Go ahead, go.
I can send it to you on Facebook.
Oh yeah, you got me on Facebook and email, don't you?
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to hop on there last night, but my phone was dead. About what Howdy was breaking you guys' backs about, because he was on to something about Christians should be doing more, but I think his scrupulosity was getting to the best of him, where he's like, you have to do everything for everyone all the time.
Yeah, and you know what he was getting to, I think, and he didn't say this, but he really likes the free grace theology, and I think, like, because I kind of confronted him on that. I'm like, do you think it's so difficult? You might as well just throw up your hands and be like, oh, all I got to do is believe once. No one could actually, like, fulfill this otherwise. I'm like, that's not the way to go. Like, it is a difficult path, but, like, don't take these things as, like, if you don't visit someone in jail, like, you're going to go to hell. That's not what's meant by the spirit of what Jesus was saying. He was, like, trying to explain to them, like, you need to be helping out the least of these, and he gave examples of how you could be doing that.
Yeah, and you guys would say that you do, and he's like, all the time, every time. So I just thought of scrupulosity, but I do agree with them that as Christians we should be more charitable, especially more than your average person, because that's what separates. Absolutely. And witnessing is a good example, but it's not always money. It could be helping out a food drive, or helping out your church. So that it was good when Sandman came in and he's like, we donate to the church and the church takes care of it. Because that was one thing I noticed when I was in the secular world. If I didn't have many people to spend the holidays with, I'd look into like, oh, how can I help someone if I wanted to? And then there's like local food pantries and homeless shelters. But I realized when I'm back in the Catholic Church, you can just call the church and be like, hey, I have hands. Where are they needed?
Yeah.
So yeah, the church. Yeah. And then we do what we can to who we can. But yeah, I do agree with that, because I actually I believe in the Old Testament, or the Jews, they have this system where they have like a community pot pretty much, and then the family that falls on hard times and needs help can take from the pot, but the reason is everyone's in good faith, so you have to return it, and that's what maintains the pot, and that's why a lot of Jewish people tend to be successful. And I feel like as Christians, we definitely don't do stuff like that, which would help us strive to be able to help more people.
Yeah, and most, like, at least like my parish, we try to do that. Like, we have like a fund for when people fall into hard times, and that's why it was like really difficult for us when we had to get bells. Which is like, that's going to cost money, so we funded that separately from everything else, because we don't want to take that from like the main treasury.
Yeah.
And there's also another one. There's a seminary fund too. So like we always try to send like one person to seminary, like a certain amount of years I think it's like every 4 or 8 years, like somebody gets sent.
Yeah, nice.
And
nice.
they get their education paid for, or at least half of it.
Yeah, we definitely need more priests out there.
Yeah, especially for the Orthodox.
Daniel, did you review taco?
I did.
Crunchy nuggets?
Very entertaining.
I tried to. What I always used to. So in the past, I used to do these reviews as well. Like I did them with beer reviews, but I also did it with food too. And I would always like go off topic and like digress. That was like part of the bit. Like my reviews were never supposed to be just reviews. They were always like meant to be entertainment. So like I'd always like go off into like some existential crisis or something during the review. But like now that I'm a Christian, I try to bring the Christianity into it and be like, you know what, this food's good, but you know what's even better? The Lord Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because you took a bite and then you did your cross like, wow.
Yeah, he forgot to pray. He forgot to pray.
Yeah.
I did. That was actually on me because I was like, oh man, did I just take a bite of food without praying first? You know?
Yeah.
But just it happens sometimes, you know?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Oh, I thought I took it from the aspect of, oh wow, this is so good, it's heavenly.
Like, oh Lord, thank you so much for this.
Are they good though?
It was really tasty. I mean, I was hungry, so maybe that played into it too. But I thought it tasted great.
7.2. 7.2.
Yeah, I can't give it that arbitrary number. Like an 8.735 out of 10.
Yeah. We don't have a lot of Taco Bells down here.
Oh, you don't?
I mean, they have Mexican restaurants and whatnot, but Taco Bells, I think they did start at some point, but they just never grew and never took off.
You got Jim Hortons, though, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Tim Hortons. Yeah, they're everywhere.
Gangster Ghost, what do you think of Daniel's review? Oh, he's on the phone with Dan. Gangster Ghost got censored earlier. You missed it, Daniel.
What happened?
He was playing a Proverbs guy video, and they called him and said, "Don't play my video."
Oh.
Yeah, we had a free speech impediment. He played some of the Zealots then, though. I was like, "Thanks, Gangster Ghost, for the promotion."
You're all right. This guy is drunk. I'm gonna get past him.
Hey, Gangster, what do you think of Daniel's Nugget review?
It was good. Made me hungry.
Try it out. It's limited time offer.
Made you hungry, huh?
Yeah.
What'd you eat today, Gangster?
Chinese food.
Oh, you're lucky.
It's been a while since I had Chinese food. I was gonna have that on Christmas and I didn't get to.
I did.
Mm-hmm.
I bought it from DoorDash.
Oh, nice.
Oh, you're rich, GG, huh?
No.
You get
Not as rich as
DoorDash.
That man have like billions of dollars.
He has a closet full of dresses, Gangster. That's big money.
Oh yeah, my dresses are worth a lot of money.
What if he meant about cross dressing? That he meant you wear a cross.
Hey,
oh!
That's the plot twist. He's been a cross dresser this whole time.
Gangster Ghost got those play on words.
That's true. Never thought of it that way.
Yeah, I'm a cross dresser. I dress with a cross.
Yeah, I put on a cross and I dress first and then I put on a cross.
Yeah, then you cross yourself.
And I cross myself too.
Everybody, I'm gonna be ending the show because the Proverb guys are starting. Would you want me to give you a link to the Proverb guys?
Okay, you shutting down?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no problem, bro.
I want to say thanks for letting me on your show, and thanks for the experience, everyone.
Yeah,
all right.
Maybe are you putting up anything?
God bless you.
Happy New Year, brother.
Happy New Year, everybody. See ya.
Same to you. All the best.
I have Terry visit us in the den tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Brother Pike?
No, I got to get Brother Pike in to talk about the Godhead, but I don't know enough about the Godhead.
Are you there, Brother Pike?
It's funny, the Bible has the Godhead quite simple. Why not? Everyone else is claiming that crap.
Yeah, all the titles now. They call me Apostle Prophet Pike.
Oh.
For sure.
Pike.
Yeah.
Brother Pike just had his kid not too long ago, Richard.
Yeah, like 4 days ago.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Congratulations again, Dad. And thanks for all your dad work.
Yeah, he keeps us up at night, but it's worth it.
Yeah, they do that at first, but I think you know that.
They do that at second, too.
Are you a baby baptizer, Bishop, Deacon, Reverend Dr. Pike?
I'm not.
And you forgot
but
Apostle.
I think it's a very nice sentiment when people ask it, because I know they're asking it for the right reasons.
Yeah, I didn't mean to offend you.
No, it's not offensive.
So when did you baptize your baby?
I just didn't hold him down long enough, Logan. That was the problem.
Wow. Oh, are you going to go to the PG show, Brother Pike?
I may pop in. We've been getting along lately. We'll see.
Let's go raid them. Let's go raid them.
Gangster Ghost, you going in there?
Yeah,
go
I
raid
got
them.
the link to the show right here.
All right.
Under
Are you guys shutting down? Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna shut
All
down.
right, when I show
Where
up,
you going, Gangster
you gotta
Ghost?
shut it down.
Yeah, I got the link to the show in the private chat for you.
What's their whole thing?
They're what do you think, Richard?
They're into saying things that are very traditional.
Oh, I like them guys then.
Tradition.
Just because something has been said a long time doesn't make it true.
Well, you like the church fathers and that kind of shenanigans.
Oh, that's right up my alley.
Oh, damn, yeah. Yeah, I like that.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming on, everybody.
Thanks for having me, Gangster. Happy New Year, brother.
Yeah, you guys have a happy New Year.